Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif here from the Sean Sharif Nation, starring Sean Sharif and featuring the Sean Sharif players. I've done it again. I ate gas station sushi. Massive mistake on my part. My intestines are more wrecked than a Tiger Woods SUV. My ass dripping like Grego's nose. It is just not a good situation today. But Bobby and RJ Choppy have it held down for you. Take it away.
Hey, thanks, Sean. I'm not there today either, Tolos, or at least not yet. I'm sitting on 35, where an accident has completely shut down the highway, all lanes at Round Grove heading south. So this is pretty much a disaster. Nobody is there except for Peyton and Choppy, which is actually fitting because they're the two that finished last in the NCAA bracket anyway, so they should have to host the show by themselves. But I'll get there when I get there. Take it away, Chop.
Gee, thanks. You know, and now you put me in a bad spot, too, because of the Grego comment. I like Grego, and I support Grego and everything he does. Almost everything. But thank you for that. Appreciate that one. Already this morning, ruining my day. So, yeah, Sean's out. We knew that was going to happen. We knew Sean was going to be out today. I don't know. Can't confirm the sushi. But yeah, I get a call this morning, PP. RJ Choppy, by the way. That it was Bobby Belt in the morning, and I was like, the first thing I think of when I get a phone call at that time of day is, am I dreaming and I'm asleep and I'm late? Do I have the time wrong? Am I on the wrong time zone? Am I on mountain time and I'm late to the show? I know he was telling me that he's in traffic.
Traffic. It wasn't even 6 o'clock in the morning. Rush hour doesn't start till about 45 minutes.
He said 35 was shut down at Round Grove, and I was like, okay, look, we build things in for this, all right? We build in. What do they call it? They build in redundancies for this. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the redundancy would be me and you. That's the redundancy. You know, we all happen to fall apart and not make it here. That's a problem. But we build in redundancies. We're like the airlines. We build in redundancies for these things. So here we are. 50% of the show is here this morning. Aiden's not here.
75%.
Oh,
75%.
Oh, Bobby, live from 35.
Yeah, I've got, if you want to open up the fan cam right now, I have put up the Zoom to give you a live look at how the highway is not moving. It's brutal right now. Now, my next question is, I'd like to know from anybody on the fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. I want to know if you're sitting in this gridlock with me right now.
Oh, that's a great question.
Where you're at exactly.
That's a great question.
Now, Bobby, can you not use the shoulder? Is that gone too?
No, because there's a truck. And I get it. I have done this myself in the past, but somebody's up there squatting and taking half the lane because they don't want people cutting the line.
No, I hate that.
But yeah, look at this. Look, hold on. If you're looking on the fan cam, here, I'm going to just show you the little GPS. Look at that. 34 minutes. This is a 15-minute drive most mornings. I have not, I've gone a mile since I called you, Chop. Maybe not even a mile.
Oh, God. This is good. And you're on a bridge, right? You can't even jump the median.
No, damn it. I keep dropping the phone. I'm coming up to the Round Grove Sam Rayburn exit finally. So once you get past that, apparently it's fine. But everything is shut down. The highway is completely shut down. They have cop cars blocking everything, and they're pushing all the 35 traffic off to the exit. So there's just a massive backup as you rotate the light there at Round Grove.
Man, and
if you're heading 35 south, avoid it. Get off 2 miles before Round Grove.
This is my fear because I don't always turn on my GPS as soon as I leave the house.
I never do it. I assume in the middle of the night it's perfect.
Yeah, I'm by the way, people are saying the word is contingencies, not redundancies.
Yes, it's contingency.
Sure, that's fine with me. I've heard the word. All these air disasters I watch, Bobby. They always say redundancies. Mm-hmm. They always say redundancies in there. I don't know. But I never think to turn on the GPS until I get to about 6:35.
I think of it. I think of it all the time. I told you this yesterday.
Yeah.
Where I put it in the GPS and it doesn't recognize that 635 shut down or that 635 is open as the exit. So the GPS every morning tells me I'm going to be 10 minutes late. And I just said it's going to burn me one day when it's actually back up because Google Maps has an update. Screw you, Google Maps. If you're going to take everything over in the universe, Google, how about you make sure it works right? And right now it doesn't, it's for months has not recognized that 635 is open to exit on 35.
Gosh. Yeah, because I'm looking right now. I'm looking on the Google Maps right now. And, it's shut down both ways.
Dude, it is bad. And like I said, is anybody on the Fantech sitting in this right now? Have you seen Shop? Because I want to know if somebody got through this and how long it took
from the 817, there was a death on 35. That's why it shut down. This is a terrible vibe to start the show. So people are saying normally it's a fatality so you're south of the bush.
No.
No?
Or wait, no. Bush is after Sam Rayburn, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm approaching Round Grove and Sam Rayburn heading south.
Oh gosh.
And I've been approaching it for 40 minutes.
All right, well let me tell you something, Bobby. You're not only looking at a slowdown at Round Grove, and you haven't passed Hebron yet either, have you?
No, Round Grove is Hebron.
Okay. You're not only looking at there. I'm going down. You're looking at a slowdown and a closure at Beltline, and you're looking at one from Beltline all the way to 635. So, see you never.
Well, how? I'm looking on the phone right now, and those don't exist.
Well, I mean,
it's telling me to get off at the tollway, though. That is telling me to get off at the tollway instead of Beltline, and that's ahead of Beltline.
And you can't get off at 121 Business.
No. I mean, if the GPS would adjust like it normally should in the morning, then it wouldn't be a problem. But ever since we moved to Louisville, dude, it does this.
Wow, this is unbelievable. This is unprecedented, really. And Peyton just over there doom scrolling on his phone.
I'm shopping right now.
What are you shopping for?
No, I'm tweeting out a picture of the fan cam right now because it's amazing. You're in studio. Bobby's on the highway. I'm about to tweet it out. It's unbelievable. Sean's off and everything breaks down.
Overturned 18-wheeler. I passed it going north at 4:30 this morning. That's with the 469. Well, dude, a little heads up next time.
Come on, man.
Dude,
come on, man.
469. We've done a lot for you. And you haven't, you can't give a single heads up that this is what's going on. I mean, it's just, I'm getting close. So I'm actually getting to the exit now.
Well,
once I get to the exit and get through the light, apparently we're good. But it's just a long backup all the way up there.
This is unreal. This is unreal.
See here, look, I'm coming up to the cop cars now. So do you see them on the fan cam there? They're like blocking. They've got the little flares completely shutting down 35.
See, and this is the part where I hate because there's no reason now that everybody's in the same lane, and I can see everybody's in the same lane, right? It should be smooth sailing. But no, everyone's got to stop and everyone's got to look.
Well, it's the light. It's the light up there. So it's still rotating turns, and so everybody's just sitting here waiting for the light to turn green every 30 seconds.
Oh, so you're not at the exit for the tollway for the Bush.
No, this is the Round Grove exit that they're pushing everybody off to. So you can see, as you can see here, Chop, we got the cop car over here. We got the truck in front of me, and then down here is the people who are just on the service road who are backed up.
Hey, roll the window down and ask him what happened.
I don't think they want to do it here. Do you want me to ask?
Yeah.
No, I don't want to do that.
Tell him Sean. Tell him Sean. Somebody named Sean Sharif.
I would ask if not for the Fantech letting us know it was a fatality, because then I feel like I shouldn't do a bit.
It's not a bit. You're just man on the street.
Man on the street, man.
Come on.
Y'all are telling me to identify myself. You're telling me to improperly identify myself to an LEO, to a law enforcement.
Okay, we'll call it LEOs.
I would never do that because that is a crime, Chop. Okay.
Is it a crime to misidentify yourself?
Yes. Yeah. If you don't properly. Now I don't know that. I don't know if it counts. I don't know if it counts if like I just go up to a police officer and say, "Hey, I'm Sean." I don't know if that gets me in trouble. But if they ask me to identify myself and either I don't or I give them another identity, then that is a crime.
From the Franco Injury Attorneys fan text, you're supposed to cut through the Target parking lot. Bob, Channel 4 says avoid 35, bad accident. So they're letting you know.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. That is why you Tolo.
A lot of people are saying you should use Apple Maps, not Google. I think Apple Maps suck.
It's all the same to me.
I am a Google Map guy, and I got an iPhone. And
I'm going to become a Waze guy. Oh, shoot. I dropped it. I'm going to become a Waze guy. That's what I'm going to have to do now.
I've only used it once. I don't know. I don't know. It's just the apps that come with the phone.
You've made it 4 minutes. There you go.
Look at
5
that.
minutes. Look at that.
Yeah.
So you're moving. You're
look, it's getting green. It's starting to turn green. But you see this red backup. And yeah, I don't know who said. Somebody said I should cut through the Target parking lot. The Target is like over there. It's on the other side of the highway.
Yeah.
I'm coming up. Crap, Chop. I'm in the left-hand only lane.
Don't worry about it.
It's telling me to turn left. I'm going to have to get over.
No, just cut them off.
Just cut them off. You got to go all the way to the light and cut them off.
They're not going to hit you.
No, this is who you got to look. This is who you got to cut off. You got to cut off the Walmart truck.
Yeah, always.
They're so slow off the line.
Yeah, you got to pick a truck, spot out a truck, and no offense to the truckers out there, but you guys know what we do. We spot you out. We pick you out from a half mile away and say, "That's the guy. That's the mark."
Yeah, exactly. Oh crap, he moved fast though. He's moving faster than my lane is.
He could be.
Damn it! I might get stuck.
He could be a
There's
light.
probably a Tolo listening right now.
Job.
He's looking for you.
Yeah, he could be.
I would hope. I mean, yeah, he should be a Tolo.
Oh, no, get that link.
Okay,
get that link. Get that link. Not yet.
No, the truck did it.
Come on, go get it. He's not going to hit you.
The truck did it. So, all right, I got to speed off. Okay, now, all right, I'm in an odd situation, Chop. There's one car ahead of me at the stoplight.
Don't worry about it.
If this car is quick off the light, I can beat these trucks off the light.
You can absolutely just stay there and beat them off the light. Absolutely,
what them off the light?
You can beat them off the light.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, off the light. Okay.
Yeah. This is amazing. This is amazing. We're gonna get Bobby in here within the next 30 minutes. I don't know. Until then, it'll be Bobby on the Zoom.
Hold on. We're going to have this as this is going to be a critical moment because I'm eternally late. I'm going to have to force my way in here.
All right,
the light's turning yellow. All right, let's see how quick.
Get on the fan cam, everyone.
Hold on. I got to race this. Go. Come on, you damn little Honda. Okay,
come on. Come on, that's still red. Am I on the delay?
Right.
Oh, there's a whole lane in front of you.
Yeah, baby. No, it's merging into one, and you're not supposed to be in there. Oh, look, there's a little shutdown.
Oh, baby.
And now we got him, Chop, because Bobby just committed a crime on the fan cam.
Yeah.
There you go. Dallas PD.
You don't see that? No, because here's the thing. Peyton, you're an idiot because I haven't shown my face on the Zoom. So if I haven't shown my face on the Zoom, they don't know I'm driving.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I've seen your face, though.
Idiot. Oh, I turned the camera around.
Yeah, there you go.
We got him.
We got him. Okay, so Bobby, are you in the clear now?
Boys. There's another little slowdown up here merging back on, but I think I'm pretty much clear. Oh, watch, see, I'm going to be a major jackass here. I'm going to cut here. Oh, people are not going to like me. Where's the lull?
Right
here
there.
it is. Sorry, dude.
Oh, man.
My bad.
No blinker?
Wow, no blinker
No,
at all.
that was a blinker. All right, I'm going to let you guys take it from here because I am in the clear now.
Yeah, because you got Inside the Star coming up in 7 minutes.
Yeah.
God, crap. And we got Vach Lombardi at 7:20.
And we got Chuck Morgan at 8 a.m. because it's opening day. You think Bobby's traffic's bad this morning? Just wait till this afternoon for opening day. Opening day always has traffic. It's a way of life. It's a movement. But Bobby's on his way in. He will be here ASAP. We're going to get you caught up with the Stars in action last night. A big shutout victory for your Dallas Stars. Another point for Miro. We'll get into that. Plus, Inside the Star, it's Sean and RJ. I'm RJ Choppy. Sean is out. Bobby is not here yet. Peyton, the only one showing up to work on time today here on The Fan. But let's get you over to Underdog Fantasy. Promo code TOLO will get you $50
Every gathering is a win. Info and reservations at mexbars.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-0817-333-3033. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Have to pull an audible here because Bobby's not here, so we can't really do his Inside the Stars segment. You know?
I was looking forward to it as well.
I know. I was looking very much forward to it as well. But that's okay. We can make it work. We're going to make it work on our own. It's me and you, Peyton. Me and you right now. So let's get in a little tournament because that happens tomorrow night, 5 o'clock. 5:09 to be exact. I never understood why they do 5:09.
Is the anthem longer for these
I
national
think the
games?
anthem has the exact same amount of words that it always has. I think the anthem stays the same.
I don't know why
I think the anthem stays the same.
Well, Super Bowl, they drag it out. I mean, these anthems are almost 2.5 minutes long. So I figured maybe they drag it out a little more. But
I think it's the same anthem. But for 5:09, and this is not going to be on CBS. I know you're going to go to Channel 11 like you always do. This year, the Final Four and the championship game are on TBS, True TV, and HBO Max. More on that in a moment. But you got Illinois and UConn. Illinois is a 1.5-point favorite. And then you've got Michigan and Arizona, and Michigan is a 1.5-point favorite. It's going to be heavy Illinois, heavy Michigan crowds on hand. UConn, they'll have their fans there. But it's the next state over from Illinois, and it's the first state under for Michigan. It's just south of there. So it's going to be an easy drive for both fan bases to wind up getting to Lucas Oil in Indy. But I don't know if you saw this, Peyton. The Fab Five is going to do a special alternate broadcast of this. Did you see this?
I did not see it.
Who's the Fab Five?
Michigan.
Name me some players.
Oh, well, that's a different question. Michigan, they went to high school together or something. They played college ball, freshmen, I believe.
They were freshmen, yes. It's Weber, obviously, Chris Weber, Jalen Rose, Juwan Howard. Those are your big three, and then Jimmy King and Ray Jackson. They're all going to be part. They didn't all go to high school because one of them's from here. They're all going to be part of an alternate broadcast on True TV and HBO Max. So the game will be on TBS, and then the Fab Five will do the Michigan-Arizona game alternate broadcast. So if you wanted to watch that, you can. I'll say they are the most culturally significant team probably of my lifetime. I don't know of one that was more impactful. Maybe impactful is the right word, not significant, although maybe it's the same word. I can't think of one. I can't think of another one. They changed everything. They changed everything. Longer shorts, socks, bald heads. They changed everything. The only thing they didn't do was win. They're also the most overrated at the same time because you would think they would win something. They didn't win a Big Ten title. They didn't win a national title. They didn't win anything.
So what were they fab at? What were they fabulous at?
They're fab. They're fabulous. They're good. They were freshmen. But they were the first team I can remember. I think they're the first team I can remember that won nothing and got like 1 million documentaries done about them.
Ooh, that's a good question. What other teams out there?
They're like the Moss Vikings. Imagine if the Moss Vikings got like documentaries written about them, made about them, right? It'd be like, why? That's what they are, right?
The Cowboys for the last 30 years.
Cowboys for the last 30 years. They got all this attention. They didn't actually win anything, but they deserved it because they were so significant and so impactful. But like on the floor, like the 91 UNLV or the Duke teams, I mean, they deserved more docs about them than Michigan from on the floor standpoint. But that'll be cool. I will check that out. I will check that out. I want to see what it's about. Are they going to break down the game? Or are they going to tell old stories?
I've never been a fan of the alternate broadcast. The Pat McAfee stuff, it's like I'll see the highlights if he cusses or anything like that, but I've never been a guy. The Manning cast, I've never gone and been like, okay, I want to watch it. They could put whoever they want on there. I know I'll see the highlights on Twitter if it's worth it, but it's like I want the actual game. I want the
Manning cast I'll tune into because I feel like I'll get like some quarterback knowledge. At least from Peyton.
Okay. Yeah, not Eli.
Not Eli. Eli, he'll give you some knowledge on how to throw picks at an inopportune time and how to not make the Hall of Fame. I feel like from Peyton I'll get some intel. You know, from this would be more about the stories, if anything. If the game's a blowout, I'd be more apt to tune this in. You know? If the Michigan's up by 20 at halftime like they were against Tennessee, which they're not going to be because Arizona's too good, I'd be more apt to tune in to this. But that's the second game. That's going to be the premier game of the night, Michigan and Arizona. Cut 8, Pay. This is Tommy Lloyd. Now, Tommy Lloyd is the coach of Arizona, and there are rumors, and I do mean rumors, about what Tommy Lloyd is going to do. Is he going to stay at Arizona? Is he going to go to North Carolina? And people are asking him about his focus.
It's absolutely true. There's going to be another coach. This is a great program. I didn't say when, I mean, and people are going to speculate all they want. Guys, this team has my full focus. Nothing, I promise you nothing is knocking me off that path. And you guys might call them distractions because you're distracted. That doesn't mean I'm distracted or we're distracted. You know what's pretty cool? Once you get some experience in this deal and you're a player or you're a coach who's been at it a while, you get pretty good at eliminating the distractions. So I think I'm pretty good at that. And I just can't wait to get to practice today. I'm going to go meet with the staff right now. We're probably a little bit late. That's why Nate's pushing me to get up there. And I'm going to go try to have a good practice.
Is that a no? Is that a no? I didn't hear no. I didn't hear yes either.
Coaches don't usually say no anymore, though. They always kind of beat around the bush. It seems like a little bit.
I think you're right. I think they say no when they're like they know that they have no chance of getting it, maybe, or they're like just absolutely not interested. But if you want to scare Arizona, get some more money, this is kind of the card to play. But I also don't lean into the whole distraction thing as much because it's like. He's not negotiating with North Carolina. His agent is. If his agent let's say his agent is Jimmy Sexton, because Jimmy's got everybody. I have no idea if it is. I'm just going to assume. All Jimmy does is call him up and be like, hey, do you have any interest? Yes or no? Yes. All right, what's your salary requirements? Blah, blah, blah. Okay, go back to work. Like, do you think he came here he got to the Final Four just to not coach? To not try?
Well, that's the thing with Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin made it all the way to the playoffs, and then he says, "You know what? I'm out of here. I'm done. I'm going to LSU."
Yeah, and if Ole Miss let him stay, or or LSU let him stay, or LSU said, "Hey, just take the job when you're done," Lane would have coached him. I thought he probably would have done a pretty good job.
He tweeted about them every single round. Every round they make, he was like, "Good job, boys."
Yeah, it's agents do most of the work anyway. So to me, not that big of a deal. I think we're in a good spot when it comes to play-by-play guys. Ian Eagle was on, was this the Ryan Russillo podcast, I think?
Yes.
Yeah, it was Russillo. And he was on the Russillo podcast, and basically he had to M&M the final call.
You bank all these games, and I've done literally thousands of basketball games on TV and radio. Of all the things, and it was a chaotic sequence, that's the one that I think back on and say that's just a ton of reps. And being in that situation over and over again that allows you to make the call clean and feel secure in what you're saying and how you're saying it. The part that you don't know in the moment is that it would be historic. It's not productive to now go back and say, man, I wish I could have said that. Man, I should have gone with that. Doesn't matter. It's done. You get one shot. You get one opportunity. You're M&M.
There you go. I love it. Bruce Pearl sitting here not knowing who Eminem is.
No
Ian
idea,
Eagle.
man. No idea.
Ian Eagle just quoting him on a podcast.
Do you think Ian Eagle did that on purpose? You think he knew the reference and was like, you know what? I'm going to go after Bruce.
I think
Pereira.
Ian might be a cooler dude than we think.
I love his son, Noah. I think he's really good. I like Noah a lot.
No, he sounds a lot like his dad.
Oh, yeah.
He sounds a lot like him. They were sharing a hotel room in the first round. So the first round they both did. I think they were in Greenville. I think they were in whatever region TCU was in. TCU was in Greenville, right? Yeah, because they played Duke. They played Duke, right?
Yep.
Yes, they were in Greenville, South Carolina. So Ian and his son shared a hotel room, which they can't spring. I get it's Greenville, South Carolina. They probably don't have 5-star hotels. They're probably staying at a
Holiday Inn,
Hilton Garden Inn or something like that. You couldn't spring for a second room. You had to have Ian CPAPing it over there with his son in the hotel room. Give the guys some space. What are we doing?
and they're going at different times. One's leaving.
No, they were the same. They were doing the same games. So Noah was doing the radio broadcast.
Okay.
And then Ian was doing the TV. But give them some space. But we are in a good spot with announcers right now. We really are. Ian's fantastic on the college. Obviously, Buck with the NFL, and then Nance with the NFL. And I'm not the biggest Burkhart guy. I like him, but I think Nance and Buck are clearly better. Joe Davis, he's good on baseball. He's too much of a Dodger homer though. McDonough and Albert are fantastic on hockey. Breen and Harlan with the NBA. Those guys are fantastic. So we're in a good spot. We are in a good spot with the college, with the announcers overall. One college football news for you. We got beef. We got beef in Lubbock. This is not good. Big 12 Commissioner Brett Yormark is clashing with Cody Campbell. Now, Peyton, who is Cody Campbell? He's the big donor. He's the big donor for Texas Tech. And he posted on Twitter a couple days ago, Friday Night Lights are sacred in the great state of Texas. Why did he tweet that? Well, because Big 12 and Fox Sports are considering scheduling Texas Tech and Houston for a Friday night game in October, right? So he posted that. I know Brett Yormark is not a native Texan. Oh, man. Boy, he hit him with that one. He said, but he's been here long enough to know better. Come on, man. And then Yormark responded, I love Brett. I think Brett is the best commissioner in sports. I think he's the best commissioner in all sports. He goes, Cody Campbell does not run the Big 12.
That's right.
Oh, baby, shots fired. I love a good shots fired. Now, this is all going to work itself out. It's all going to work itself out because this thing is... Oh, he's here! Oh, my God, the lights are out. He's here.
Oh, God.
Bobby Roberto Belt.
How's it going?
So I think this is my 30 minutes, right? If I lose?
No, hell no.
Oh, it's my
This is
30
15.
minutes. 15, it's 30.
But I did the 15 from the car.
Barely.
What I don't like is people tuning in right now who are a little bit later waking up as Tolos. They're going to listen to this and just think I overslept again.
No, he didn't oversleep.
I tweeted it out.
He was in traffic. He was in traffic.
I was in traffic because somebody's permanently sleeping. So that was
Joe, God. Oh, come on, man.
I know. Sean's gone. It's a Friday.
You might be gone
button.
after that.
Hit the button.
You might be gone after that one. Holy cow. All right, let's now we're going to do Bobby's Inside the Star next on 105.3 The Fan. After we get you over to basepowercompany.com/the fan. Basepowercompany.com/the fan. That's how you switch on over. It's real simple. I did it myself. And I was like, do I have to cancel? No, they took care of it for me. They canceled it for me.
for your chance to win this national contest. Price includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Look at that.
Got you down.
Bobby Belt has made it in. He was not late. He did not oversleep. He was late. He did not oversleep.
I was late. It was not my fault, though, this time.
He did not oversleep. He just found a road that was shut down.
Yeah, this was if you are getting ready for work right now and have us on, and you have to travel 35 south, then avoid 35 at Round Grove. Try to get out of there 3 exits early because it's a mess. 35 completely shut down and has been for a couple hours apparently.
It looks like right now that 35 south is shut down from 121 business, or at least stopped, and it's shut down from Hebron to the Bush. And then later on, southbound from 35, Sandy Lake to Beltline is shut down. And then from just south of Beltline, basically all the way to 635 is shut down.
That's my impression of a helicopter.
Oh, okay.
As you give the traffic report.
Yeah. And then 35 north looks like it's shut down from basically 635 to Beltline.
It was, people were... The on-ramp onto 35 right there by Round Grove, where when people realized they were stuck in the accident, they were turning around and going up the on-ramp to try and get out of there.
Going the wrong way?
Mm-hmm. Which, there were some people who were still trying to get onto 35 and were not trying to take the access road. And so it was like head-on stuff. Man,
that always scares me because I always wonder what I would do in that situation. And one thing I always worry about is like, there's going to be time where someone's stuck in that traffic, they run out of gas.
Yeah. Oh, that happened to me once in Conroe. I was leaving Houston. The 2 worst traffic jams I've ever been in my life before this one were both in Conroe, Texas. And they had shut down all of 35 and were pushing everybody off to a single exit. And I had been like, I'll just get gas in Conroe. It'll be fine. And so, because I had like barely any left, and then I had to sit in 100-degree weather with the AC off so that I didn't waste gas. Because when I finally got to the gas station, it said I had 19 miles to empty.
Oh God, I ran out of gas one time. I was in Arkansas. Worst 2 hours of my life.
I would imagine because you were in Arkansas, not because of the gas.
Well, this is also pre-cell phone.
Oh, okay. There you go.
And it was August.
There you go.
So there you go. Inside
pre-cell phone. Man.
Yeah, it was. I had
a time back then.
This was when Choppy was driving cars like Fred Flintstone with his feet.
Yeah, I had a cell phone, but it was one of those things that was like I had to pull the antenna up to use it, and it didn't text. It had a.
He played Snake on it a lot.
No, it didn't even have that.
Wow.
I made a call. It was like $20. It was like $20 to make a call. It was awful.
All right, Calvin Watkins. Friend of the show, friend of the station. Yeah. We like Calvin a great deal. He still walks around sporting our 105.3 The Fan Tolo flask. He had, when we were giving those away at one of the Firehouse tours, he had said, hey, I need you to swipe me one of those. I'll rock it. And so he does. He uses that flask. So Calvin Watkins over the Dallas Morning News had written about the 5 things we learned about the Dallas Cowboys at the NFL's annual meetings. And we obviously, what's actually new from some of these comments? What is just the same old, same old? What are slight deviations from the way the Cowboys are talking about things? So Calvin is tackling those 5 things. The first thing he says here, George Pickens' future is now. He said the wide receiver is seeking a long-term contract. Club officials expressed a desire to achieve this, but their actions are saying something different. The club hasn't started any substantial contract talks with Pickens' agent. The only accomplishment is the non-exclusive franchise tag placed on Pickens. Team owner Jerry Jones said the club is content with the receiver playing on the franchise tag for the 2026 season, but why even say you want Pickens here long-term without starting any real contract talks? Jerry had said, well, I don't and won't get into our planning and structure of our team and our cap, but the franchise tag is an integral part of all teams, but certainly an integral part of our strategy over the next 2 or 3 years. See, there's that 2 to 3 window we've talked about as we look at how to keep the best players we can have relative to the cap. They're not getting anything done with. They're not getting anything done with George.
I don't think so.
He's going to play on the tag, or he's going to hold out and they're going to move him. That's what'll happen. You've talked about what do you think his value is again? You say 2 1s?
Look, I think what did Waddle get? A 1 and a 3 and a 5?
No, Waddle got like 6 1s or something.
Yeah.
Let me see exactly what it was. It was a lot.
I mean, to me, he is. If Waddle is a 7, right? George is what, a 9?
Yeah, you're right. First, third, and fourth for Waddle.
That's. I mean, I think George Pickens is worth considerably more, right?
Are you surprised then that with the non-exclusive tag on their teams haven't called? Like, we've heard no rumblings of people reaching out to Pickens.
A little bit, but then again, you've mentioned that there's just the league. The league may not.
It could be a 1. It could be that a team would say, "I'll give up a 1 even," or a 1 and a 3, but I'm not giving up 2 1s.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, look, if you were to say if you said that they got if they wound up settling for a 1 and a 2, I'd be I'm fine with that.
Everybody corrected me. Yeah, sorry, 45, not 35. I was just stuck on 35 when I was going through Conroe. I was coming off 45. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think his value's higher than what everyone's kind of throwing out there.
Next item from Calvin Watkins over at the Dallas Morning News on the things we learned from the NFL's annual meetings. Tyler Guyton improvements. He says injuries have slowed the development of left tackle Tyler Guyton. The first-round pick from Oklahoma played right tackle for the majority of his time in college and is now being inserted at the premier position along the offensive line. Brian Schottenheimer used the word raw when describing Guyton. Guyton's health has been an issue in his 2 NFL seasons. At one point during the offseason, Cowboys officials noted Nate Thomas would compete with Guyton for the starting spot at left tackle. Schottenheimer was asked what improvements are needed from Guyton, and he said it starts with his footwork, getting more comfortable, getting more balance at the point of attack, and his hand usage. He's really young, raw left tackle. I still would like to know what was going on at the end of the season, because they shut him down. They're like, nah, you know what? Pack it in. We're shutting you down for the end of the season. And we're kicking Tyler Smith, who seemingly doesn't want to go out to tackle. We're kicking him outside there and creating kind of an awkward push at the end of we're going to see it. We're just evaluating. There is some push inside that building from somebody. I don't know who. I don't know if it's Schottenheimer. Don't know if it's Connor Riley. Don't know if it's the personnel department. I have no clue. There is a thought that exists in that building, it seems like, that people think Nate Thomas could potentially be just as good as Tyler Guyton. And I don't know if that's an indictment on Guyton or praise for Thomas or a little bit of both. But they have been willing to give Thomas these opportunities to try and push him a little bit. And I do think that we're going to enter next season with that job being up for grabs. I don't think they're just going to give it to Guyton.
And the competition would be
Thomas. It'd be Nate Thomas and Tyler Guyton, I think. Or potentially Tyler Smith if they want to kick him outside. Or we've talked about how the draft board could fall. Knowing they want to open that up potentially to competition, I would think would make some people feel like, yeah, okay, then go ahead and draft a tackle. If that's the best player blinking light at one of your picks.
And then with Guyton, didn't he play right? He
played right. But I mean, so here's the thing. He was a tight end, I think, when he got to TCU initially. Tight end or defensive tackle, one of them. He was not playing offensive line. He moved to the offensive line while he was in college, and then he transferred to Oklahoma. So, I mean, he played right tackle at Oklahoma, but it's not like he's been playing right tackle all his life. Like, his tackle is still a new position to him.
Ooh. I mean, look, if the board falls that way, to me, I don't think it's a big deal to take him.
And you've always felt like they draft the position well.
They draft the position well, too. I mean, yeah, you could say you don't want to pick offensive players. That's fine. But would you rather have a lottery ticket on defense or an 80% first-round tackle?
Right. I think the instance we're talking about here is you've got a lottery ticket on offensive line potentially staring you in the face, and you've got a $20 scratcher for defense. The board could fall that way, where if you've lost the top defensive players, then it's like, all right, well, all these guys have risks associated with them, but the offensive lineman might be a good enough player and a high enough ceiling that it trumps what we have in value with these defensive linemen.
Is there an offensive lineman that's going to go before 12? So would they be getting the top tackle on the board or not?
Probably not. But, I mean, that's what could potentially push it down. So right now, everybody is mocking Francis Mauigoa from Miami, number 3 to Arizona.
And he's the best one on the...
I think so. A lot of people like Spencer Fano more from Utah, but I like Francis Mauigoa more. I look at that, though, And I wonder if he doesn't go to Arizona, I don't know where the next obvious spot ahead of Dallas is for Maui Noa. So he could slide. I mean, there have been some drafts that have slid him down all the way to 13, like some of these mock drafts.
I mean, everyone could use an offensive. I mean, Giants could use one, right?
I mean, if I tell you that the guy who everybody's projecting to go third as a tackle is there for you at 12,
then you take him.
Then it might be something to consider.
Yeah.
Because if that offensive tackle's there at 12, that also means they swiped all the defensive players in all likelihood.
It does, and also, and you'd be picking a position that you know or that you pick well. To me, and I think that matters. So I'd be okay with it.
Five things we learned at the NFL meetings from Calvin Watkins of the Dallas Morning News. No compensatory picks expected in 2027 because this is what they've set themselves up for. They were more aggressive in terms of signing veteran free agents and different things like that, and the comp pick formula kind of breaks out that way. Is they use this? They've got this proprietary formula that they don't release to anybody.
It's great.
Like even the teams don't know exactly what it is.
The teams have figured out how to manipulate it.
They've got it close, but they don't know exactly. Because it's like I said, it's some combo. They don't want people knowing. They tell you everything that's involved in it, but they don't tell you how they weight it. Stephen Jones had said, at the end of the day, when you don't win games, I think that speaks to everything. Everybody takes accountability in a situation like that. They wanted to get better. They wanted to address things with free agents, and so that's what they did. Next up here on the 5 things we learned at NFL meetings, most valued team with no salary cap. Calvin Watkins says baseball is possibly headed to a labor dispute with management. The push for a salary cap by baseball's owners might lead to a lockout when the 2026 season ends. Of course, baseball players don't want a cap. When you look at the big market teams like Los Angeles, New York, large payrolls don't guarantee a World Series title. The Mets missed the postseason. Boy, Calvin is a baseball writer at heart at times.
Yeah,
but he goes, after that, he goes, what if the NFL didn't have a salary cap? The Cowboys are the most valued team in the NFL, according to Forbes, at $4 billion. So if there was no salary cap in the NFL, would that impact the Cowboys in any way? Stephen Jones weighed in on this, saying, I'm very comfortable in our system. I think we got a great system. The NFL is a great league. I think we got a great system. Our players thrive in, organizations thrive in. I think it's very competitive. So that was not, if there was no cap, you wouldn't believe the check I'd write. That's, I kind of like the cap.
Yeah, I kind of like the cap.
I kind of like that.
Listen. Don't discount, and this is not the Diamond Cavs here, but baseball owners want the cap just as much for the valuations of their franchise as they do to keep the cost down for competitive balance, because they believe that the cap will allow their franchise values to rise.
Yeah, which I mean there's a track record that shows that may be true.
I mean, the NBA is bypassing, but they're just blowing by all these baseball teams. Smaller market NBA teams are valued at higher than bigger market MLB teams because of the cap, because they know exactly how much money they have coming in every year and how much money they have going out. Whereas baseball, the owners cook the books. They don't show you what they're losing or what they're making, and they're fudging everything, and then by hook or crook, their values just start going up because it's not as good of an estimate.
And finally here, the thing we learned, the 3rd-round pick that they got for Oso Odigizua, roster management, resource management is what that was all about. Stephen Jones saying it's one of those situations with our resources and 2 defensive linemen, Clark and Williams, a lot of resources there, and to be able to not only from a pick standpoint, it was nice, but obviously financially, cap-wise, it was a lot of resources tied up there too. When we sat down and had conversations with Christian Parker and where we needed to emphasize certain areas, we had to make a tough decision there. That's why when you've said, what if you take a receiver at 12 if that's the best player? Because in all likelihood, the best player on the board is going to be a receiver at 12, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, you hear them talking about resource management here. If they draft a receiver at 12, I think they have to trade Pickens then.
And does that
or rescind the tag?
Does that impact his value? Well, rescind the tag means he's just a free agent.
Yep. If teams just stand off with him and go like, well, he's got to sign that before we can make a deal and blah blah. Like, if they look at it that way, then in theory they could just rescind the tag like Carolina did with Josh Norman years ago.
God, I would hate that. That would be bad roster management. Okay, a little inside the star here for you on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Might have a little surprise for you at some point today. We got Vach Lombardi gets a little draft at 7:20, and then Chuck Morgan at 8 o'clock. We're going to get you set for opening day at the ballpark. Diamond Cavs coming up next on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. But let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist owned store. It's Gilchrist Automotive, and they're going to hook you up on that brand new Ford car, truck, SUV, PlatinumFord.com. It's right between I-20 and Highway 80. It's worth a short drive to Terrell to save a lot more on that vehicle. We have great deals for you over there at Platinum Ford. Go see Adam Vinci. Adam's going to hook you up on a great deal. If you tell him I sent you over there, so mention my name, RJ Choppy, or mention that you heard about it on The Fan, you say you're going to buy that Ford truck, he's going to throw in a free bed liner. You buy that Ford SUV, he's going to throw in free window tint. That's a little added thank you just for our listeners over at Platinum Ford. He's got the largest selection of Super Duties in the state. F450s, 350s, 250s, full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, the all-new Ford Lightning. Check them out online. Customize that ride online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
When Tiger Woods got popped for that DUI last week, the wildest part wasn't just the scene. It was that the police couldn't find him. Turns out he was just down the block, and when officers asked what he was doing, Tiger drops, I was just talking to the president. That's a flex, just not one that gets you out of the cuffs. Fingerprinted, booked, done. Friends in high places only take you so far. I'm John Lund.
Vehicle safety starts underneath. That's why the pros choose Napa for undercar solutions that stop safety issues before they become costly problems. Go further with complete repairs that restore stopping, steering, and stability. Then grow your business through trust and repeat visits. With premium rotors, pads, struts, and wheel hub assemblies, Napa has everything you need to keep undercar under control. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how. Pros, just because something on the job runs out doesn't mean you have to. Order it on the Lowe's app. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free same-day delivery on eligible orders over $25. Get the fasteners, hardware, or tools you need to keep the job moving. Order by 2 p.m. and get eligible in-stock items delivered right to your job site by 8 p.m. Members get more at Lowe's. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability. Restrictions and terms at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Tired of overpriced energy drinks? Ditch the can. Meet Whip Energy Pouches, a better way to energize. Whip is made with clean caffeine and great tasting flavors. No calories, no sugar, no nicotine. Just pop it in and go. Whip is the best way to stay focused without chugging another expensive energy drink. So next time you need energy, try Whip. Whip Energy Pouches, a better way to energize. Find Whip near you in Dallas and Houston at Murphy USA and Quick Trip locations, or visit WIPWhip.com. Sick of crashing out on sugary energy drinks? There's a better way. Meet Whip Energy Pouches. No calories, no sugar, no nicotine. Just clean caffeine crafted for smooth, lasting energy. Whether you're up early, grinding through the day, or staring down a workout, Whip is energy that moves with you. Find Whip near you in Dallas and Houston at Murphy USA and Quick Trip locations, or visit WIPWhip.com. Whip Energy Pouches, a better way to energize.
Winter weather can cause damage to your roof, and if you've got roof leaks currently or you haven't had a roof inspection in a couple of years, we encourage you to call Blue Nail Roofing and Construction for a free roof assessment and inspection. Finding and repairing roof damage early can save you money and also extend the life of your roof. Call today to
exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ferrantonen went wide. Then from distance, score! Liam Bischel. Adam Ernie was in front. May have gotten a piece. The Stars have a 3-0 lead.
And that's how the game would end on Victory Plus. Stars a 3-zip winner over the Peg. Winnipeg going down. Stars, getting out to a good early lead, which is something they have not done in a while. It's been the first time in their last 6 games since they had scored the first goal of the game. Otter, another shutout. So good night from him. Miro, 27 points in his last 27 games. And, I've got a lot of people that are on my hockey group chat that are like, damn, man, Miro's not been playing well. But, he's filling up the box.
Yeah, and look, it helps. It's always nice to get a slump buster. And that's what Connor Hellebuck is.
That's right.
And so it's nice to always get that when you can.
Go Stars, baby.
Look, Olympics are over. We're no longer friendlies anymore. We're back to being enemies with Connor Hellebuck. And so...
Well, that all sets up...
Would you like the money puck numbers real quick?
Please.
Should we call Sean real quick?
He's up.
Peyton, call him real quick.
No, we don't need.
I just want to give him the money puck numbers real fast.
Stop it. No.
Peyton, call him.
Do not.
Peyton, punch it up and call him.
Do not do that.
Peyton, call him.
Stop it.
All right, give me a sec.
Okay, hold on. You've reached Sean's cell phone.
You reached Sean's cell phone.
Do you think he's listening right now?
I don't know. I'll tell you this. Saturday, mega game Saturday. American Airlines Center, Colorado. They're 6 points back. You got 6 to play. You don't win, you got no chance. And I don't mean just get a point. I don't mean like an overtime win. It's got to be a regulation win. You got to cut this thing to 4. Oh, boy, here we go.
Hold on. Let's see. Is he going to answer?
This is wheels off.
Let's see if he answers. Should I leave a message?
Thank God it's a Friday. So we can get out of here. He doesn't even keep it on ring.
I'm going to have to leave a message. Hold on. I don't think it gives his number.
No, it's going to give his number.
No, it doesn't, because he goes, you reached Sean's cell phone? Sorry, I can't.
You reached Sean's cell phone. Sorry, I can't get to your call right now. Leave me a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Thanks, and have a good day.
Hey, Sean. Bobby here. Choppy's here as well. Peyton on the board. We got Aiden running the fan cam. Jets over doing TSN. Reetma was not here this morning. Just want to let you know we're talking about the Stars. They won last night 3-0. Money puck, 45% for the Stars, though. So they actually won a game they shouldn't have. Shows a lot of resolve. Just wanted to share that with you. Okay, bye.
All right.
By the way, did you sense a little phoniness there in the voicemail? Have a good day.
He's never told us to have a good day.
I've never heard his voice that high.
Listen, that has been his outgoing message since I've met him.
And he was angrier back then. So that was definitely
a lot
fake.
angrier back then, but he was still... Yeah, he was a lot angrier back then.
He was angry, but he was idealistic.
He was idealistic
he
still.
He knew PDs were going to be called.
He was still trying.
Show ever.
He was still trying to make it. So yeah, that is pre-iPhone.
Yeah, it sounds like it was. Yeah, that sounds like the radio address of Hitler is dead.
Wow.
Like the grainy sound. So
very grainy sound. So Stars win. Big game against Colorado tomorrow.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
It is baseball time in Texas.
How can you not be romantic about opening day at the ballpark? That voice you just heard is Chuck Morgan. He will join us in an hour at 8 o'clock.
Big time morning show fan, Chuck Morgan.
Big time fan. I texted him yesterday. And he said,
what do you want now?
New phone, who dis? New phone, who dis me? That's what he did. And then he had the number saved again. But Chuck is going to join us today.
He's a legend,
at
man.
8 o'clock. He is a legend. He invented the dot race. He invented everything.
I only discovered recently, in fact, I'm going to have to bring this up to him. I may have brought it up to him before. I can't remember. I recently discovered he worked at the same radio station that my dad did.
In Nashville?
In the 90s. Yeah, he worked at WSM. in Nashville, which is the big country station. And my dad jocked there in the 90s.
Wow, jocked there. Listen to this, jocked there.
Well, I said worked there. I didn't want you to think he was Peyton.
Well, okay.
No, he got to meet the celebrities.
All right, yeah. Come on, Garth. Does he know where Garth buried all of his bodies?
So, yeah, good Tom Segura reference. Garth actually.
Okay, so is that true?
No, it's a Tom Segura bit.
I'm buying it.
No, it's a Segura bit.
Aiden.
Yeah, I mean, I would buy that it's. I would buy that he's the type who seems that way, but I would not say that he does that. No, but my dad worked at. He was working in a country music station in Austin, and I can't remember which one it was. It's it's the big one down there, Case 101.
Mm-hmm.
He was working at Case 101. They had brought Garth in studio. He got to see him. A couple years later, he's working at WSM, and he's walking down the hall, and they're bringing Garth in to go do a sit down with somebody. And as my dad's walking by, he just kind of like nods at him and goes, "Hey, how's it going?" And Garth was walking by and he goes, "Hey, Bob." And then my dad was like, "Whoa." He's like, "You've got a good memory." And he's like, "Yeah." Wow. He's like, I tend to remember things like that. Wow. So he remembered my dad's name just like that.
Good for him. That's good. That's a gift. That's a gift that I do not have. So Chuck will tell us about all the happenings at the ballpark and what's going to happen. New food items.
Yeah, I saw that we got a new food item.
The nacho sombrero.
I will say
it's a wearable nacho, right?
Yeah, that was, and which is that was in a movie. I feel like that was something somebody had suggested. So like the Rangers are dipping into all sorts of areas
Literally
to get creative.
The nacho.
They are. I think the Rangers deserve a lot of credit for basically having a state fair mindset with their creativity. They do. Every year they turn out stuff that I'm stunned. Where it's like I figured you'd run out of ideas.
I saw some really cool items. That the
item.
Well, I'll tell you this: they done when we were kids. It was like, "Go get a hot dog." That's it. You had a hot dog and a Dixie cup. They called them Dixie cups back then. I saw the Dodgers. They did a great promotion with Emirates Airlines. Did you see this?
Oh,
they had a bunch of
Emirates.
Emirates.
Oh, Emirates.
They had a bunch of flight attendants come out and do like how they do their security check, like 2 exits over here, and they had the same thing, and they said this is a 9-inning game, but you have 9 exits in this building. They're doing all. It was good promotion, right?
Yeah, it's good.
It's very good promotion. I saw some team have a ice cream chicken wing.
I don't like that.
Is that fried chicken dipped in? I saw the picture too. Is it fried chicken dipped in ice cream?
I guess. I don't know, but it's like they're just going crazy.
Yeah, they're just throwing stuff against the wall.
Absolutely, I find it cool. But that's what's we'll find out from Chuck what's going on at the ballpark. Should the Rangers be giving Wyatt Langford a contract extension already? So all these players across the sport are getting these mega deals before they even play a single game.
Yeah, and you hate this.
And I hate it. I hate it. You're going to give a guy a contract extension. Did the Pirates? It was the Pirates, right? With Connor Griffey. Has he ever played a game?
No. Who else did this happen with?
This happened with Seattle. I was going
to say the Mariners have done this twice. I think
the Brewers have done this twice. Now it worked with Churio, but the amount
did not work with Wander Franco.
It did. It definitely did.
He actually played,
but they are giving so much money to these players who have never played a game. Never played a game.
Yeah,
and it boggles the mind. Now, Pete Crow,
for somebody like Pittsburgh though, who doesn't want to pay anything, I can see them making the calculated risk of like, we feel pretty good about it. Let's go ahead and try to get a deal.
Yeah. So Pete Crow Armstrong of the Cubs, and he has obviously had a good year last year at over 30 homers. He wound up getting a 6-year, $115 million deal. And, signing bonus of $5 million. It's not a ton of money, right, for a guy who's they think is going to, be somebody who finishes in the top 10 of the MVP. But for somebody who, has several years of pre-arbitration left, he basically buys up some of his arbitration years. Well,
does it extend past the arbitration years at all, or is it just the arb years?
It'll extend past by a couple.
Okay.
But they're talking about, this structure would give the Rangers an idea and a template on what to do with Wyatt Langford. So, there's all kinds of incentives for finishing in the MVP. If he wins an MVP, he can add like $4 million to his salary, yada, yada, yada. So it does give him money and the flexibility if they wanted to. But Wyatt is about to hit the most expensive years of his rookie contract.
Yep.
So that's you get your first 3 years, and then you have your arbitration years after that.
Yep.
And
which teams love to buy those out if they can?
They love to buy them out if they can. Now, two guys got to play ball.
Rugnet Odor did that. Got horses.
Scooble, for example, said, nah, not doing that. Trout did it. Trout signed. Scooble is like not going to do that. He's making $30 million this year on arbitration. I think he's making 32 to be exact. Then he's going to become a free agent. He's going to get $40 million. So you got to follow the trends of the sport. And, from PCA, Pete Armstrong, to Acuna, to Albies, to Bobby Witt. Kansas City did this with Bobby Witt. They gave him, $30 million a year, right?
Yep.
But if Bobby Witt decided, hey, I'm not into Kansas City, I'm going to play this out, Bobby Witt gets $50 million a year in 2 years.
Kansas City's been very fortunate. The city of Kansas City to just lock stars in at deals that probably isn't
maybe
equal.
It's a nice little town.
No, I've been there. It's not.
It's not?
No. Sean got out of there as fast as he could. I
want to go to a big market.
Where are we with the movers? I do wonder if, since you've seen this trend recently, a couple teams signing guys that have not played yet, it does make me wonder how much that is CBA related or lockout related. Of just teams that look at it and they anticipate something is coming that they're like, I want to get this done now because this is going to be, the other side of this is not going to be good.
Yeah, I mean, look, so the Mariners signed Colt Emerson ahead of his debut to 8 years, $95 million. And a club option for a 9th year, which could make it a 9-year, $130. I'm going to read you some of the names of the guys who have signed before they played a single game. So Jackson Chourio of the Brewers did this in December of 23. 8 years, $82 million. That's worked out. He's a hell of a player. We just saw this last month. The Brewers again did this with Cooper Pratt. 8 years, $50 million. The White Sox did this with Lewis Robert. 6 for $50. Robert he's hit over 14 home runs one time. He's a nice player. He can't stay healthy. Eloy Jimenez, March of 19, 6 years, $43 million. Again, 6 years in the league. He's played over 100 games twice. He can't stay healthy. Colt Keith, Tigers.
Boy, the Colts, that's the key to getting it.
Yeah,
if your name's Colt, you get one.
Tigers, Colt Keith, January 2024. You've never heard of him.
Yeah.
He's never hit over 260. Scott Kingery, Phillies, March of 2018. Again, you've never heard of him.
That's what you say when you get to the back of the checkers board, right? Kingery. You've never heard of him. He's barely a big leaguer. Evan White, Mariners. The Mariners do it again. He was a good center fielder for the Marlins back in the day.
2019. He's never hit above 176. He's never played more than 80 games in a year. You've never heard of him. Ever. You've never heard of this guy. Now, the Brewers know Cooper Pratt better than I do. And the Pirates know Connor Griffin better than I do. And, all these teams know these players. The Mariners know Colt Emerson better than I do. I don't know that I could do this, man. What a slap in the face this is to guys who are, in their 5th year.
Is it?
In their arbitration year, and they're just going to say, you know what? We're just going to go get the next cheap guy out there.
I think it's more, they're anticipating they're going to be so, but I think that's a risk a lot of those players wouldn't want to take. So they wouldn't necessarily, they wouldn't have wanted to sign that themselves. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's why arbitration is in place too, is to be able to, fix some of those discrepancies.
Yeah, I mean, that is what it's there for. I just think, I'm looking at, these guys are getting I'm on my 4th or 5th year at the MLB, and I've been playing in MLB, and I'm waiting for my contract, and you hand over, 8 for $95 million to somebody who's never proven anything, and I'm sitting here putting up a nice career. I'm a little hacked off about this, and I'd be worried about that when it comes to the next CBA and what I should wind up be doing with that. So there's little diamond calves here on Sean.
What I should wind up be doing with that.
Yeah, that didn't make sense, did it? Yeah, I was trying to read something about. I was trying to read the next segment.
Oh, okay.
I tease that. Oh. Look, I'm out of my element here, Bobby.
No, look, you've had to carry the show today. So,
no. I mean, I carry it in other ways.
Yeah,
in other ways, in fun Fun-loving wings.
I mean, you were the only one here on the mic on time.
I was the only one here on the mic. It is the commercial-free expressway. We got the junk drawer. We got a Bush ticket giveaway, and we got your boy, Vach Lombardi. Should be my boy.
The great, you
Right,
guys are
we're paisans.
Yeah, you guys are familia.
Lombardi.
Yeah, so Vach
Cosa
Lombardi from Crown Global Media.
Oh, yes.
Will join us next on The Fan.
Sean Shreve here for the Tolo team of attorneys at Frankel & Frankel, chosen by the
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
All right, Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. You've reached the commercial-free Expressway all the way to 8 o'clock. Got Chuck Morgan coming up at 8 o'clock. And then, of course, Junk Drawer 740 Bush ticket giveaway as well. But special guest time, Bobby.
It is time for a special guest. We've had this man on the airwaves before, and you hear his name mentioned probably, what would you say, Peyton, 30 times a day on G-Bag from Brian Broaddus.
35, I think.
It is Vach Lombardi, YouTube extraordinaire, draft show, Crown Global Media, and we were chatting yesterday, and I was like, I need to hit up Vach and see if he wants to come on and talk about some of this draft stuff with us and some of these players, because he is always a hit on the fan text. Vach, how you doing, man?
Well, first of all, Brian's a good friend. Like, it's not like I'm paying Brian.
No. Brian is simping. Brian is simping, dude. That's what it is.
You gotta do what you gotta do. You know what I'm saying?
Have you seen him try to roll out of a beanbag?
I have seen Brian look very 90 years oldish before. We have chairs at Crown that you kind of got to jump into because they're a little tall. And Brian got to grab 3 other surfaces and then lean and then jump. So seeing him get off the ground, like fighting gravity, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's definitely different. It's definitely hilarious. Both ways, like going up or down. It's hilarious.
So Bobby and I were talking here.
I need you to. Choppy wants to know if y'all are familiar.
Yeah, we
Choppy Lombardi
here.
Italian.
Well, I don't think they make black Lombardis for real. Tarico might be the only black Italian. He might be the only black Italian. But something that we do in our community is that we find somebody we like and we find a way to tie it into our name for real. So when I was playing ball, when I was coaching, I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna be Vach Lombardi then. You know what I mean? Like, if you was my age or something and you was voting, you'd be like Chop Obama or something. Like, you would make your handle. You know what I mean?
That's my new name. I mean, someone's gonna make a meme out of that one.
Yeah, it's just some, and that may not be your politics. I don't know, but I'm saying, the name works. You feel me?
The name works.
Yeah. So just, when I was coaching, like, I was just, hey man, I'm about to be Vach Lombardi up in here. So when I started YouTube, and hey, that's a swag ass name. We'll roll with it.
It is swag. Okay.
All right. So Vach, I want to start off with this point because we've talked ad nauseum here on the show and in the Cowboys creator space about defense and the type of players that could be available. And I think we're all hitting this point right now where there's a little bit of fear of the board's going to run dry for you on the defensive players that you want when it hits 12. And so we were doing this yesterday on the draft show, and you had talked about it felt like you were in favor of the idea of like, hey, if the best player on the board here is a receiver or an offensive player, I'm doing that. I'm not going to cheat myself here at pick 12. What would you say is the scenario where you'd be sitting there looking at 12 and go, I need to pick an offensive player here?
First of all, let me say, should have just tanked. You know what I'm saying? If you wanted easy access to David Bailey, Ruben Bain, the big six is what I call them, you should have just lost games on purpose and you'll get one of those guys easily. But you didn't. You try to have some pride and win games towards the end and, do your thing there. So what happens is, you're at 12 overall right now. And this isn't a class where you got a whole bunch of first round grades where you get late into the first round. There's dudes you like. A couple years ago, you can get Jared Verse at like 19 overall. Yeah. Like, this ain't that kind of year. Like, you're running out of those top tier dudes like six guys in. So you got 6 defenders that you would really love to walk away with. And you're likely not going to get 2 edges, 2 linebackers, your cornerback, and your safety downs, right? Mm-hmm. In real life, as much as we love those guys, 11 other teams love those too. Mm. So as I'm looking at my board, because I put a board together because Brian Broaddus put big pressure on me to put a board together.
No.
I know. When I'm running out of first round graded players on defense, and we're on the board and we're doing our little mock draft situation, I got a bunch of first round graded offensive players left, okay? So some of my second round graded guys like Colton Hood, the Cowboys will like him, but you would love him at 12 as opposed to 20. Messidor from Miami, he's my age. He got bad feet. And you know what I'm saying? You would love him at 20 as opposed to 12. You know what I'm saying? Thieneman is a guy that's been getting a bunch of hype, and I know he ran fast at the combine in the shorts, but prior to the combine, everybody was like, hey, I like him at 20. I'd even like to trade back to like 29 to get some more picks and then draft Thieneman. Now, all of a sudden, Thieneman is a guy that you're talking about at 12. I think people being a little phony. So what happened on the draft show yesterday, And, they gave me a pick, and I wanted to manufacture some mess. I could have took some offensive players to kind of help us out a little bit, to kind of help the Cowboys. But I wanted to put us in this weird situation that we're on the phone. The Big Six is gone. The Cowboys aren't in on Jermichael McCoy. So he's kind of out for us theoretically, right? Big Six are gone. So you're stuck with offensive players. The phone ain't ringing. 40 seconds on the clock. What do you do?
Yeah.
And I'm just a big fan of, Jeremiah Love, Javonte Williams ain't stopping me from taking 5 years of Jeremiah Love. Flournoy or, Pickens' franchise tag ain't stopping me from taking Carnell Tate, Jordan Tyson for 5 years. You understand what I'm saying? So this is a 5-year window here. I know the Dak window is like 3, but when we talking about draft, this is a 5-year player for you. I just don't want to reach for a dude that I would like to have at 20 at 12, especially when those dudes are totally different in like talent wise.
I totally agree, man, because you still got to build a team. You're still going to have a team after Dak. But the Cowboys aren't going away as a franchise in 3 years when Dak's done. So, to me, I'm all about that. Are you completely scared off from McCoy then? You're done?
I believe in when you build your board, you kind of got to have a feel for what other teams are doing, right? For example, last year, right, Revel was like a top 2 corner for me. He was a first-round graded guy for me. Revel is hurt guy. So in my mind, I'm like, all right, cool. I'll take a second-round pick and take Revel or something like that. But what if the league doesn't take a second-round pick on Revel? What if the league is going, we'll take him in the 3rd or the 4th round? You don't want to be the only team going, I'll take Revel in the 2nd, and y'all ass talking about taking him in the 3rd or the 4th.
Yeah.
So I think this way about McCoy. If I found some type of information, some kind of help that says, the league is looking at McCoy like a top 10 guy, then fine. If y'all cool with it, then it'll make a little bit of sense for me to go take him at 12. If the league thinks of McCoy as a guy that'll go 19 to 25 or so, 20 makes sense. But if the league thinks McCoy is a guy that's going to go in the 3rd round, then I don't want to touch McCoy to the 3rd round. That makes sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Vach, and we're talking with Vach Lombardi here on 105 through the Fan. I'm curious. You made the reference there. You said that Javonte Williams isn't stopping you from picking Jeremiah Love. And, you've got the Pickens being on the franchise tag isn't stopping you from Jordan Tyson or Carnell Tate or whoever. What are some of the things about this team right now that you would say, maybe normally I'd be interested in 12, but that situation right now is going to prevent me from taking a guy who's probably good enough to go in that range?
Man, and the Cowboys make it weird for you. They did the Terrence Steele money thing and kind of moved it around like, man, we got a starting level tackle that you can save a little money with. And unlike, some Cowboy fans, I don't beat up on Terrence Steele. I think Terrence Steele is what the league is. I think Cowboy fans have gotten kind of spoiled and ungrateful with great offensive line play around here, and you get Tyron Smith for 15, well, it was like 9 years for real because he was hurt, but you get Tyron Smith for a long time, you get Zach Martin for a long time. You think that all teams got offensive linemen like that. And to be fair, when you break down teams every single week, Cowboys play this team, every week we going, damn, this left tackle looked terrible, I would go after him. Oh, this guard looked terrible, I would go after him. Everybody got a Terrence Steele, you know what I'm saying? So in real life, we should be okay with the idea that, and even having Terrence Steele and Nate Thomas playing tackle for you still a top 5 offense anyway. So in real life, we shouldn't want to draft an offensive lineman, because the Cowboys seem pretty set there. However, Francis Maldonado is a guy, you know what I mean? Fano ain't necessarily a guy in that way where I'm super, trying to get Fano. And, for some reason, teams in the league like Monroe Freeland from Georgia much more than I do. But if Maldonado was there, man, we got to talk because Maldonado in my mind is much better than Terrence. And I just saw the Cowboys, use dead money to get Osa up out of here because he ain't fit. I will get Terrence's $6 to $8 million up out of here because he don't fit. And now we got Maldonado at right tackle next to Booker.
What is your take on, because I'm a proponent of, when in doubt, kind of lean into what you're good at. And the Cowboys are good at drafting O-line. At least they have been. Yeah. Does that factor in for you at all? Like, hey, we don't love anybody. We really evaluate this position better than most teams do. Let's lean into our evaluation and just take the offensive lineman.
I don't want to give the Cowboys that much of a pass. Like, if you're bad at drafting D linemen, then we need to fire people who's telling you to draft these people and just get better at drafting D line. You know what I mean? I don't want to just be like, we ain't good at this, let's not do it. Nah, like you need to change your scouting department or whoever. You know, hey, my bad, Will McClay, if you're listening, I'm a big fan of your work, dog. But you know, whoever was standing on the table for some of these guys, hey man, we need to try to move around a little bit. You know what I mean? But I just don't want to give them passes like that. And if you're really good at drafting offensive linemen, if you're really, really good at it, you really hit on offensive linemen, you can only do that 5 times. You know what I'm saying? Like it's 5 offensive linemen. We just can't be in year 6 of drafting offensive linemen because we good at it going, hey man, we'll just bring our 6th guy in and just do it like that. Nah, man, you have to, diversify a little bit. I will say, when the Cowboys have an opportunity to draft a defensive player early, aside from Claiborne or whatever, right? They normally do decent at taking players on defense in draft land early. It's like the whole, just because you're a first round pick doesn't mean that you're a first round graded player type deal. Like Tyler Guyton was drafted in the first round. I didn't have him as a first round graded player, so he's really a second round guy. Tyler Booker was clearly a first round graded player for me. So if you look at the Cowboys' history and them drafting players on defense, it's a lot of second round grades except for Micah Parsons. We just need to take those early picks and draft more dudes on defense as opposed to waiting.
Vach Lombardi with us here on 105 through the Fan. Deviating from a draft question, I mean, it still impacts the draft, I guess, and more just on a question about the Cowboys roster right now. The left tackle spot, it feels like there's at least a willingness to explore competition there with Nate Thomas and Tyler Guyton, and if the draft falls the right way, who knows how things might shake up there too as well. They did that weird experiment by kicking Tyler Smith outside and just shutting down Guyton at the end of the year. How do you look at the Cowboys left tackle spot right now, and is that something they may need to draft?
This the weird part, right? I think when you get into draft world, you have to figure out who you are. Because the players fall into certain categories, right? You either floor guy or you're ceiling guy. You know what I mean? You like the high floor dudes or the dudes that need a little bit of work. I'm typically floor guy. You can't come to me and be like, hey, yo, Vach, this player, Michael Williams, for example, he may not be good at rushing the passer right now, but in 3 or so years, he's going to be a real good pass rusher. Okay, cool. If that's your take on it, and we're going to, trust ceiling guy here. Now we in year 3, just like we are with Guyton. To be fair, Tyler Guyton, size-wise, movement-wise, athleticism, feet, length, dude is ridiculous. And if you're looking at Tyler Guyton, you're going, all right, dog, you have the potential to be the best player on this offensive line one day. But if you draft high floor guy in Tyler Booker, by the time we got to week 16, Bobby, we was like, hey, man, Tyler Booker might be the best dude on this offensive line right now, because Big Tyler was hurt, but Tyler Booker was producing for you year 1 like that, right? So the thing about Tyler Guyton, per what we saw from him, in college, like he's just on schedule right now. We didn't think that he was going to be great year 1, and he wasn't. Some people thought he was, but they was wrong. And year 2, he was much better than he was year 1. He actually got a lot of respect from me when he came out publicly and said, hey man, I thought this was going to be something different. I got to diet different. I got to do yoga. I got to box in the rain and go to sleep early and all this kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And we saw Tyler Guyton get better, but the injuries got him, right? So if we're on schedule, and we had to assume he's in Mexico drinking liquor now. But when he gets back, I would have to assume he goes to work again and he's a better year 3 player than he is, than he was in year 1 and 2. And that's because he's just on this track because he's high floor guy, because he's all traits, right? Me personally, man, draft the dude that know how to use his hands in college right now. Draft the dude strong as hell right now. Draft the dude with knee bend right now. Because then you got these 3-year projects that you're working on. And if we're in draft world right now, that's stopping me from drafting some high ceiling guys because I just don't want to wait around on them.
All right, Vach. So before we let you get out of here, we've got I think the names that we've all kind of circled around the most as guys the Cowboys are interested in have been Ruben Bain, Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles, Mansour Delane. Yeah. Just give us kind of and I know it's a broad shot here, but give us on those 4 guys just kind of a 30 to 40 second capsule on each of them of how you feel about those players and how you might approach that if they were available to you.
Ruben Bain is a dog. He is a technician. He don't care about the flashy, cute stuff. He is a football player, good versus the run, good versus the pass. He was much bendier than I thought. Miami did the wide 9 stuff with him. That's cool. Mansour is another technician.
You didn't say Mansour the way you do.
What I say, monsieur.
Yeah, you got to say monsieur the way you do.
Yeah, because it's like French or something. 'Cause I don't know where you from. But good technique. And look, man, let me just say about Monsieur. I've seen this film. Don't come up here with these miscellaneous 4.3 Pro Day 40s, dog. That ain't who you are on film. You're a really good technician. You're good. You're very smart. You're sticky coverage and all that, dog. But you're not 4.3 guy for real. Jamal McCoy probably is though, but yeah, fantastic corner and all that. Who you said? Downs is a guy that can line
Styles,
up. Down is a guy that can play the whole season at nickel. He can play the whole season at strong. You wouldn't want to play the whole season at free, but he probably can do it. And if you got a coordinator that's versatile, creative enough, like you would hope that the Cowboys do, then Downs could do something that can. Think about the Cowboys and all the games they lost last year. It was like big plays.
Mm-hmm.
Downs takes all that away. Like all this, we're confused. Hey, Trey Diggs, what you doing? Hey, Malik, I didn't know I was supposed to do this. Downs probably takes all that away. And Sonny Styles. Some people are a little higher on him than me. Some people taking him top 5. I'm not that high on him in that way. If you're gonna take a linebacker that high, I need you to be like Luke Kuechly. I need you to be like Sean Lee level. I need you to be like Bobby Wagner or whatever, right? I don't think Sonny Styles is that guy. Sonny Styles does have smarts. He's really good in coverage, really good athlete, really tall. We know these things. He don't take blocks very well, but that's something that you can develop, and then you can use him on like pass rush downs and all this. So very versatile linebacker. It's just that in this draft, there's no Jamar Chases, there's no Micah Parsons, Penei Sewells. You don't get a whole bunch of Pat Surtains in this draft, and there's not a bunch of quarterbacks to really bump guys down. So you got a bunch of dudes that would be in a normal draft drafted in the teens and 20s, but that's the best that we got to deal with. They are ugly babies, but they are our ugly babies.
So you've got taking the 5-year out of it just for next year, and given where the Cowboys are at, Bain, Downs, Styles, Delane, which one of those contributes to the Cowboys' most improvement for next year only?
I think it's interesting because you ain't got nobody playing Mike line. Like you have me playing Mike linebacker right now.
Yeah.
So Sonny in theory, but I think the Cowboys could easily sign somebody to do more than what Sonny would do. I think Caleb Downs comes in day one, and even if you have Jalen Thompson, if Christian Parker is going to do what he says he's going to do, well, Jalen Thompson is going to be on the roof sometimes, then Downs will play nickel for you. If Thompson comes down to play nickel, then Downs will be somewhere else. He'll be strong, he'll be roof or whatever. He'll just be moving around places. So I think Downs, because he could play 4 spots on your defense right now, and he's probably smart enough to pick up this calculus that Christian Parker is going to roll out for you. So I would say that he's year 1 probably most ready. Ruben Bain will probably be better in year 3 or something.
Vach, let everybody know where they can find you.
Hey, man, Vach Lombardi everywhere, Crown Global Media. I'm on .com fussing with Bobby and stuff like that, and I'll be listening to 105.3 The Fan, kicking it, you know?
Oh, love you, Vach. Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
For sure. Salute.
The great Vach Lombardi.
Right here.
Not Italian. Stunner.
Not Italian. That's okay.
I did like we got the story there, though. He was coaching, and he was trying to hype up the high school guys, and he's like, I'm going to be Vach Lombardi.
I'm a Lombardi.
Yeah. It's good. I like it.
I'm a descendant of Vince.
I like it.
Or Michael.
And Chop Obama, as he said.
Yes. Yes. Chop Obama. That's gonna be a meme.
Yeah, I like it.
There's no doubt about that. Well, let's hook you up, Tolos.
Don't let the days go by.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to the Busch at Toyota Music Factory on Tuesday, April 21st. One of the 5 winners this week will be randomly selected to get 2 general VIP packages, which includes 2 premium level tickets, access to exclusive VIP photo opportunities with Busch, exclusive VIP only merchandise, and 1 autographed Busch VIP poster, Bobby. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Exclusive access to Busch. That's a big thing.
Yeah.
I mean, for 5 of you. For 5.
For 5 people.
Yes.
Yeah, for 5 people. Very good. All right, let's clean out the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
We're still on one hand when it's 5.
Yes. Yes. Sometimes the world works out well. Sometimes
does it?
You question yourself whether you really want to be a part of this world. This was one of those times, but all is well. So have you seen the Tyler Perry TSA agent controversy or controversy, as they would say?
I have not.
All right, so Tyler Perry gave a $250,000 worth of gift cards to Atlanta airport TSA agents.
Okay, so I'm going to let you set this up, but I think have a personal experience note to go along with this.
Okay.
Not that I gave out $250,000.
You did? Okay.
No, I didn't do that.
So $1,000 to 250 TSA agents at Atlanta. So each one of them got $1,000. Because they're government employees, they were told to return the gift cards because they're not allowed to accept outside money. That's a big no-no, apparently, because that's the rules, right? That is the rules. Employees, from supervisors, everything saying, we appreciate it.
You're
Can't do it. Workers have missed over $1 billion in pay because of the government shutdown. And this has been going on, I guess, since February 14th. That's the partial shutdown, February 14th. So they've been missing all of this money. They've been going into work still because they want their insurance. They stop going into work, they risk getting fired, and they lose insurance.
Didn't Trump just sign something, though, too, to, like, extend pay or something?
He did. I don't know what it was, but I don't know how long it lasted. But cooler heads have prevailed here, Bobby, and they have been told they can keep the $1,000 gift cards each. So each of the 250 or so $250,000 in total that they are able to keep now.
So
good.
So Kristen she's got a charitable little heart, and you experienced that. I had mentioned that you liked the Cadbury eggs, the little chocolate eggs.
Yeah.
That, like, I'd brought them up and you're like, oh, I've never had these. These are good. I just mentioned that to her because she loves those. And I was like, hey, somebody else liked them. And so she was at the store, and then she saw a giant bag of them, and she's like, oh, here, I bought a giant bag of the eggs for Choppy. You can bring them to him tomorrow. She's very just charitable, wants to be nice. So when we were flying a couple weeks ago to North Carolina, then she just wanted to do nice things for the TSA agents and stuff. And so she looked into gift cards, and then she realized she couldn't do that. So instead what she did was she made like little like craft bags with like snacks in them. So she's like, oh, I'm gonna make little snack bags and tie them up, and they're gonna be pretty, like you give out at like Christmas or something to people. And so she had gotten them and she made all of them, and as she was riding over there, the Uber driver saw it, and he was like, had asked her something about it, and she had said what it was, and he's like, okay, well, you be ready to wait. And she's like, why? And he goes, because if you give that to them, they can't just take it. They have to have somebody like come over and look at it, make sure it's not bad. They have to sign something, I guess. And so it's like it slows everything down. But I guess it's because they're worried about somebody just like, oh, here you go, and there's anthrax in there or something like that. But she ended up being like, so I can't give these out. She was able to do it with the flight attendants though. And the flight attendants were all very,
man, I'll tell you, I got a buddy who, when he boards an airplane, he gives chocolate candies to the flight attendants. And they all come find him.
They would not leave her alone. They're like, do you need a drink?
They all come find him and say, what do you want? Do you want a drink or whatever? At any point during the flight. Franklin, injured attorneys fan text, federal employee here from the 940. It's an actual crime to accept gifts as a federal employee. But politicians can accept money from anywhere or anyone. Nice. TSA can't do it, but Nancy Pelosi can't. I mean, they're all able to accept lobbyist money or you play the stock market. These poor TSA agents who are just sitting there. I don't know what TSA agents make on a regular salary, but I bet you it's not enough to be able to afford not going without a paycheck for 2 months.
Yeah, I think that's probably the case for most people.
Yeah.
Except Sean. Like when Sean took all that paternity leave, he was gone. He could afford
even paternity leave that wasn't his.
Yeah, like he
was just taking Zach's.
Exactly. And so he could just take that, and it wasn't a problem. But junk drawer here on 105 through the fan. The squatter phenomenon. Is there anything right now in society that is just that you detest as much as like the squatter philosophy and mindset?
I hate, I don't know who I hate more, the squatters or the laws that protect the squatters.
But so that's a thing that exists, and there's got to be, and I understand the meaning behind it initially was it was meant to be to protect, I think, like domestic disputes, to where you couldn't just kick somebody out, like you couldn't kick out a spouse or something. I think that's what it initially started.
Yeah, to me, like if
it needs to be fixed.
If I own a home that's a second home, and you're in there, you don't belong. It's my house.
It is.
I own the house. Like I know. There's this wild idea that some people have where we shouldn't be able to own property anymore. Tough. I own it. Get out.
It is a society. It's society's version of the tuck rule, the squatters' rights, and it is now extended past Housing, Choppy.
Oh, no.
We now have hospital squatters.
People not leaving?
This is a real thing. Florida. A Florida hospital is suing to evict a patient who will not leave a room 5 months after they were discharged. So this hospital in Florida, Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare, sued this patient saying she has refused to depart her hospital room even though she was discharged early last October. The hospital also asked a state judge in Tallahassee for an injunction, ordering the patient to vacate the hospital room and authorizing... the AP pop-up just came up here. This is from the AP, by the way. Also asked the state judge for an injunction ordering the patient to vacate the hospital room and authorizing the county sheriff's office to assist if necessary. The hospital said that the resources have been diverted from helping other patients because of her occupation of the room. They said defendants' continued occupancy prevents us from using the bed for patients needing acute care. And the opening line in this, I feel like, is a great name for like a 1980s British hipster band, like their album called The Patient in Room 373 Refuses to Leave. I feel like that's just like a hipster album title, but that's how they open it up. But
that actually is a good album title.
She won't leave. Now, my question about this, because there's not a whole lot of details about her reasoning or anything else. My question is, have they just started ignoring her? Or are they still going in there and being like, hey, do you need a fruit cup? Let's change your bed, like your bed lining or whatever else. I would think that you would just choose to just stop helping in there.
Right.
You've discharged
Sooner or
her.
later, they're going to get bed bugs and they're going to want to leave.
Yeah, exactly.
And that bill has to keep climbing, right? They're probably billing her, and then if she's not paying, then that's when you got to give up on her.
I assume she's not paying.
She's not paying.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, there's no way. Just like the squatters aren't paying. But squatters' rights exist in a hospital now, apparently.
That's insane. I hate squatters. The entitlement. I'm not leaving.
Yeah.
You can't force it. Yeah, I mean, I can. It's
now,
my house.
I do wonder, because it doesn't give the details. Is she one of these people who's just like, I know I'm not well, and you're telling me to go home, and I'm telling you I'm still sick. You need to treat me. I don't know. Even if she's doing that, though, like, go to another hospital if they're not doing what they need to.
I would want to go to the hospital. But like, if the squatter changes your locks, oh no,
that happened. Who's the NBA reporter that happened to?
Chris Haynes, right?
Yeah, Chris Haynes.
Atlanta.
Chris Haynes had that happen, where like they were in his house, changed the locks. There was nothing he could do. They wouldn't kick him out. It was his daughter's house, and they just took it over.
And he wasn't renting it to them? They just walked in?
No, he showed up to, like, his daughter was coming back to school, so he showed up to get the house ready, and they were in his house and wouldn't leave.
So this is where you just go in and just...
That's what he said. He's like, they can tell me what the law is all they want. I'm going in there to handle it at 5 o'clock today if they don't.
Yeah.
And, like, they eventually did leave.
Yeah, I mean, like, in Texas, that's your property, castle doctrine, right? Let's go.
Yeah, I think castle doctrine is for you're defending, you're already on there. I don't think it's about, like, take it back. Like, I don't think it's like charging them
I mean,
it may be. I don't know.
Maybe. All right, junk drawer here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, Chat GPT, what?
Now then, if we have time for my next story, I'm going to do it because Sean's not here.
Do it.
No, go ahead. Do yours first.
I was going to do the Chat GPT in the 50 states. They got more of this.
Go ahead.
All right. So, do you want best places to live or the best weather?
Best places to live.
Okay. Best Chat GPT ranked the top, all the 50 states, best places to live. Number 1, Texas.
Hell yeah. Did it say what it was taking into account?
It doesn't. What's that?
Did it say what it was taking into account?
No. It just said they asked ChatGPT to rank the best places to live. Number 1 is Texas. Number 2 is Florida. No surprise. Those are the 2 best. Number 3, North Carolina. I like North Carolina.
I do too.
I've always enjoyed it there. Number 4, Tennessee. Number 5, Arizona. All decent weather. At least warm. They're hot, but at least warm, right? 5, Georgia. 7, Colorado. 8, South Carolina. You were just there. Could you see yourself ever living? Were you near the ocean?
I liked Virginia. Virginia was really pretty.
Yeah. Were you near the ocean in South Carolina at all?
Nope.
9, Utah, then 10 is Virginia. So that's your top 10 in terms of places to live. Your bottom 10, North Dakota's at 50, New Jersey at 49, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New York at 45, California at 44, Louisiana, Illinois, Oregon, West Virginia. We finally found a list where Mississippi isn't in the bottom 10.
Yeah, that's good for them.
Finally found one. Move it up, baby.
Routinely, they are last place because they are just the like flat out the poorest state in the country.
They were 39.
Okay,
Here, I highly disagree with this one. Hawaii at 38. I imagine I would enjoy living in Hawaii.
I would assume that this list then is taking into account costs because Hawaii is expensive as hell.
Or volcanoes.
It would have volcanoes. Yeah, because New Jersey, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New York, California, that's 6 of the bottom or 5 of the bottom 6. So that would be cost. Yeah, that would be cost induced.
All right. Next story here in the junk drawer. The one that I've had in my email for a couple weeks. Sean wouldn't go to it.
Oh boy,
I want to know if I start telling. I'm going to ask you. So you tell me if you guys touched on this while I was out. Did you guys talk about the Red Sox promotional night?
I don't think so.
Nope.
So Magic City might have been too much for the NBA, but the Boston Red Sox are ready to level up their promotion game with heated rivalry night. That sounds cool, right? Like celebrating rivalries. They must be like, must be about the AL East or something. Nope, it's not anti-Yankee shirts or anything like that. This promotion is all about a tie-in to a steamy novel written by Rachel Reed called Heated Rivalry, which is about 2 rival NHL
is this
players
the hockey
who
show?
Start hooking up.
Yeah,
in
this
secret.
is the Netflix hockey show or Hulu or whatever.
So here's the release from the, well, I guess I shouldn't say release. Here's the statement from the Boston Red Sox. Coming soon in 2026. They should have used different words there too. Will you meet us here or will you meet us there? Join us and Harlequin in the City, where Ilya rules the ice for a summer night that's anything but ordinary. Inspired by Rachel Reed's #1 best-selling romance book, Heated Rivalry Night brings the passion and electric chemistry of Shane Hollander and Ilya Rosanov's story into a setting that knows a thing or two about unforgettable rivalries. What exactly is in store? Let's just say the night will be filled with surprises and special moments that fans of the Game Changer series won't want to miss. And yes, author Rachel Reed herself will be in attendance, but more on that soon. Sign up below to be the first to hear about the details as they're revealed.
Heated rivalry night.
I would
at
really,
Fenway.
I would like to just, if I was on Boston radio, I would go into whatever neighborhood Mark Wahlberg grew up in, and I would just find people on the street, and I'd be like, could you just, I wanted you to blind read this promotional night and share your thoughts.
Why the neighborhood that Mark Wahlberg grew up in?
I mean, just Google Mark Wahlberg's history. Before he got
really?
famous. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, I see why Sean didn't want to touch on that.
I didn't do well. I mean, verbatim.
Yeah,
watch your phrasing.
there you go.
No, that's I didn't do anything. I just read what the night was.
Junk drawer here on Sean and RJ 105.
Jaden Ivey will not be there.
Oh, no, he won't. Chuck Morgan next. Opening day 105 through the Fan.
Now on camera.
HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt. Peyton alongside. Aiden over here, too. Sean is out today. Not sick, just taking Easter weekend. Taking the Easter weekend off. He's off today. I'll be off Monday as well.
So why are we here?
Because we didn't request off for Easter weekend.
No. Man. Should have done that. Should have put in the request.
Should have. We just didn't. We didn't. I got to put some days in. Or actually, I might not. I got to figure out what I'm doing for Hoover, Alabama. I got a baseball tournament there in June. And
Hoover, Alabama. How big is Hoover?
That's out of Birmingham. So it's in Birmingham. So there's a big baseball tournament there. And I might just have to do the show from the hotel room.
You going to do some Alabama barbecue while you're out there?
I've never had it. Or I have, but it's been years, and I don't remember it.
It's not bad.
No?
I like it better than Tennessee.
Wow.
Martin's was good. Martin's was good that I had the other day. But, like, in general, I don't like Memphis-style barbecue.
Okay. Well, that shot's fired because our next guest does have a history in the state of Tennessee, the great Chuck Morgan. Chuck, Bobby slandering the barbecue there, saying Alabama barbecue's better. I don't know about that. Good morning, Chuck. How we doing? Happy opening day.
Well, I got to tell you, RJ, I know this probably upset you a little bit, but my oldest son played. He was a catcher at Alabama for 3 years, and man, Dreamland Barbecue.
There we go. There we go. Yeah, Dreamland.
RJ, if you go to, you and Bobby need to go to Dreamland sometime, and you'll find a dollar bill with autographed by me on the wall there, because there's thousands of them. But anyway, great to be with you all today.
Well, it's always great to have you on. We love having you on. We try to have you on every opening day because it's one of 162. It doesn't, in the grand scheme of things, mean a whole lot, but it does mean a whole lot at the same time to baseball fans, and it probably never gets old for you. But what are some, take us through what some of the new things that we're going to see at the ballpark this year, from, even the food items or to even just the game day presentation?
The thing about the game day presentation, one of the things that we're looking for, and we want a lot of energy in the ballpark. We want these players to know that we're behind them. We want all the fans to know that we're all for Texas. So we're going to focus on getting the crowd to make a lot of noise and reward those Rangers with a lot of noise after they do something big and things like that. And, of course, the food's always good with Hurtado Barbecue out here, and all of the folks at Delaware North. They do a great job with all that. And the only one I wonder about is that sombrero with all those nachos in it. I saw pictures of that yesterday. I don't know about that one, but no, everybody's going to come out here and have a good time. But RJ, being a baseball fan as long as I have, there's just nothing better than opening day. And I tell everybody there'll be a little kid out here today, like I was 60 years ago, and you'll see something today that you'll probably remember the rest of your life, and that you were there for opening day to see that. So it's a special day.
Chuck, it's one of those things where whenever teams move into a new ballpark or a new arena or whatever else, there's always kind of that initial museum feel to it, right? Like you walk in and you're like, oh, this is new. This doesn't feel lived in yet. I went to a game last year and I was starting to feel a little bit like, all right, it's starting to feel a little more like home. It's not starting to feel as new. Have you started to get the sense like the crowd has started to settle in the last year or so of just like, hey, this ballpark feels like it's getting a little bit of its character now?
Bobby, I do, and I think one of the things that helped that, it always helps to win, and I think that year in 2023, when you had the ALCS games here and we were playing Houston, and we've had playoff games here, and there was that one game against Baltimore in the playoffs where the crowd rewarded Nathan Eovaldi with one of the greatest ovations and kind of thanks for a great effort that I've ever seen in Rangers history. I've seen Juan Gonzalez get curtain calls and Nolan Ryan, of course, but how loud that was for Eovaldi was just unbelievable. That's one of my favorite moments. But I think winning helps that, and the other thing, we really want folks to feel at home, and when they come here, and that, like I said before, we're all for Texas.
You know, Chuck, and we're talking with Chuck Morgan here on 105 through the Fan. Rangers home opener later today against the Cincinnati Reds. You know, a lot of times, I think opening day is probably the game that's going to have the largest percentage in the crowd of any game that year of, like, this is somebody's first baseball game, because it's such an easy target date. So for somebody walking in there today, and what are you saying to somebody who's, you know, running the events and things? What are some do's and don'ts you think for crowd participation that you think people should really be locked into if this is their first game at the ballpark today?
You know, as far as, you know, I just want them to enjoy the experience. And, you know, when something big happens, get behind those Rangers. You know, you see you get 2 strikes on the batter, let Mackenzie Gore know that there's 40,000 people behind him, and we're right with him. And, you know, when Corey Seager gets that double and drives in a couple of runs, let him know you like that. Just stuff like that. I don't know if I have any don'ts. I know there's a lot of rules that we all have to follow these days, but, you know, just have a great time and enjoy the Rangers coming out and playing some baseball. And it really helps, Bobby, that we're off to this good start and the way they played on the road. And, you know, I really like watching Brandon Nimmo play.
Yeah.
You know, that's another thing I think, Bobby, that fans ought to really enjoy is watching him play. And then for all of us to get to watch Andrew McCutchen every day now, that's a pretty good treat.
Chuck, you know, take me through your perfect day. Do you like a day baseball game, cool weather, roof open, or night baseball game, cool weather, roof open?
You know, I'm more of the, haven't been here a long time. I'm a veteran of a lot of night games because back in the day, it used to get so dang hot. You know, I don't know if y'all remember, you may not be old enough to remember this, but back at Arlington Stadium, we had that grandfather clause where we could play night games on Sunday night and still be televised because that was ESPN's night for a long time. So we would play night games on Sunday nights. But, you know, RJ, that's hard for me to answer because I'm such a baseball fan. I love the ball game. So if it's at 105, I'm fine. I mean, I've had starts sometimes at 11:35 in the morning. But it doesn't matter to me. But you take a good night game on a Friday or Saturday night. A lot of folks in the ballpark, and the weather's good enough where we can open that roof. It just doesn't get much better than that. And then the other thing, remember, again, you guys may not be old enough, but we used to have these matchups on Sunday afternoons between Nolan Ryan and Roger Clemens when we'd play the Red Sox. And those Sunday afternoons were just absolutely beautiful at Arlington Stadium. And so that's another thing, a good Sunday afternoon game with the roof open and the weather's nice. That's a lot of fun, too.
Chuck, you mentioned you've spent a long time around the game of baseball and are so passionate about it. There's obviously been a lot of different changes to the game in recent years to, kind of boost popularity with the more average fan. Different things like the pitch clock and now the ABS challenge system, the bigger bases, all those different things. How have you felt about the evolution of the game and where it's heading?
Well, you're asking the wrong guy because haven't been around the game a long time. I'm a real old, hard traditionalist. I mean, I'm so old. If it was left up to me, the only time the two leagues would meet would be in the World Series.
Oh, baby. I like it.
And here's the other thing. Here, we'd get the Yankees in twice a year. We get the Red Sox in twice a year. That doesn't happen anymore. Mm-hmm. We get Houston here twice, which is good. But, what I don't like, Bobby, is I don't like the guy on second to start the extra innings. I know why that was put in.
Thank you.
Not a big fan. But the pitch clock, I'm okay with. I don't know why they couldn't police that without putting that clock in, but, the clocks work real well. I really like the ABS. I mean, technology's changed so much, I'd hate to be the umpire back there getting questioned like that, but so far I like the ABS thing. But the one thing that I'd get rid of is the guy on second base to start the extra innings. I'm just not a fan of that. And in fact, I'll tell you a funny story. The first or second time that ever happened, I'm in my booth, and Nolan Ryan and his wife Ruth were watching at home down by Austin, and the phone rings in the start of the middle of the 10th inning, and Ruth Ryan says, "Chuck, Nolan wants to know how you score that guy on your score sheet if he scores, and who gets an earned." And I said, "Well, Ruth, it's a earned run. It's a team earned run, not for the pitcher." So Nolan was worrying about how to score that.
Absolutely right. Yeah, he did. If you got the second base off him, you better earn it. That's how he would have looked at it.
Exactly.
I want to ask you this about ABS because you brought it up. All right, so when we're in the stadium, how are we, the fans in the ballpark, going to take in the ABS? Is it going to be? Is it real time on the jumbotron? How does that work?
Yeah, it's just like you're at home. We worked with it in the 2 exhibition games we had against Kansas City last week, and it works just the way it does. You're watching. You just look up on the big screen. The umpire will turn around and make the announcement that either the hitter or the catcher or the pitcher is challenging the call, and then it'll pop up there on the board, and you'll see where the pitch was, and just like you see at home on TV. So it worked real well here, and we had some experience with it before. They did it during the Futures game when they had the All-Star game here. So it works okay. It's really great. I think it's good. I like it.
Chuck, last one before we get you out of here. And you know, you don't want to end on something controversial, but how do you respond to the allegations that there has been a lot of wagering on the dot races and that you've turned a blind eye to it?
You know, over the years, I've benefited from some of that. I hate to admit that.
Oh, you're taking payments under the table.
You invented it.
It's not really. It'll either be a cheeseburger or a rack of ribs or something like that. And it's unfortunate that that's happened, but that's just the way the world is, and I'm sorry about it. But I have to remind you, there is no wagering.
That's right. You say
it's an exhibition.
There you go.
Yes, you say it. Chuck Morgan, thank you so much. Happy opening day. Appreciate you joining us.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate what you all do for the Rangers, and let's go Rangers. Hey, I've got the trophy in my office for fans to take a picture of. I'm ready for another one. I want another one.
There we go. Let's get it. And look, one of us needs to throw the first pitch out. I don't know if you know anybody that can help out with that, but one of us needs to throw the first pitch out at the ball game this year.
I'm going to work on that. We'll get that going.
There we go. Chuck Morgan here on 105.3 The Fan. KNC's the ballpark today?
They are at the ballpark, and they're going to have Chris Young and Peyton, Skip Schumacher as well, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, Skip Schumacher and Chris Young on with KNC today, and they have a full show. They actually do have to be there for a full show since it's a 3 o'clock start.
Yeah.
It's not a 1 o'clock or anything else like that.
So do they actually have to stay a little bit longer? Because doesn't pregame
30 minutes.
Oh,
so they have a 4.5 hour show?
Oh, I couldn't imagine.
Oh, my God. How are they ever going to deal with that?
I think it balances from the rest of the year, to be honest. But
I think it does.
I will say, I actually did. I had never thought to bet on the dot race until it was announced that we weren't allowed to. And I did wager on it one time. I lost.
Really?
Yep, lost $50.
Dang. Alec Medford has told me it's an hour-long pregame today because it's the home opener. So,
yeah, the KNC probably said, no, we're not working that extra 30 minutes.
Yep.
Sean and I, and even you were part of the 5:30. Did that for years.
Well, no, I wasn't. I would show up at 6. You guys would.
Right. You showed up at 6.
Does your contract still say 6 o'clock show up?
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it says it for everybody else's too now.
Yeah, it really does.
And that's why I showed up at 6:30 today.
Chuck Morgan here on 105 The Fan on opening day. Let's update you on the Tiger Woods story. And then, you know what? A little blind rankings. Yeah! I love blind rankings, and we're going to blind rank some categories. Next on Sean and RJ on 105 The Fan. If we get you over to Base Power and switch over.
Amazon.com/hub delivery.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3. The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Line rankings here in a moment. Aiden's going to be in studio. Aiden in studio to do it with us. I want to give you a quick update on Tiger Woods. He is leaving the country to go get treatment. I can't believe the judge okayed this. He's citing privacy concerns. This guy and his privacy, man. Holy crap. Is he the first person to be famous? He has to leave the country to go get treatment for this? I mean, he's literally friends with the president. Like, get him some privacy. You can find the guy some privacy.
He's not that good of friends with the president.
He called the president.
If I was good enough friends with the president would not tell people not to get in the car with me.
Did you see what happened?
Kids, that's why he's saying it.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I would not be like that close with somebody who I'm saying, grandkids, don't get in the car with him.
But who did Tiger call? Tiger is sitting there talking to the police after he had already spoken to the police.
He said, sorry, I was on the phone with the president.
I was on the phone with the president.
And did we know that was for sure, or was he just saying that?
I don't know. Yeah,
I think he was just saying.
Is he a liar, though? I don't know.
What?
Yeah, he's kind of a famous liar,
Why
Peyton.
is that the first excuse, though? That wouldn't be the first thing to come into my mind.
Because where was this? This was Florida?
In Florida.
Yeah, that's a pretty quick way out of a ticket.
I saw the road they're on. They're on a small, little tiny road. How fast could you possibly be going to flip that?
He clipped the back of a truck when he tried to pass a truck, clipped it.
You can roll a car going not too terribly fast if you do clip something.
I figured you got to be going like 50 miles an hour to flip a car, right?
Yeah, at least.
At least.
Yeah.
There's no way he was going 50 miles an hour on that road with that kind of traffic. But we have some body cam audio. This is the audio of the body cam.
Look down my phone, and all of a sudden, boom.
I'm gonna just take a look at it. Go in and just take. Is this comfortable for you?
Yeah.
You all right? Okay.
Yeah. Show us more.
I don't feel anything out of the asshole. We're still gonna have our medic come and check you out. All right?
Yeah.
All right.
Say again?
Just keep you down here with us, please.
Yeah, I was just talking to the president.
Talking to the president.
I'm telling you, if this is 2 years ago, he's not dropping that line with those police officers.
Well, he didn't know the president.
Well, he didn't. Yeah, he wasn't
If
friends
he
with the
did,
president.
though, he would drop it in Florida. This was a get out of it. No, this was a get out of a ticket move. That's what this was.
Maybe, but it's I buy that he was.
I think his name is enough to get out of the ticket.
Yeah, that may be true.
They're pointing out 214 on the fan text says Aiden is not making friends right now with his hat. He's got his Green Bay Packers hat. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's just now you're making friends with just the NFL logo.
Like Rob Lowe.
Yeah, right.
There you
right.
go. Can I share my hot take before we get into blind ranking?
Go ahead.
And it's a literal take about hotness.
Okay.
I have decided, it just kind of occurred to me, that I think that dyed blonde hair girl is significantly more attractive than natural blonde hair girl.
Huh. What color eyes?
Doesn't matter. I think generally anybody, I feel like a lot of the people who do the dyed blonde look are already attractive and they want to do a certain thing of like, oh, this is a good look, whatever. And whereas it's more of a crapshoot if you're a natural blonde.
I can buy that. Now, I will say I need the roots. I need the roots to show. I don't want the dyed blonde look with no roots because then it looks like you're in the Fifth Element.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's how you know. Like, for instance, the girl on the TV right now, the roots are exposed.
Exposed. I like the exposed roots.
Mm-hmm. So I'm saying that I think in general, I think there's a greater percentage of dyed blonde-haired women that are, on average, more attractive than the natural blonde.
Not a hot take. Not that hot of a take. Do we have an update for blind? Oh, do we have an intro? We have an intro.
Yeah, we have an intro for blind ranking.
Okay. All right. Oh God, I forgot about this, Mike. Why did I?
Did you see the video I sent you last night? By the way,
maybe
the Helen Keller video.
No, I don't.
Dude,
I didn't get this.
A
one.
surgical, not fringy takedown of. There's a lot of evidence that Helen Keller was not. That, like, there's a lot of mythology about.
Well, what are you doing here? We got conspiracy.
I'm just saying.
Mythology.
I'm just saying.
It's Alex Jones in here.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Conspiracy theorist.
Hey, when you're driving home today, listen to that. Open it on YouTube and listen, just because it's super fascinating. Anyway, sorry, go ahead. Blind ranking.
All right, blind ranking. So this is what you do. You have no idea what I'm going to say. I'm going to give you a category. There's going to be 5, 1 through 5. You order them without knowing what's coming next.
Yep.
Okay. So these are the categories you guys pick: non-alcoholic drinks, social media apps, conspiracy theories, foods, actors, ice cream flavors, alcoholic drinks, vacation destinations, and movie villains.
I mean, we just said it, so might as well jump into conspiracy theories.
Conspiracy theories?
And how are we choosing to rank this? Are we choosing to rank this by the entertainment factor of it or the quality and how accurate we think it might be?
Ooh.
Because there's some really entertaining, like it's like watching a movie of like, wow, that was a great movie. It's totally fiction, but it was nice.
Yeah, we rank believability.
Yeah.
Believability.
Okay, all right.
Believability.
All right. 1 through 5.
All right.
1 through 5, 5 through 1.
I have so many written down, I don't even know which one to start with. MH370. That's the Malaysian airline that disappeared about 14 years ago, maybe?
No, it wasn't that long ago.
I think it was like 2013. So 13 years ago?
That's a top 3 one for me. Top 3 in
That's
this
top
one.
3?
I can't go 1. I can't start off with 1. I'm going to go 2.
I'm going 3.
You going 3?
Yep.
Okay, so I need to see the most common expert explanation for the disappearance of it is a deliberate, premeditated act of murder-suicide. Yeah, that's what I think it is. So if we're talking about believability, that's what then that's what I think happened. And unless we're saying something alternative to that. So I'm going to say that that's the conspiracy, is that because we don't know what happened, and so the thought is that's what happened. I'm going to say that's 1.
You said it's 1?
If that's believability, that's 1. I think that's 100% what happened.
Okay. The Great Pyramid at Giza.
And what's the conspiracy?
There's so many.
I know there's a bunch.
Bobby, just
That's
go
my
down.
number 1.
That's your number 1? Yeah, that they're all pointing to true north, and that the if you take the area of the square of the base, it's the circumference of the earth. If you multiply by
the way the stones are put in there.
I'm voting for this based on I'm Googling what you say and conspiracy and seeing what kicks back. And this says conspiracy surrounding the Great Pyramid of Giza often propose that its 4,600-year-old construction was achieved via advanced, lost, or extraterrestrial technology. So for me, that's going lower on the list if that's what we're saying.
I don't believe in extraterrestrial technology. I think it was like I'm
going to say that's
ancient civilization.
4. Where'd you put it?
3. That's my number 1.
Peyton?
I did 4 as well. There's got to be a worse.
Got to be a worse. Okay. The 9/11 conspiracy.
5.
5.
Yep. That is exactly what I was holding out on when I put pyramids at 4.
It's number 2.
Oh.
It's number 2. Oh, you're a Building 7 guy, aren't you?
Aiden believes it. That's why.
You're a Building 7.
So again, it comes down to what is it? Controlled demolition? They allowed it to happen. Either way, I don't think they would. Noam Chomsky. Now we're getting like super deep.
Yeah.
Who would be one of like the most aggressive like opponents of that administration at the time? Has even said before, he's like just super unlikely. Like he's like they're not competent enough to pull that off and hide it.
What about the Pentagon? Like they couldn't.
The Pentagon is so. Here's my thought on the Pentagon. There's no way we don't have video of that. Like we got a grainy still, but so all I think is that whatever the video is, just like that didn't look like that looked like a failure. So we don't necessarily want to expose. But I don't think it. I think it's more just covering like we kind of screwed up here. I don't think it was like a purposeful thing.
All right, next one.
Item.
John Fitzgerald Kennedy.
See, from an entertainment standpoint, this is 1. But if we're talking about believability, which is, I'm going to say 2. I do think that it's become such a popular one that people have become comfortable just assuming everything about the Warren Commission was wrong, and it wasn't. There's a lot. I think the truth is in the middle. I think the truth is in the middle, and they did cover some stuff up, and I think that one definitely had more of a conspiracy like plan to it.
You got it. You got yours, Peyton?
I only have 1 and 3 left. See, this is where I'm going to have to take a risk. Is what RJ's going to pick next?
Believability?
Yeah. All right, I'll go 3. I'll go
Ooh.
3. Okay.
Chop is going to. What did you put here, Aiden?
I had 4 and 5 left. I put it at 4. It's one that I haven't been that interested in. It's just. It's a little too normal.
Kids these days.
No,
Too
hey,
normal?
calm down, Grandpa.
It's too
It's just too normal.
It's too normal. Okay, finally, last
It's
one.
not that normal. You start getting into mafia angles and stuff. It's incredibly
not normal
interesting.
at all. The lost city of Atlantis.
Oh God, 3.
It's got to be my pride.
Do you like that one?
Yeah.
You do. So you're familiar with it.
You gonna throw Up in there? Or like you gonna throw other like Disney movies, stuff that Disney movies were made around?
All right.
I don't know what you're talking about there.
Okay, Grandpa.
So there you go. What'd you get? What would you finally come up with?
MH370, JFK, Atlantis, Pyramids of Giza, 9/11, which I feel comfortable about that.
That's a good list.
I feel comfortable with that.
This is believability to me. It's pyramids, 9/11, the Malaysia flight, JFK, and then Atlantis.
And do you feel good about that ranking?
I mean,
Or
not
would
that
you-
Atlantis. I would switch the Malaysia flight and Atlantis.
Okay.
My list sucks. I had to go Atlantis City 1, the flight 2, JFK 3, 4 pyramids, 5, 9/11.
Okay. I don't hate that one. I don't hate that one. All right, next category.
The most normal list.
We got to run through this quick.
Yeah, we got one.
You want social media apps? You want actors, foods, ice cream flavors, alcoholic drinks?
Actors.
Vacation destinations or movie villains?
Actors.
Aiden
threw it out there, so we'll do that.
Female actors, right?
No.
They're actresses.
Oh, that's right.
Hugh Jackman.
Although in this day and age. Hugh Jackman. And this is about quality.
Yeah, but you're just...
Yeah, okay, all right. I'm going to say 4. If this was about like his persona, I think he's a nice guy. He goes viral for a lot of things, so I would have him higher. But for the actual acting, he's going to be 4.
For Wolverine alone, he's number 3.
Okay. Peyton, you got yours?
I did 3 as well.
All right. Mark Wahlberg.
Oh, man.
You learned about Mark Wahlberg today, didn't you?
I did.
Is that why you threw him in here?
Yeah.
He was good for a period, but he's too campy now. He's 5.
Yeah, I put him at 5 as well.
I went with 4.
4.
Right under Hugh.
Bruce Willis. I don't know. Peyton, do you know who that is?
Probably he's suggesting he's acting.
You know who that is?
Yes.
Okay.
6 Sense?
Yeah. Die Hard.
Yeah, okay, 3.
Yeah.
But I know you're going to throw out some crappy ones, so I'm probably not going to like that. I just put him at 3
I'll put
either.
him at 4.
We're doing
5
blind
with
ranking
Bruce.
here. By the way.
5? You going 5?
Yeah, there's got to be better ones.
George Clooney.
Ooh.
Oh, well.
Batman.
2. See, I don't really love any of these actors.
He's my 2, yeah.
2,
Batman.
Peyton?
You know what? I'm going to go 1.
1. Okay.
1.
That's not a bad philosophy.
Not a bad- he's a good-
because
he's good.
Chop very well could throw out like Vin Diesel here.
I could, but I'm not. Robert Downey
That's
Jr.
1.
That's
Yep.
easy number 1.
Yep. No,
That's Iron Man.
I actually, the only thing I would have switched on this list is I would have flipped Hugh Jackman and Bruce Willis, but otherwise I like it.
I would have just switched Clooney from 2 to 3 and put Hugh Jackman at 2.
You like Hugh better than George?
Wolverine, X-Men, that was my childhood.
That is your child.
So I went Robert Downey Jr., George
That
Clooney.
was yesterday.
Robert Downey Jr., George Clooney, Bruce Willis, Hugh Jackman, Mark Wahlberg. I like that. The only thing I would flip is Hugh Jackman and Bruce Willis.
I got Robert Downey, Clooney, Jackman, Bruce Willis, and Marky Mark.
That's not bad.
I went George Clooney 1, Robert Downey Jr. 2, Hugh Jackman 3, Mark Wahlberg 4, Bruce Willis.
Wow,
5.
Bruce Willis.
Marky
5.
Mark over Bruce?
Well, it was blind,
list.
Aiden. It was blind. I didn't mean
Wow.
that.
Yeah, okay.
Are we ranking them now or their careers?
Oh, stop it. Stop it. My gosh. Holy cow. All right, what's coming up and below the belt before you get fired?
Let's talk about the Cowboys next on the Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, we will be live from Globe Life Field for the Texas Rangers home opener.
Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
What's going on with the Cowboys roster? What do they have in hand?
Right? 53 men.
They actually have more than that right now, I think.
Yeah, probably 90.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe they have to. I can't remember when they've always got these weird trigger dates where it's like you got to have this many by this date and you got to have this many by this date and change it up. But yeah, they should have over 53 right now with reserve future contracts.
90 is the max you can have at all at any point.
I believe, or 91 if you've got an exemption for a international player.
International players don't count.
International pathway players, guys who I can't remember what the exact.
Jordan Mailata, right?
Mailata may have been like that in the past. Isaac Alarcon was that way. So when they had, I want the cake.
Yeah,
when they had him,
yeah.
They have been able to. You basically get an extra spot on practice squad and an extra spot on the roster during training camp if you got one of those
still
players.
50, 40, whatever.
Well, yeah, when you cut down, it's 53. Like you won't get the exemption if they're on the active roster, but like you can hold that player because they want to develop international players. So they go, okay, we'll give you an exemption to hold that international player on for an extra spot on the practice squad. So that's why the Cowboys have always liked having those players because then it's like, well, it's a free roster spot basically to have and hold on to. But let's take a look at what the Cowboys roster looks like. Do a little bit of roster inventory for the Dallas Cowboys as we rapidly approach the NFL draft here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation. Before we do that, I just found, I've told you before, one of my favorite websites out there now is Foyaball, which is the college football website where this guy, good writer, David Cavucci, he does Freedom of Information Act requests all the time about college football programs and then writes about the documents he gets. And so I'm excited to go over this one on Monday. Work out like Lane Kiffin with Lane Kiffin's workout playlists. So some of this was because a lot of this ends up in emails or just various things like that you were able to find and like, why the hell is this in a, it's not like a, hey, you've got to submit your workout playlist so the university has it. But if for some reason the playlist or whatever is in an email for practice or whatever, and then those emails are part of the Freedom of Information Act, then we're just scanning through documents, you can find them. So I haven't read through this yet. I don't know how he targeted this and how he found this.
That's amazing.
But I did see there are a couple different playlists here. I did see that there is one workout playlist. Just one. There's a couple other playlists that is, but there's one called Workout that has 5 songs on it, totaling 16 minutes. And these were the songs. Like a Prayer.
It's a good song.
Oh My Love by The Score. I don't think I know that. Love Story, Taylor's version.
Now, it's the same as her regular version.
You Need to Calm Down, Taylor Swift. And Grow a Pair by Kesha.
Need to calm down.
I think this might have been somebody else using this account. Like, maybe
he does yoga. Like that.
That's true. Never mind. This is his. You're right. 100%. So we'll have to look through the longer playlist that has a bunch of Morgan Wallen and Ben Rector and Gracie Abrams on it.
Your playlist for cardio is going to be different than your playlist for weights, which is going to be different than your playlist.
Yeah, I wouldn't think Love Story Taylor's version would. I still would not think that would be on
Alex shaking his head over here. He's wrong. Listen,
life is a mystery. Is that the build up to running?
I think people generally now. I listen to a lot of podcasts now. I'm in like a podcast phase.
Well,
at the gym, but when I'm doing cardio, I have to watch a TV show.
Watch it. Why would you watch a TV show though?
It makes the time go by faster.
How can you focus while you're doing cardio? Like, how can you focus on a screen? I would think audio would be easier while you're doing cardio than watching something.
I'll watch. For example, I watched the entire 1923 season.
Oh,
cardio, right? I just find that or doc, the Vince McMahon, Mr. McMahon.
Can I give you the audio book for that Benny Binion thing?
Yeah.
You need to listen to that.
Yeah.
Because it's really, really... I started looking it up, by the way.
No one's doing cardio listening to Five Finger Death Punch.
You know who is obsessed...
Yeah, that's what you do weights to.
Yeah, we talked about Benny Binion yesterday during Neighborhood Watch. Do you know who I found out is obsessed with Benny Binion's story? Wants to invest in a movie being made about it?
Who?
Dana White. Dana White finds him to be like the most fascinating character that has never been talked about in public society.
Really?
Yeah, he thinks he's great. All right, let's talk about the Cowboys roster, where things stand, because we've done this. When we talk about needs, this is a little different than talking about needs. This isn't just like, clearly they need a linebacker. They don't have one. This is more just kind of evaluating where the positions stand. And we'll probably look at offense on Monday a little bit since we're into this segment some, but we'll take a look at defense as it stands now. So the Cowboys defensive line, this is officially the guys that they have on the roster who would be considered like legit defensive linemen, not necessarily stand-up players. So they still have Donovan Ezraku listed as a defensive end. He's not anymore. He's a stand-up edge player. So assuming they're 3-4 look and not a 4-down lineman look, these are the defensive linemen they have on the roster right now. Tyrus Wheat, Otito Ogbonnia, Jay Toia, Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, and that would appear to be it. And then Jonathan Bullard, who they just signed. We feel good about that? Now it's a different kind of approach when you're talking about your defensive line when you're in a 3-4. You would not have Myles Garrett in your group at that point.
Yeah, he'd be in the linebacker room.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. In that case, I'm fine.
Because Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, they're going to be a big part of it. And then you've got Bullard or whoever else would come in from the draft. Now, here's the thing, and I'll just lump this in with edge rushers right now.
By the way, how many people total would be in that room? How many starters / backups would you have on that?
When the 53-man roster comes around?
Yeah.
When you include the edge rushers that you have, probably 5, something like that. So it just depends on how many you're terming outside linebackers. All right, edge rushers now. Rashawn Gary. We've been told that Maris Liufau is moving to be more of an outside linebacker rusher type. So you're going to have him on there. You've also got Donovan Ezraku, James Houston, and the newly re-signed Sam Williams. Now, I want to talk about something really quickly because this came up with somebody the other day, and I was like, man, I don't know if the fan base has thought about this yet, and if they haven't thought about it, they might need to start processing it now. I think there's a chance they get out of the first round and they just don't pick a pass rusher.
Well, I mean, that's
I think there's a good chance that the pass rush is really centered around Rashawn Gary and Donovan Ezraku.
I get it. I bet there's a real chance of that too.
So here's the thought behind it. Philadelphia, like their stud in that look was Jalen Carter. And a lot of times it's going to be, a defensive tackle rusher that a lot of these defenses, these Fangio type schemes get pressure from. But this is not a bring the house Jim Johnson defense that Fangio runs and that Christian Parker has learned under. Christian Parker's learned under a lot of guys. His biggest influences have been Mike Elko, Mike Pettin, and Vic Fangio. Fangio specifically, who has heavily influenced a lot of this, he does not try to generate a lot of pressure with blitzes and different things like that. So one of the things that came up when we played that old podcast of Christian Parker with his college buddies when he was in Denver.
Is Fangio at all connected to the Ryan system?
No, I don't think so. Because where did he start? He was with the Panthers in the 90s, I remember Fangio was. He had gone to San Francisco and was the defensive coordinator there for a while. So his track has been New Orleans, 86 to 94 as a linebackers coach, Carolina as a defensive coordinator, Colts, Texans. He was with the Ravens in 05 or 06. So, I mean, he was learning under Rex.
Yeah, because Rex doesn't blitz and he the way that you would. He tries to bring just 4, at his peak.
Yeah, and
his best
that is
seasons.
very common for guys like Saleh and guys like that. They like to win with 4. So this is the thought process, and I'm curious what you think about this. If there are 2 ways to really frustrate a quarterback, other than just, I mean, really it is just 2. There's 2 ways that you can frustrate a quarterback. You can speed up his clock, or you can mess with his eyes, and you can mess with his head.
Or mess with his receivers and to get them off the routes.
Sure, but if you're just talking about the quarterback himself, you can speed him up, you get pressure on him, speeds up his decision-making or speeds up what he has to do, or he can't even speed up and he ends up getting sacked. Or what you can do is you can mess with his eyes and you can mess with his processing by, all right, I'm going to step up to the line of scrimmage. You're getting no tells from us. So you're not getting blitzed, but it's a very static look, and you have no idea because I'm playing head up on the receiver. I'm not giving inside leverage, outside leverage, because this is a big thing for Christian Parker. Play head up on the receiver, okay? Because at the snap of the ball, the value of you having to step to your position, the time that you lose with that, whatever split second you lose for that, is worth more in time for what the quarterback has to process of what you're doing. Because if he walks up to the line of scrimmage and goes, okay, inside leverage, he's over here, he's doing this, he's over here doing that, then he could look at half the defense and already know, all right, well, I know they're not stepping out here, I can eliminate things. So it's like a math equation almost for the quarterback, and just process of elimination, walking up to the line of scrimmage before I snap the ball, I know a lot of things they can't do. So Christian Parker and Vic Fangio has done this very big on no tells with what you're showing, and at the snap of the ball, being able to evolve and adjust into other things. And so they would value, I think, and this is why I would say I wouldn't be surprised if Rashawn Gary and Donovan Ezraku were kind of the focus and that they didn't go get another big stud edge rusher, is because for them, I don't think Christian Parker's scheme is going to be as much about speeding up the clock of the quarterback. It's going to be a lot more about make him look at it for 10 seconds. I don't care if he's not getting pressure for 10 seconds. Make him have no clue what's going on.
Yeah.
I think the Parker philosophy is I would rather mess with his head than speed up his clock. And when you're bringing pressure, you're speeding up the clock, basically, is what you're doing.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, and we saw Micah was bringing a ton of pressure against the Cowboys last year. Dak was adjusting to it, getting the ball out, had a great game. You can try to speed up some guys. Christian Parker specifically brought up the example of Aaron Rodgers being one of those guys, where he's like, great, you sped up his clock, but he already works so fast, and he's so smart, he knows what to do. I would rather try to confuse Aaron Rodgers than just make him play faster.
Well, especially a lot of times in the modern football era is that these guys have legs.
Yeah.
They're not all Jared Goff out there who can't run, right? That guy you want to bring pressure to. But the rest of them, you bring pressure to Lamar Jackson, to Josh Allen, to Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
All they're going to do is evade the pressure. And then what have you done? You didn't confuse them. They still know where to go, and they were able to buy more time. So.
Yeah, it's just you've got hot reads and different things like that. So to him, to Christian Parker, when he's talked about it, it sounds like he's definitely more of the philosophy of I make things more difficult for the quarterback if he just doesn't understand what I'm doing more than, all right, all right, things are coming a little faster. I gotta adjust to it.
Below
the belt
right here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. 9 o'clock hour on a Friday means worst take of the week. We'll get into it next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week. You are made of stupid.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ. 105 through The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton and Aid alongside Sean is out today. It is Friday. It is the Rangers home opener. We've talked Chuck Morgan. We've done Diamond Cavs. And we have Kevin and Corey live at the ballpark coming up during Crosstalk. They will be joined today by Chris Young, by Skip Schumacher, and by all you Tolos out there who are going to grace them at the ballpark, because that's what they are for the home opener. We got the Red Zone coming up at 9:20, but it is time for Worst Take of the Week, Bobby.
It is time for Worst Take, and we've got several nominees this week, and unfortunately, we're going to have to nominate, I think, potentially some people that interacted with the station on Wednesday. Was it Wednesday? Because there were some folks who were going a little too hard in defense of Jason Kidd, and we'll talk about that in a sec. But first, our first nominee, Rachel Nichols.
No, what does she say?
Rachel Nichols says that she will not vote for Luka Doncic for MVP. Basically, has ruled him out, would not consider him. She was on a podcast this week. Basically said that he is not somebody who is even qualified for consideration because he just doesn't play enough defense. The problem is that they dug up old clips of her talking about how she was voting for James Harden for MVP, and James Harden during those years was definitively playing worse defense than Luka is now. Luka's defense has been pretty solid. So, Rachel Nichols, you get a nomination there, and you should probably have your vote taken away.
That's bad. That's a bad take.
It's a really
bad take on her part.
It's a very bad take. I've got a couple others that I can throw out of here, but I know you've got some ones that you want to get through.
I have one. Aiden might like this one. My worst take of the week is to NASA.
Oh?
So Artemis.
I'm not even kidding. So disconnected. Had no idea that was happening yesterday, and I just saw people going like, "Oh, I saw this," and I was like, "What the hell are they talking about?"
Yeah. So 2 days ago, on Wednesday, they launched and they went to the moon.
Soft launch,
hard launch.
Oh.
Now listen, you want to go to outer space and land on the moon for the first time since the Wonder Years was supposedly taking place. That's fine with me. I have at it, but you cannot do this to us. You cannot do a launch to the moon where every conspiracy theorist like Aiden believes we've never been to the moon.
Yeah. Aiden said it's made of cheese.
Okay. You can't do that on April 1st.
That's why he's a Packers fan.
You cannot do a moon launch on April 1st.
Right.
You can't do that to people.
That's a good call. That is an awful...
Any other day.
Yeah.
You had 364 other days to do this. You can't do it on April 1st. It just it ties us into a pretzel. Literally any other day. Make up a day. Send it to the moon. Knock yourself out. Burn all that jet fuel. Don't care. Can't do it on April 1st. It's a bad take. Bad take by NASA.
That is a bad take. That's a bad decision. I'm with you on that because now I do think that's probably a troll.
Yeah, it could be.
Whoever determined was like, let's do it on this day.
Let's do it on this day.
That'll be fun.
Diabolical, man. That's a diabolical day to do it on.
Yeah, no, but I respect it. I like it. I'm a fan of doing it that way. All right, next up here on Worst Take, we're going to go ahead and we're going to nominate Jason Kidd.
No one's dying.
This whole... Gosh, are we still talking about that, guys? And you're co-nominated with the 12 bots that were on Twitter and the 2 people on the fan text who continue to just leave Brittany alone with Jason Kidd. Talking about he's right. Y'all stop trying to figure out blame. And it's like, no. See, here's why it's important, because a lot of people are saying just let it go. He's gone. Yeah, he's gone. That's fine. You have to find out who was so negligent in your organization that they signed off on it so that they don't do anything like that again. That's the reason why it's important. You're like, we've moved on to Cooper Flagg. All right, well, do you want somebody making the decisions for Cooper Flagg's future who also thought the Luka trade was a good idea? That's the whole reason. It's not even about Luke at that point. It's about the health of the organization moving forward. So Jason Kidd, yeah, that's why everybody's still talking about it, and that's why it matters, and why you can't just brush this one off as, no, why are we still talking about it? That's so old. He looks, I don't know about you, when you see him talk about Luka or the subject in general, does he not just look like panicked of like, it feels like he's definitely trying to just run out of clock on like statute of limitations.
Yeah, he's like, I mean, he literally said, "We still talking about this?
everything.
We still talking about this?"
And what was it? You remember he's had the awful quote right after, like, "Well, that's kind of cool. We were involved in history, like the Babe Ruth trade."
Yeah, like the Babe Ruth trade.
Are you dumb, dude?
You don't want to be the Red Sox in the Babe Ruth trade. Like,
no,
you just do not want to do that.
No.
How long is Luka out for?
So that's
a big problem. You got you Mavs fans out there who bought tickets to this game on Sunday? Sunday, right? Yeah. I feel bad for you, man. I feel bad. I purposely did.
He hurt his hamstring yesterday in a blowout.
Yeah, they were getting destroyed.
He hurts his hamstring in a blowout, and he is undergoing an MRI on Friday to determine the extent of the injury. Coach J.J. Redick said after the game, and Nico Harrison was probably quoted as saying, "Told you."
Listen, I purposely did not buy tickets to this because I've never seen him play a regular season game. Every time I've gone, he sat. Every time I've gone, he sat. So I don't want to buy that. Now, boy, by the way, did you see LeBron's plus minus last night?
Mm-mm.
It was like minus 38 or something like that.
Jeez,
it was insane. It was insane.
There you go. Worst take for the Lakers for having him out there in the blowout too.
There you go.
All right, so. My final nominee for worst take, because you've got some degenerate coming up here, don't you?
I can do degenerate, yeah.
All right, so my final nominee here, the Vancouver Canucks.
The Canucks?
Did you see this story?
Maybe.
Trevor Beggs, who is a reporter who's covered the Canucks for a long time, he has had his credential revoked. And I know a lot of times the fan text is like, who cares? You MSM. We don't even care about if you get your credentials or not. That's fine.
Middle school matchup?
No, mainstream media. Oh. The reason for why they did it is something that I would hope most everybody could get on board with. So last Thursday, the Vancouver Canucks beat reporter Trevor Beggs was escorted from Rogers Arena and had his credentials revoked during a game over a story he had written about a business related to the team's owner that didn't have to do with the Canucks.
Wait. Credential revoked?
And escorted out of the arena in the middle of a game.
Because he wrote a story about a business related to the team's owner.
That didn't have to do with the Canucks. And they just... No, you don't cover
So
it. On Monday, the team released a statement saying that the story, which had since been deleted, contains statements that are inaccurate, misleading, and cause reputational and commercial harm, and that the credential referenced will not be reinstated. On Monday, Beggs, who has covered the team since 2019, spoke about the situation on his Locked on Canucks podcast. The offending story that Beggs wrote for Daily High Vancouver was about Aquilini Vineyards, a Washington state vineyard founded by the family that owns the Canucks, which is attempting to distance itself from Harvest Plus, a local firm facing an indictment from the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Washington over accusations that it forged information on visa applications for laborers brought to the United States. Per the indictment, the firm forced these workers into unsafe conditions, and several Harvest Plus workers were at the vineyards in 2022. So he wrote a story about this, and in the middle of a game, they come find him, take his credential away, and walk him out of the arena.
This would be like Todd Archer writing an article about a Jerry Jones business.
This would be like the paternity case, which we all talked about.
Uh-huh.
That would be like everyone getting their credentials taken away for talking about that story.
Wow.
And this is why Vancouver is dead last in the Western Conference. So,
yeah,
a bunch of losers out there, man. They're already eliminated from the playoffs.
Did you see Alberta voted to they signed a petition to secede from Canada?
No,
they're
gonna
do a vote on that.
All right,
worst take. So the nominees
that's
are
everybody's.
You got one, Peyton?
I do not.
Okay.
Well, J.K. Dobbins gets one for obvious reasons.
He slipped up.
He said it 19 times in 25 seconds.
It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad.
He did.
All right, fine. We'll throw J.K. Dobbins in there. We've got Rachel Nichols for refusing to vote for Luka, even though she did it for James Harden. Jason Kidd just wants everybody to move on. Who cares if he did something negligent? Statute of limitations, bro. Choppy wants to nominate NASA for flying to the moon on April 1st. And the Vancouver Canucks for being baby back bees and stripping a reporter's credential because he wrote about a controversy involving the owner. I am voting for the Canucks.
Okay. I was debating on voting for the Canucks or for Jason Kidd.
I got to go Jason Kidd on this one. The Fantex agrees, but I
got to
right
go
now.
Kidd as well. The Canucks one is more egregious. Like, that's a bigger problem, right? That's a big issue. Yeah, that's not right.
214. Did you guys read the Kalashaw article this morning, putting the blame for the Luka deal on Cuban? Very good article. No, I have not seen that yet.
I have
but
not.
That sounds
Is
like
it
something I want
behind
to
a
hear.
paywall?
There's ways. There's a lot of Jason Kidd feedback. Yeah, this is the Fantex is voting for Jason Kidd, but man, I don't know. I think the Canucks one is an easy winner, but I lose out on the vote here. By the way, one texter 945. Weird how hard Bobby goes at the Mavericks, but somehow the Cowboys get a pass on everything. Call a spade a spade. I think I pretty routinely have. How many times have we talked about? Sean has been in here and been like, "You're being too negative." Like the McCarthy stuff. Did y'all think I was just fluffy with McCarthy?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't think you were. All right, that is worst take.
945. Go ask people over in that building if they think I've just been super friendly to them all the time.
I don't think they think that. All right, let's hook you up with some money this weekend.
I have 2 plays for you.
I'm going to vote on it. I'm going to put money on them right now.
Okay. 2 plays in college hoops. Now, both these spreads are 1.5. I'm actually not taking a side in either one. I could see all 4 of these teams winning the individual games.
Yeah, I guess so.
I could see Arizona beating Michigan. I could see Michigan beating Arizona. I could see Illinois or UConn winning that game.
Yeah, I'm done underestimating UConn.
I want the over in the Michigan-Arizona game, 157.5. 157.5. UConn plus 550 to win it all. The only one that's got remotely good odds. You want to bet against them? Go ahead. I'm not saying you lay $1,000 on it or even a full unit, but they're the only ones that have everybody else is less than 3-1, and there they are sitting at 5.5 to 1. I'll take my chances on I'll throw a nickel down on it maybe.
We cannot have UConn winning again this year.
Look, I know he's
this of all years.
I know he's why this year of all years?
Because he's been like a super aggressive in your face. I've earned it. I've done this and that, and they've been kind of underperforming entering the tournament.
They have.
So if they were to sneak in and win this would break one of the rules about the Ken Palm stuff.
Yes, it would.
Because UConn was not anywhere in the top 3.
They're not in the. They're barely in the trapezoid of excellence.
Yes,
which is the thing. Look it up.
It doesn't. That sounds like a fake name, but
it does. But it's a real thing. And we'll have a discussion on Monday. Preview this. Put this in the tease, Peyton. If UConn doesn't win at all, does that shot lose its luster from last week?
No, I don't think so.
I think so.
No, what was it?
We had
Princeton?
Trey Burke. Trey Burke made that shot. Michigan, Kansas. I was at that game.
Yeah, the Princeton shot doesn't lose its luster from years ago just because.
Oh, the back door.
Yeah. That doesn't no.
Rice
I don't think it loses its luster.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe we can talk about that next week if they win, if they move on, if they lose, maybe we can talk about it if it loses its luster. But there you go. Michigan, Arizona over 157.5. UConn plus 550 to win it all. We got the Red Zone coming up next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
It's the Red Zone here on Sean and RJ 105 through the Fan. We were going to head out to the ballpark coming up at 9:40 for Crosstalk, K&C. Opening day for the Rangers. They got Schumacher. They got Skip on. You know, you call him Skip now in more ways than one. And then Chris Young as well. They're going to join the show live from the ballpark at 9:40 for K&C. And they're going to have a full 4 hours today.
They are?
Full 4 hours. I don't know how they're going to do it.
I mean, they'll figure out a way, I'm sure. I think they're going to pull Bassick on to talk.
Probably are. All right, it's the Red Zone, Bobby.
All right. We were talking about Mike McCarthy at the end of last segment.
Yeah, we were.
Why not talk about him some more?
Okay. I like Mike. I've always been a fan of Mike. I hope Mike is listening. Hope his family's listening. I hope they still live here. I don't know if they do or not.
I mean, I think he's in Pittsburgh.
I think he's in Pittsburgh now, but I like Mike.
Yeah, no, you were always a very big fan. We've split on some people before, you and I.
It's okay.
Because there's the clip we played at the beginning of the show today that you didn't like the joke that was in there about Sean's rear end was having the same problem as a nose.
I like Grego too. Grego, I'm a big fan.
All right, Mike McCarthy. Boy, do you think he gets annoyed by this at all? He's sitting there at league meetings, and I don't know who asked it. And you normally get this. When you're at a national thing, for instance, when Shoddy was standing up there at Combine, somebody would randomly walk over and just be like, hey, what did you think about the Colts, cornerbacks coach when he was an intern on the same staff as you 18 years ago? They're all looking for their quote. They got to do it. So Mike McCarthy's sitting there with the Pittsburgh Steelers media. You got some national people. You got some Dallas media that slid in there and just decided to say, Mike, have you reflected any more on your time with the Dallas Cowboys?
Great experience. I think just like anything, especially the last couple of days, the people, just some great people there. Really enjoyed working with them. It was Jerry. I mean, I got to see him on Sunday. So I miss him in a lot of ways. So he's. I think I've heard all the stories 10 times, so I think I'm going on storytelling. But no, the family and just the way they treat the people working there, that's definitely something I miss. But I'm thankful for all my experiences. The start was wild. I mean, the pandemic year was something I look back on it. I feel like I could have did a better job. We just had a lot of balls in the air. But I thought once we got the program going, I thought we kind of hit our stride there in the second year, and I really liked the direction of the team. When I left there, I liked the draft classes we put together. So I have nothing but great things to say about my experience in Dallas. Media's a pain in the ass, but there has to be one negative.
Media's a pain in the ass.
He's talking about you. He was talking about you.
I think he could be talking about a few different people. I definitely don't think that
dramatic there, Nick.
It's a partial joke. It's like media sucks because y'all are right here, huh? It's partly that. But when he said that, I'm certain there were like 4 people that flashed in his mind of like, yeah, especially those.
Bobby's got a conscience.
All right, let's name them here.
Oh, me and Clarence, 1 and 2.
Was Clarence not a fan?
No, Mike, I don't think was a fan of Clarence all the time.
Kyle Yeomans.
No, I think he liked Kyle Yeomans. No, it was I think me and Clarence, and then probably a couple others that I just don't even know about.
Yeah, I think that's.
Look. Here's the reason why.
Same way with every coach,
here's the reason why I wanted to play this though, because he needs to do what I have not.
Let it go.
Got to move on.
Yeah, he does.
Because he was asked.
He was asked.
I know he was asked, but he was asked about reflecting, like, how was your time in Dallas, yada, yada, yada. And for him to just he is talking about this COVID year still. Well, I mean, we're really putting a hole. So we're 31 other teams, dude. Everybody, like, Washington, I think, made the playoffs that year with a new head coach in the same sort of function and a much more dysfunctional building. And they managed to do it. So we're going to basically be like, yeah, I was kind of cheated out of years. So really, when you think about it, I went 12-5 every year except the 1 year where the quarterback got hurt midway through the year. He always feels a need to gas himself up, I feel like. It's like when he would always do the whole little like, well, I know how to win a championship. I'm a championship guy. That whole thing is just like, just do it in Pittsburgh then, dude. You move on to Pittsburgh. I think you can reflect and just be like, I enjoyed it. I liked a lot of the people do all that. Without then he like spent 45 seconds listing why his resume was as good as it looked. The reality is you didn't do anything different than Jason Garrett. Nothing.
In terms of where they, in
terms of what he was hired to do.
Yeah, he didn't
he
get
was hired to take them further than Garrett did, and he didn't.
Garrett never won 12 3 years in a row. That's impressive.
He never won 12 3 years in a row. That's true. But ultimately, it's not an accomplishment. For this organization, it's not. And it was not what he was brought here to do. He was not brought here to win them 12 games 3 years in a row.
I'll say this. If I was Mike and he definitely is viewed less than what he probably should be in terms of you compare to other guys with the same resume. He clearly is viewed with the least sort of
look. I know what you're saying. The least prestige or respect. And you and Newey. I've heard this point made from both you and Newey, not even about Mike, just in general about coaches, about we pick who we like.
Yeah.
Or whatever. And I understand that to a point. But I also think we should look at it and go, but if it's so universally consensus that people with similar resumes are thought of better, then yeah, maybe that's just we pick who we like. We all universally just like the same person. No, I think there is some intangible there or something that we can't even measure that we all understand and go, they're not the same guy.
I think that we're all lemmings. You know what a lemming is?
Yes.
Do you know why they're called lemmings? We're not why they're named lemmings, but why I'm using that.
No.
Like if one lemming jumps off the cliff, they all jump, they all follow. Mm-hmm. Like we're all lazy. We all just kind of oh yeah, you follow the narrative. This guy's a choker. This guy's that. This guy's that.
Right, but I would say this. There wasn't a big piece written when Sean Payton left New Orleans about how Drew Brees thought he was an idiot.
No.
And so those sort of things do exist and they do factor in.
But also Drew Brees is, I don't think, the type of guy that would say that. And Aaron is.
No, but
and also,
I don't think Aaron would ever said, Aaron said a lot about Sean Payton because Sean Payton went after Nathaniel Hackett. But if he would have played to screw with Sean Payton, I don't think Aaron Rodgers says those things about Sean Payton.
I also don't think that he would have gone 7-9 3 straight years with Aaron Rodgers. But he did with Drew Brees.
Could be.
But I'll give Sean Payton this.
Let's see if Mike gets to the AFC title game like Sean Payton did this year.
I'll give Sean Payton this. Sean is, of the four, and the four we're talking about is...
How well did you know him when he was here? Did you guys ever talk to him? Oh, yeah, because he was banned from
talking. They'll never let him talk. Sean's an elite offensive mind. McCarthy's not. Harbaugh's not an elite anything. Tomlin's not an elite anything.
Sean's also considered, I think, by a lot of people to be a strong evaluator.
Yeah.
Because that's a different scouting and coaching is a different skill set. So not all coaches are good evaluators.
Right. If you want to take Sean Payton and just put him to the side because he's clearly the best at an individual skill. And it's not like McCarthy's a bum as an offensive mind. I mean, he did a lot of good things in his career. But I think the game certainly has passed him by a little bit. But, there's not a really, a hill of beans of difference, as Parcells will say, between Tomlin, McCarthy, and Harbaugh.
Okay, so see, that's what I wanted to look up. I wanted to see who's in just by winning percentage.
I mean, they're all right there.
No, I know. I was just going to see historically, all right, who's he right around? So McCarthy is... Where is he? Where are you little devil? McCarthy, because I know he's historically been close to Peyton. I think that's separated now because of Peyton having some of the success he did and some of the bad years that McCarthy had, or the bad year McCarthy had at the end. So McCarthy is .608 winning percentage. And that's good for 15th all time. Directly behind him is Pete Carroll. Directly ahead of him are John Harbaugh, Sean Payton, and Chuck Knox.
Chuck Knox. Okay.
So I don't know. I look at that and I just say that feels like I would say that all those coaches right there. I mean, not Knox, but Peyton, Harbaugh, Carroll, Tomlin. If you want to throw Tomlin in there, I think most people looking at it not because they like it. Like there's a lot of reasons to dislike Sean Payton. There's a lot of reasons to dislike Mike Tomlin and John Harbaugh and Pete. Maybe not Pete Carroll as much. People think Pete Carroll's just kind of fun-loving, but there's a lot of reasons to dislike them that I don't think just automatically make sense. That like, well, we chose to like them and just discard Mike. I think there's just something that can't be necessarily measured. That it's the whole thing of like when they talk about pornography. I know it when I see it. I know there's a difference there. I know it's not the same.
It's weird though because all the careers are the same. Like they started early, won early, and then didn't win. And I was having this conversation with a buddy of mine about Rick Barnes.
Harbaugh is a much better comparison to me than Peyton is.
I agree. I think Peyton separated himself. Harbaugh is the one.
Harbaugh and McCarthy are very similar.
Yeah, career life.
Yeah, their resume is very similar.
I was having this conversation with a buddy of mine about Rick Barnes. Rick Barnes started his NCAA tournament record 25-26 in his first 26 NCAA tournaments, and now he's 11-4 in the last 4. If he started 11-4 and then went 25-26, we look at him totally differently.
Yeah. What have you done for me lately?
Right? We look at him totally differently than we do now. So I don't know. It's just that's my thoughts on that with McCarthy. Now, one thing for you.
What's your one thing?
This is about to put you in a body bag. Not a body bag, but in a tough spot. Matt Miller did his 7-round mock. We talked about this a little bit.
Yep.
Did you happen to notice who Pittsburgh takes at number 53?
I did not. Probably somebody from like a blue-collar college.
Who is your least favorite coach of the NFL right now? I'll say it's Mike McCarthy. I'm just going to tell you that.
Hold on. Let me think. He's up there.
All right. Who is your personal favorite college draft pick potential?
Like the player that I love the most?
The one that you love the most. Not that you love their game the most, that you personally have the most connection to.
Oh, so what? You're going to tell me they drafted Anthony Hill or something?
No.
What?
Garrett Nussmeier. And
no, that's not happening. That's not happening.
Your worlds will collide.
I would weep for young Garrett Nussmeier if he ended up in the hands of Mike McCarthy.
Because if he goes there and they succeed together.
McCarthy did. Here's the thing. Mike McCarthy and Doug Nussmeier, not a good relationship.
No.
So I would be stunned if they picked him.
But
I mean, they can look past it, I guess.
Did Mike not hire somebody that he necessarily didn't have a great relationship with here?
Who?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm not remembering.
Look at Mike's, like, who he's hired with Pittsburgh.
No, Mike's generally pretty... Mike McCarthy likes to have a fortress.
Yeah.
So he likes to push out people that he doesn't get along with, which is fine. A lot of people don't want to have malcontents or whatever else, but likes to push out people he doesn't get along with and likes to tighten the circle with people he's familiar with.
But if he's familiar with Doug Nussmeier.
Yeah, he is familiar with him.
I mean, that might help.
Yeah, but I mean, he drove Nuss and Kellen out of here.
Yeah.
Together. And Nuss and Kellen have stayed together the whole time.
Well, there you go. What if it happens? Because your worlds will collide.
I'll draft him here. Draft Nuss here.
There you go.
I swear, if he's there at 92, if for some reason he falls to the third round, I'm drafting Garrett Nussmeier.
Yeah, that's good value. Okay, there's a little red zone for you here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Let's go on out to the ballpark. It is opening day from the Globe. Next, K&C Crosstalk 105.3 The Fan. But we're going to get you Here, 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton and Aiden are here. And we have the guys, Kevin, Corey, baseball time in Texas at the Globe. I don't see Bobby on the fan cam.
Because my computer,
what's the story?
What are you doing, Bobby?
My computer is broken.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right. I knew that.
I told you yesterday to go to talk to Jim Kendall, the man who we all know protected the world.
An inventor of the Kindle.
Yeah.
That is not what you were saying during the break yesterday, Corey. You did not say you protected the world. I think you said something else.
No, I trust that man with my life, all right? And get you a new computer. That's all you got to do, dude. Just go say, hey.
I know.
I'd like a new tap.
I need to get a new tap, and I've just been. I'm being picky and not because to me it's like I skimped when I bought this one because I was like, well, I don't want to upgrade like so quick because the other computer had like crapped out on me. It got like blue screen of death. I was like, well, I don't want to update so quick with this thing. So I like just went a little bare bones with this. And now that a year later it's been broken, it's like, well, crap. Now this is going to be the next one that I got to purchase. That's like a long-term one. And so I'm being picky about spending.
He's also, Kevin, I think he's also being picky about like he doesn't want to owe the company anything. So if it's a company laptop, they're going to be like, we got to hold this over his head.
It's not the mafia. It's not like I'm indebted to the mafia Don or whatever. I don't know. I heard your review about the laptop, Corey. So
hey, by the way, today on the KNC Masterpiece, Mike Bassick joins us at 10 o'clock.
Whoa!
Skip Schumacher.
You think he'll be on time?
I don't know if Mike will be on time. Usually Mike's on time, though. Like, how often was he ever late?
Yeah.
He was very reliable in most aspects. At least that he was there. I think that's the one thing we can always count on. Skip Schumacher at 10:20. We'll have Jared Sandler join us at 11. Chris Young will join us at 12:40 today, and Eric Nadel will hop on, the iconic announcer that you'll hear right here at 1 o'clock today. So very busy day here at the ballpark. We got the news with us and everything. There's so many things going on.
The news.
Everything down there is news. That's news. That's news. That's news.
I know, but I would have thought you would have said 1080 instead of just the news.
Well, I was saying 1080 and then also the TV news broadcast.
But when it comes to radio news, 1080 is all that matters. So
that's right.
That's good.
Well, that's exactly it, Hagee. So when you say the news, it's implied that you're only talking about 1080.
That's fair.
So now here's the thing, but like
News
you guys have Chris Young, Skip Schumacher, Mike Bassick, who I know Mike Bassick does not just easily come on free for shows.
So true.
So and this is on the heels of Daniel Jeremiah and Tim Kirch. Y'all are having a hell of a booking run. I'm just saying.
You are.
I'm just saying.
You.
Alex done a good job.
Alex.
Peyton over here getting turned down by everybody.
Chuck Morgan, though.
That's
Chuck
right.
said yes.
Chuck,
You're welcome.
We're going to have Alec book our guests for us now.
All right, so
are we going to do blind rankings of our guests?
We
already gave them the guests.
I could do a blind rankings with you guys.
Let's do a blind ranking of people at the station.
Ooh.
Oh. Okay.
Because we have more than we have like enough people to pick from, and they could be producers or whatever. Let's do that. Peyton, can you hit the music?
Well, hang on. I'll ask you. Is that a closed roof?
Guys, I will point out right now, and Chop, I can actually do this. Go look right over there. Look how dark those clouds are. Now, I know that it's not supposed to rain today, but right now it is closed. Usually,
it looks like it's going to rain.
Yeah, well, I mean, looks and real rain are different things.
Fair point.
But the usually what happens is they'll open the roof like an hour before the game if they're going to open the roof. I have not seen a tweet that says whether it's open or closed today, but usually we'll get it right in the middle of our show, and it's loud.
Yeah.
And they're playing the bomb
from 2001.
Oh yeah.
And scumbag Ric Flair.
I'm sorry. You know what? I don't care for that. I don't care for that. You know,
No?
I'm gonna challenge you on this, Hagee. Have you seen? I know he passed away. The Bobby Heenan interview with that one dude that's all over Facebook, and he's saying that everybody was wrong about Hogan. Everybody's saying Hogan was a bad guy. No, Hogan wasn't a bad guy. Now maybe Bobby is just just standing for the Hulkster. But I'm not gonna let you say about Ric Flair. Him and I have a picture together.
Yeah. Well,
did you post it?
Yeah. In real life, he's the effing worst.
Why?
From assault to thievery to general lying and on and on.
And I'm not endorsing his resume. I literally don't know what it is.
Yeah, let's blind rank his sins.
Wow.
All sins are equal.
Oh, okay. Have you Are you going to try the nacho sombrero today?
Oh, the nacho hat?
They bring us the nacho sombrero, and I will put. I am afraid to wear that thing because it'll fall off my head.
Okay, let me ask you this: how fast would Chris Young leave if we had that hat on during the interview and Corey started eating the hat and I go, nacho man, I want to be a nacho man. Do you think he would just get up and leave?
I think the first thing Chris Young would do is take a nacho. All right, I think
there's no way.
I think he would take a nacho, and then when you start singing that, he'd look at you and be like, or what are we here for right now?
Yeah.
I'm here to compete. What are you here for?
I'd be like, tell me about that one time you had a triple. And yeah, it's going to be great.
Yeah, no, it's going to be an awesome day today. I'm really excited.
Okay, good. What do you do if you're sitting in the stands and you put the hat on and like someone behind you starts to eat your hat?
It's just part of the deal.
Dip something into your hat.
How RJ, maybe not you are not the person I immediately think of when it comes to subtlety, and I hope that's okay to say, but do you think other people could be stealthy enough to break off parts of that hat and dip?
Oh, like the taco salad part?
Without getting caught.
It's a tough one. You need a distraction.
Who's down with OPD? Other people's dip.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, you need a distraction. All right,
you know me.
You want to blind rank? We can blind rank.
Let's do it.
That's the music for the segment.
Very superstitious.
That's why it is that.
All right.
Writing on the
did you guys hear it? Did you guys hear the blind ranking segment?
I did.
Okay.
He did not.
I was gonna do conspiracy theories for Kevin if it wanted to.
Oh, yes.
All right, I'm gonna give you some conspiracy theories. You blind rank them.
Okay, so we're clarifying here. This is on believability.
Sure, yeah.
Like we did last time.
We're doing
okay?
5?
Yeah. So you have no idea what's coming next.
Whatever the general
I got it.
conspiratorial tone is around it, you're going to judge the believability of it.
And I'm going to give you the same ones that I gave the guys. I'll do a different order, though, right? I'll do a different order.
No, I thought you picked new ones, so we could all play.
Oh, yeah, I got new ones. You want me to do new ones?
Yeah.
Ice creams
let's do the ones
and
we did.
actresses.
Fine, go ahead.
This is just for Hagee. MH370. The Malaysian Airlines
flight that got lost in the world.
I'm going to put that at 3.
3, okay.
Mike is striding in with a Vince McMahon strut in his suit. I'm sorry.
So there he is. All right.
I'm going to put MH370 at number 3.
Okay. John Fitzgerald Kennedy assassination.
I don't need a hug right now, Mike. 1 is the most conspiratorial that I believe, right?
Yeah, like the veracity of it.
Okay, I'm going to put JFK at 2.
Okay.
That could be 1, but I want to save number 1, even though it could backfire on me. So I'm going to go 2 on that one.
The Great Pyramids at Giza.
Yeah, I'm going to put that at 5.
Mike showed up late. We're doing. We're currently
it's geezer.
Not
old.
I think the pyramids were made legit how they're described. So I'm going to put that at 5.
The 9/11 conspiracy.
Shoot, I wish I would have left 5 open. I will put that at 4.
Oh, good job.
What about that third tower?
Yeah.
That's tower number 7, I think.
I wish I could have put that at 5. I would have flipped that with the pyramids. There is no part of me that believes any conspiracy about the government doing 9/11, our government doing 9/11 themselves.
All right, and then the final conspiracy.
Cooper Flag, number 1 to the Mavericks.
I believe that one.
That Mike Bassick purposely served up the homer to Barry Bonds. No,
that was not on the list. I heard that earlier today.
It is the lost city of Atlantis.
Oh, yeah.
Number 1?
This played out well for me.
Okay.
That is
So
that
you
is my
really
number
buy
1.
that? You buy that? It's I buy it too. I think they found it.
100%.
I think they found it in Northern Africa.
Me and Nicolas Cage are going to find it.
I would love to see that. Yeah. So Atlantis, JFK, MH370. I think those are all like how I would have ranked them, and then I would have just flipped the pyramids and 9/11.
Yeah, I think the pyramids were legitimately built. I don't think they were built by aliens. I think they were just built by an older civilization.
I was thrilled with how my blind ranking came out because mine was MH370, JFK, Atlantis, pyramids, 9/11.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, because you're a strong proponent of the 370 flight, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's exact. I think he did probably crash it into the ocean. Everything that you look at it, he did that on purpose.
The pilot?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think it was stolen by Russia. I don't think it was hijacked, and I don't think it's sitting in the Kremlin.
I mean, so you remember there was a second Malaysian Airlines flight that got shot down a couple months later?
No, it may have been shot down.
There was a common conspiracy out there for a while that was how they got rid of the plane, that was MH370. They took it back off, and that's how they were able to get rid of the evidence.
Do you believe the conspiracy theory that Mike can make good pies?
Yeah. Okay. I 100% believe that.
I'm going to send you a picture and see if you really truly believe that regarding pies.
Any pie that doesn't look burned.
Interesting.
Mike,
did you have part of that pecan pie?
I don't know that I did.
Do you say pecan, Mike?
Pecan.
No, I'm curious.
How do you say it?
I change it.
When you say pie, do you say pecan? But when you say pecan, the nut, you're talking.
Ooh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Pecans.
Because pecan makes it sound a little more sweet or something.
Even if I would have, let's just say, made it more presentable, like my pie is the most presentable pie you've ever seen.
Yeah.
Would you have eaten it, or would you have done, no, I still will not eat pecan.
Well, Mike,
would
you got me
Mike's
there.
Pie or
That's
not?
a fair point. Probably not.
Unless
it was really important to you. Then I think I would.
I don't think you would.
Look,
I would.
I'm trusting
Probably.
If Mike
Put
says
so
he has
few things.
if Mike says he has a clean, presentable pie that he wants me to eat, I'm gonna eat it.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to blind rank people
What
at the
if
station?
it doesn't look great, but it's still tasty?
Yeah.
Like somebody says, this tastes great.
Mike, pie is pie. You know.
All right, you want to blind rank the people at the station?
Yeah, you
It
wanna
feels
go
like it's
pie.
important
Are
to
you-
you,
are
so
you-
I think I might.
Are you gonna throw? I don't know. Are you gonna throw out names for me?
All right,
Baking-
fine. All right, you want
baking
to blind
with
rank the people at the
Bassett.
station? Let's go.
Hagee, you gonna blind rank the people at the station with me?
Let's do it.
Gavin Dawson.
that's
He
tough.
called me a girl last week. He's 5.
Oh my goodness.
He did when he was on with Corey, and he said Bobby left a smell in here. He goes, was it the scent of a woman?
I'll see you in Oxnard,
That was
sir.
actually a good joke. I liked that joke.
All right, so
My
you had
strategy-
4. You had five for Dawson.
Yeah.
My strategy worked well last time, so I'm going to go
Three. All
for
right.
Dawson.
Carter doesn't work here anymore. Otherwise, he would be 5.
What?
God, he hates
Oh,
Carter.
yeah.
Fred Davis.
Oh, I'm a big Fred guy. I'm going to say
one.
2 for Fred.
I agree. Fred is at 2.
Okay. Peyton Russell.
Ooh, he's literally
I just feel bad for him.
listening right now.
Can't do number 5,
tough.
Bobby. Can't do number
I'm
5.
going to go 4 for Peyton. I wish I shouldn't have put Dawson 5. Dawson should have been 4.
Oh, I will put Peyton 4. I'm sorry, Peyton. I think you're lovely.
Wow. You put Peyton 4.
Yeah, I can't burn up my 1 already.
All right. Eric Chiafalo.
1. Eric's my guy.
Yeah. Chiafalo 1.
Chiafalo 1.
I don't think it's a surprise that Hagee and I
what do you
have
have
ranked.
open?
I don't think it's a surprise Hagee and I have ranked Fred and Eric 1 and 2.
What do you have
blind
open?
rankings.
I have 3.
You have 3 open, and Hagee, you have 5
Mike
open?
doesn't know who any of these people are.
I do know who they are. I don't know what we're ranking them for.
How much you like them?
Oh,
Hagee, you have 5 open?
I have 5 open,
All right,
so I'm
you're
in
in trouble. Gavin Spittle.
See, I should have put Eric 3.
You're in
That
trouble.
would have been Mike's 1, I think.
Wow.
So.
I should have put
Good
Eric
luck with that
3.
contract negotiation.
I'm going to turn off Mike's mic.
Wow. Way to go, guys. All right.
Well, by the rules of the game, I have to put him 5th. But I feel like you did that on purpose to really screw me
I
over.
had Alec written down, but I changed it to Gavin Spittle. Just
Good
for that
stuff,
one.
guys.
All right.
Good stuff.
Have a good
Not
show,
cool.
guys. What do we have again?
Mike's going to
Bassett.
kick off the show with us.
All right.
Yeah.
Opening day.
Bye,
See you,
Mike.
everybody.
Love
Have a good
you.
weekend.
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are live from Globe Life Field for Texas Rangers opening day. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And joining us, the famous Mike Bassick, 877-881-1053, Frankel & Frankel injury attorney text line. How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land doing? Or the Twitch, or the YouTube. How the heck are you guys doing?
Awesome. In fact, I would say it's a good Friday.
I would agree.
Look at you guys. That's nice work there, Mike. I'm proud of you. I'm doing great, Kevin. Thank you for asking. Very easy to get into the stadium today.
Yep.
RIP at the front. We have some losses in our world here, but you know what? We have some new gains too, and some new opportunities here in Rangers world. So we're looking forward to a good game today.
Do you want to shout out the one parking attendant who kept the one lot closed until 10 o'clock, and he was like, "I'm gonna do my job to
That's
the
his
letter
job,
of
Mike.
the law."
That is his job, is to make sure nobody gets in yet. All the other lots opened up, and he was like, "No, I was told 10 o'clock."
People get fired for less.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
That they do. Mike, how important is the home opener? And I realize this happens to every team and you get used to it, but how odd is it when the home opener is not opening day? Because I've wanted to say opening day like 6 times today.
Yeah, it is a little odd. I was really hoping that Baltimore, they had their home opener and I could have 3 home openers.
That would be cool.
In one season. It is really fun.
That would be awesome.
So you get the energy of Philadelphia. That is a pretty raucous crowd, even though they love leaving after 7 innings. It was amazing to me. It didn't matter if they were winning, if they were losing. At least 30% of the crowd, if not 50%, and they have pretty much sellouts every day that they were there, they would leave. There's a Pete Rose rookie.
Whoa.
Chuck Morgan bringing Pete Rose to the stadium today. But
and a Nolan rookie.
Bringing the heat today.
Man.
El Fuego.
Mike's like, I need to go.
Yeah.
And don't forget, Chuck does have the trophy up there in his office. You can take pictures with him. He wants another one, though.
Okay.
He wants a second trophy to go along with it.
But now to get that second opener, the energy, it has to feel great. I will say, talking to the players, they kind of liked road openers better, and this was Berger and Haggerty, and it makes sense. They're like, they're going to have to take batting practice, and they're done with batting practice over 2 hours before first pitch.
Really?
Because of all of the things that they have to set up, and so it is a weird day where they feel like it's easier for the road team in a sense, in that you're getting prepared for the game closer to game time. So I'm going to ask Skip, when we're in the dugout for the media session, how many of your guys have to go into the cages 30 minutes to an hour after batting practice to just be like, I want to get my work in closer to the game rather than what I did 3 hours before the game.
Right.
Sometimes doesn't have me loose and ready to go. But it's pretty exciting, and I'm glad we got off to a good start.
Yes.
And I think that's a great point. Not to say that the crowd wasn't going to be loud anyway today, because they definitely were. But when you win back-to-back road series against teams that people think are going to be very good, how much do you think that can even amplify the atmosphere today?
Well, I think it helps, because I think there was, you guys are obviously doing Sports Talk Radio every day. I think there's concern about what happened last year and then the offseason and what could possibly be. And I'm not taking anything away from the pitching. It was solid on the road in the 4 wins, but you won 4 games by offense.
Yeah.
And in that last year, every, 14 wins, you could point out 4 that were maybe won by the offense. The other 10 were by your pitching and defense.
That's an androgynous number, too.
Stop it.
Right.
Does this feel like the preferred method, at least for the start of the season? Whereas if we came back here and we were 4-2 and it was because Eovaldi was lights out twice and DeGrom was unbelievable, then we'd be like,
You'd say it's not sustainable.
Yeah.
Now, 6 games in, I don't know if the offense is going to be this good. And 6 games in, I don't know if the pitching is going to
be mediocre.
Yeah, be average.
Yeah.
But let's see. This is a tough homestand too. I think you guys have talked about the first 40.
Yeah.
Who knows? You never know when you're catching a team and how they're playing. That's the tough thing about baseball is you can catch the Rockies, and They're horrible. But for maybe a week stretch or a 2-week stretch, sometime in this season for a week to 2-week stretch, they're going to play really good baseball.
Right.
You just kind of hope that you don't catch those teams in, and maybe the Dodgers are going to have a 2-week stretch where they're horrible. As great as their talent is, if you catch them at the right time, you can play good and not great baseball and still beat them because they're just not hitting well and pitching well, and their injuries at that time.
Mike, for that last game in Baltimore, and I probably need to get out of this mindset, I was like, we already won 2, and it just kind of felt like they were a little flat that day. It just kind of felt that way. Maybe it was Evaldi's start. But then in my mind, I'm like, that's not how Skip thinks. Skip is he thinks differently, and he wants to win every single day. And he doesn't let those things pass.
It is a tough battle as a player to win the first 2 of a series and to get greedy. Not that you don't try.
Yeah.
And the thing is Trevor Rogers in his last 9 starts, that's his second worst start in Baltimore. So literally he went 5 1/3. I think it might have been against the Yankees. It might have been the Dodgers, and gave up 2 runs. 6 innings, 2 runs is his second worst start his last 9 appearances in Baltimore.
Dang.
That dude has been pitching great. He had a couple bumps in the road late last year, but Rogers looks like one of those guys who all of a sudden came into his own in his late 20s. So that was tough. And then Evaldi just didn't have it.
Yeah,
He just didn't have his location, and it was just one of those days where you just, by the 6th inning, you kind of felt like this is not out of hand, but I was kind of hoping to see Rocker pitch.
Yeah.
Just because he hasn't pitched at all. He's not pitching today. He's not pitching tomorrow unless he comes in relief, and I don't think he will. If he didn't come in relief when you're down 7 to 8 to 2, they probably don't want to pitch him in relief, so he might start here on Easter Sunday.
Ooh, I like that. What have been your early thoughts about, and I know he had a good game on Wednesday when the rest of the team struggled, but Josh Young, I know you shouldn't get caught up in just the numbers early on, but if you're watching the at-bats, at least early on, man, he looks a little lost up at the plate.
His timing was definitely off. The good sign is, I know he got 2 hits last game, one off a changeup off of Rogers. I think later one was a fastball into the gap. He's hit a couple balls in that Baltimore series that were line drives to people for outs.
Yeah.
I don't know what his season's going to be like. He got off to a slow start. It's not easy, especially last year. He didn't have a good year. So you have a tough year last year. You get off to a slow start, and no matter how confident you are, you can lose your confidence pretty quickly in this game. So I'm hoping that last game, he got the day off. They worked with him on that day off. Zeke hits a homer playing at third. Then yesterday, or not 2 days ago, he gets the 2 hits. So I'm hoping there's a little bit of a carryover from that. And let's see. Today's Singer, right, for Cincinnati. I haven't looked at who Seattle's pitching. I haven't looked that far ahead on this homestand. But hopefully there's favorable matchups for him.
The Mackenzie Gore getting his start here. What have you liked so far about him, and can he be that guy that kind of leads?
Hits. Yeah, I bet he liked that part.
No hits after 5.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. Nice.
Let's do that again.
Yeah,
I like this home opener for him. This is going to be some fun.
Yeah, you think about, he was the 3rd overall pick out of high school. And then he was a top 10 prospect in all of baseball. He was, there was a whole bunch of really good players that went to Washington, but he was the premium player for Juan Soto when Juan Soto's 22 years old or 23 years old getting traded. His stuff is incredible. His stuff is around, I won't say as good, but close to Skubal, Garrett Crochet, Max Fried, Christian Sanchez. Those are the best.
Yes.
Those are the 4 best lefties, and right now there is a huge group of lefties that are awesome. He's right below them, but very close. He can become, there could be a chance at the All-Star break where Mackenzie Gore's the best pitcher on this team. That's how good he possibly can be. He has to fight through a little bit of command issues at times. He's had that issue, and then he has to fight through 5 innings. He seems to, with Washington, be really good, usually, through 5 innings. Pushing him into the 6th and 7th inning has been an issue.
Does that feel like at least somewhat of a description of Jack Leiter as well?
Could be.
Yeah.
The great thing is Jack Leiter, you start talking to people around baseball, scouts and stuff, they're like, oh my gosh, he might have found it.
Yeah.
As in, like, I'm not saying he's going to win the Cy Young this year. That's
I get
too
it.
far.
But another level up.
They're like, dude, he was last year the 4th hardest thrower in the American League. He's still at 97 to 99 the other day. Now he's added a 95-mile-an-hour cutter. The changeup has become a premium pitch for him. Last year he's working on it. It's already probably his best secondary pitch. He has that nice tight slider. It's not a wipeout slider, but it's a nice tight slider that he seems to so far be able to command. So he kind of has it all. If he puts it together, you're talking about a guy who, I just said Gore, there's a possibility that Gore and Leiter by the end of the year, because of the age of Eovaldi and DeGrom,
not that they're yesterday.
That there's that possibility that these two guys that are your 3 and 4 might end up being your 1 and 2 in their mid-20s.
Mike, has ABS affected any moment for you personally where a punch-out happened and you were like, awesome, and then it didn't happen? Like, because that's a great moment for umpires right there.
Yeah, well, the end of the game. Yeah. I mean, but Evan Carter's like, yeah, ball 3. They're like, let's challenge. We got him available. In fact, I think I heard from the Orioles that they were like, we didn't even think it was a strike. We're like, we got a challenge. Yeah. It was close enough. Might as well use it.
I was like,
it's actually a strike. Yeah, I kind of like look at Dave because Dave might go to something else. He's getting ready for the next hitter, maybe going to give a fact, a stat, something like that. And I'll just look at him and I'll tap my head like, hey, the umpire, because it's not really.
It's not like a big gesture.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. It's just like you see a tap and then the umpire kind of turns around. So it's not a big deal.
It's like pass interference for me now where I'm always like, hold on, do I need to check first?
And for, our Tolos here, we do not get the box that you guys see at home. We, on our broadcast upstairs, when I'm watching, because I watch a lot of the game through the television screen, then when the ball is hit, I bring my head up and see the action that's happening so I can see the action of the pitch, the location. We do not get any more in stadium. We do not get that box. So when you're like,
to prevent potential
if we're like,
cheating,
gosh, that looked like a strike, and you guys see it like it was outside the box, what are those guys talking about? Or it was below the box. We do not get to see that from our broadcast booth. So we're working off of just a clean catcher and the framing and where we see it.
We talked a lot about in spring training, it looked like a different physical setup for Jock Peterson, different mentality. Are you surprised early on that he has not been used a whole ton? Now, I realize also when he's been used, he has not hit the ball.
He looks, you guys talked about Josh Young. Right now, his timing is way off, which is way off. And here's the other deal. McCutchen's timing is way on. McCutchen's takes are so quiet, and what I mean by that, when he takes a pitch that's just like 2 inches below the zone on the plate, you'll see like a flinch and the hands start to go, and then last second go, no, ball. He just like, it's a ball the whole way, dude. Why don't you bring it to me, and I'm ready to hit. And so McCutchen looks so good. I haven't seen lineups today. I'm assuming Peterson's going to start right-handed pitcher, but the thing is it's kind of like I want McCutchen to get into this game because he's come through so much, and right now Peterson, he's fighting. I think he's fighting major confidence issues.
Jock is DH today. Yeah, sorry.
Jock is probably fighting major confidence issues too. Last year, he brought his average up to 180-ish.
Yeah, it was one of the worst everyday modern seasons in baseball.
And he started off with he just cannot time anything up, and that can change. He's a veteran dude. It's just him and Young have just really struggled with their timing.
Well, we appreciate it very much, man. We're looking forward. Yeah, that's right. To hearing you on the call, Mike. The Tolos love you and they miss you.
It is finished.
It is done. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher and maybe steal Mike's question next right here on The Fan. Live at Globe Life Field for the Texas Rangers home opener. The parking lot gates are open. The doors to the stadium will open at noon o'clock, and we will have Rangers content for you all day long. If you just missed it, I feel sorry for you because we had Mike Bassick on, and right now, brought to you by Trajan Wealth and Tropical Smoothie Cafe, we bring to you Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher. Good morning, sir, and happy home opener.
Good morning, guys. How are you guys doing?
Man, we're doing fantastic. How could you not be here at the ballpark? And I know the home opener is always a big deal, and winning a series is always a good thing, but how big of a deal is it to start a season with back-to-back road series wins, which in the history of the Texas Rangers has been a rarity?
It's always good to win. It's always good to win on the road as well. I love playing on the road to open a season. Gets the guys together. They bond quicker being at a hotel. And, I think it's just there's a lot of value opening on the road. And then obviously winning helps. So we've played two really good teams and just happy to come back to Texas, 4-2.
I still get jitters, Skip, every time we do a show like this. Every time we do a show, I feel like I get a little nervous flutter going on. Do you have some nerves opening this thing up in front of your crowd?
I guess a little bit. I mean, if you don't have nerves, you don't care, right? That's like the old saying. But I do feel, very confident and prepared, and I think the guys are ready to roll. And it's a veteran clubhouse, But I will tell you that they're excited. New season, a lot of new faces as well. But I think they're excited to play in front of their own crowd and not a hostile crowd like we were just in.
Yeah, for sure. I like what you said about the veteran clubhouse, because when it comes to that and your style of management, does Skip Schumacher have to talk a little more to younger players, and with older players, he's like, I can trust them to go do their jobs?
Well, I think communication is key in this seat. I never stop communicating, whether it's, the future Hall of Famers that we have on our roster or the guys that are just breaking in, like, a Carter Baumler. So I think it's different in who you talk to and how you communicate, but I don't feel like you ever stop communicating. I do think that the last thing I want to be is like a headline, so I don't want to be that in this seat, but I do feel like it's all about the players, and the communication it never stops.
Man, I'm really fascinated, especially when you brought up Hall of Famers. Do you have any players who you want to tell us, like Corey Seager, who are like, I like playing on the road. I like it when I get booed. I'll show them.
There are guys that enjoy the road more than sometimes because of the added motivation. Philly fans are always on top of you when you're on the on deck circle or playing right field, like Nimmo was, right. So it doesn't matter. I think some of these guys kind of enjoy the hostile environments because it feels like a playoff atmosphere right out of the gate. And that's what I love about, opening up in Philly. It felt like a playoff atmosphere in which, a lot of our guys thrive in. You talked about Corey Seager, a minute ago, 20 seconds ago. He's pretty good in the postseason, right? So I think that's why he thrives in those environments, and hopefully we can get that type of atmosphere here at home.
I know since it's early in the season, these numbers can obviously swing pretty wildly, but 3.95 pitches per plate appearance thus far. What are your early thoughts on the team's plate discipline, which we know has been a staple of what you've discussed with the team?
Yeah, we're trying to make it a point of emphasis. We're trying to scare guys outside the zone, and if you throw inside the strike zone, there's going to be, we're ready to go and ready to be on the attack. And I think the really good teams throughout the last 10 years of me being a coach, and watching this thing is the really good teams do damage inside the strike zone and make you pay when you throw inside the strike zone. We're trying to be that team. It's 6 games in, so, it's a good start. Let's see where we're at after game 50, right? And hopefully we're still doing the same thing, but it's really good to watch these guys work and prepare in spring training. It's translated into the season so far. And by the way, we faced some really good arms. So it was a really good test to see if this thing was going to work. And so far, so good. But again, this is a marathon season. But I'd rather be starting out like this than not, right? So it's been a good way to start.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know the idea is you got to take it game by game. I think we all understand that. But when you just mentioned, like, hey, what is it going to look like after 50 games? Are there certain marks in the season where you kind of can look at the bigger sample size and you're like, all right, in this chunk of 30 games or this chunk of 40 games, like, do you break that up, the season up at all that way?
I do. I break it up in 30-game chunks. So that's when I have, like my staff meetings, just making sure that we're on everything and nothing's missed. Who's struggling, who's not struggling, how do we keep them hot? What are the tendencies? It's kind of analytic meetings and trying to figure out what they're seeing. Because when you're in the fight in the dugout and just trying to win every single day, you do miss certain details. And there might be some underlying numbers where if a guy is struggling, you can just tell him, hey, you just keep doing the same thing and it's going to turn. You just keep doing the same thing. Where there's other guys who are hot where you're like, oh man, this might turn the other way too. So we got to figure this thing out, pretty quick. So I think 30-game chunks is a good marker to figure out, what's going good and what's going bad.
I like you talking about hot hitters, and when it comes to, I remember Wash used to say with Nelson Cruz, when he's hitting doubles into the gaps, that's when you know that Nelson Cruz is in his zone right now. How do you see, when you see guys, how do you know and recognize they're in their place right now? It feels like Berger was in it to start the season.
Yeah, I think, you see if guys are hitting the ball hard, number one. Number two, the strike zone judgment, what we've talked about. Are they chasing hits? Are they chasing numbers? Or are they consumed with their process? And if I'm watching guys and consumed with their process and not panic because of an 0 for 4 or 0 for 8, and just see what the at-bats look like. And that's, by the way, that's out of the bullpen. That's our starting rotation. That's defensively as well. Just kind of all watching everyone's processes, and maybe we can make, certain tweaks here and there to make sure that, we don't go in these peaks and valleys, and make sure we're as consistent of a baseball team as we can be. So as far as the hitting side, hitting is hard, right? Like really hard. And we're going to face some guys that are not easy to face. And if we win, 1 or 2-0, that'd be great. But I do feel like just watching these guys process more than anything is going to be the separator.
Rangers manager Skip Schumacher join us here on the KNC Masterpiece, your home of the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. I see Jock Peterson in the DH role today. Andrew McCutchen has been giving us some great stuff. We've really enjoyed what we see in the dugout. We hear about it in the clubhouse too. But with Jock Peterson, as you talk about the confidence part of him, where do you feel his confidence is, and how do you work him back to being that superior hitter?
Yeah, we're going to need Jock to be good, right? We're going to need a lot of these guys to be good if we're going to want to go to where we want to be, want to get to. So I think in 6 games, yeah, there's guys that have not started off where they would love to all be hot right now, right? That's just not the reality. If you look around the league, there's some really good players that just have not started out hot at all and have gotten or started out cold. The good news is we've had some other guys pick up the slack to when they do get hot, we're going to be, hopefully running on all cylinders. And I do feel like Jock is close. And the good news is Kutch has picked him up since he has not been, off to a hot start, so to speak. Just like Durant has picked up JJ, because he hasn't, got off to a hot start. So we'll need all these guys. That's why the bench is super valuable. And, we have probably 6 righties on this homestand. So, looking forward to Jock to get going, on this homestand, because this is where he should, get hot again with the 6 righty starters potentially with Seattle and Cincinnati.
Yeah, we're hoping for that too. Skip, something happened in Baltimore that I was very curious from your perspective how you might handle this down the road. Jack Leiter strikes somebody out. I think it was Cowser strikes him out, and then they say, hold on, no, that wasn't a strikeout. And then he gives up a couple hits, and that inning kind of changed on him. How do you manage that? Because you get this exhilaration, this adrenaline from the strikeout, and then all of a sudden your psychology kind of changes. What's your feeling with that?
You talking about the ABS?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. It's something that we're all working through. I saw the other night, just watching the highlights of a guy that's struck out and then ended up walking the next at bat as well. And so it's the same thing. And then the inning got out of hand. It's the same thing with us. We're all learning, trying to figure out on the offensive side when to challenge, when not to challenge. I have not done a very good job of helping these guys and letting them know when the right time to challenge is, because at the beginning of the spring training, we said do it only in leverage. Yeah. Well, there's not too many leveraged counts, quite honestly, early in the game, or leverage situations early in the game. They happen later. So now we've kind of pivoted to, we trust our guys to, make decisions. And then hopefully, we have one left towards the end of the game for leverage. As far as Jack and, these guys that are, have the counts turned or, a walk into a strikeout or an out or whatever it is, I think it's all learning experience. It's a matter if it's a veteran or a guy like Jack. But I think he'll get through it, and we'll all get through it the more we see this ABS thing work throughout the course of the year.
Is your team also going to be keeping individual statistics on ABS challenges, much like there would be stats for any other number of things with the club?
Yeah, I think, there's numbers for everything right now, right? I mean, it's crazy. So, we have all of the minor league stats from last year, us and in the league. We have all the stats right now with each team, righties, lefties, high velo. We have, whatever horizontal, whatever the umpire is, their hot zones. We have catchers' hot zones. And then we have our own, where are we good at? Are we good at the edges? Are we good at top? Are we good at the bottom? That's when you will know whether or not you're right or not to challenge. Some guys don't know what the inside part of the plate is. Some guys are really good on the outside part of the plate of knowing where the zone is. So giving them the ability to challenge because of where they feel comfortable in challenging because of their hot zones is crucial. And so we're working through all that. It's new to everybody. By the way, you got to hit 97, right? So with good slider. And by the way, you have to remember to do it or not to do it. So there's a lot going on. And so we're just trying to figure this thing out as we go.
Well, we appreciate the time very much. Busy day. Best of luck today and best of luck in these two home series.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. There you go. Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher right here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah. You know what, man? You know what I love about that? He preemptively answered one of my questions.
Oh, you did?
Of course, Skip Schumacher is brought to you by Trajan Wealth and Tropical Smoothie Cafe. One of my questions was going to be to follow up about ABS, because I assume that's going to be an evolving strategy for everybody early in the season. And my question was going to be, have y'all been a bit too conservative early?
Yeah.
And then he stepped out and goes, yeah, I don't think I've done a very good job with that. And I was like, okay, well, then that eliminates the need for that question.
But after 30 games, he'll redecide, right?
So I think that's the other thing that I know caught both of our attention, because
we have a structure to work with now.
And different managers do it different ways. And when he talked about the 30-game chunks, his follow-up was you might miss certain details when you're in the fight trying to win every single day. And I do like the idea of whatever your structure is. If it's every 20 games, 40 games, here it's every 30 games, of looking at it and being like, man, maybe we really should lean on Jock a little bit more, because if you look at his average against right-handed pitchers in the last 30 games, or
like you were pointing out with Ottinger recently with the month that he was having, you were like, this was really good. Yeah, no, and sometimes you get hot on something and it sticks with you longer. Whereas a detail, like he was saying, might get bypassed 40 games down the road or 90 games in, and you're like, why didn't I take note of that when it happened? So I do really like that. I like this manager, dude. I like the way this club started so far. Hopefully our relationship with him continues to grow and flourish, and he's not going to – I feel like a little bit, he's got some anticipation with this game, or maybe that's just going to be his pace all the time.
Sure.
Maybe that's just how he is, Kevin.
I mean, I like a scheduled person for sure.
But when it comes to the ABS thing, the psychology of success and failure, and that was a success. No, it was a failure. Crap. what do I do next? And like you said the other day, sometimes as you're walking around the mound, you're already deciding what you're going to do on the next hitter, and then you look up and now you have to refinish this dude.
Right.
And so you're like, okay, hold on. So I want to know that psychology of it. And like he just pointed out, they're still learning how to work through those things together.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Globe Life Field for the Texas Rangers home opener. Coming up next, how about some baseball nuggets? Lefties are taking over Major League Baseball again next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
line, hooking. That is a fair ball just inside the foul pole. Jake Berger, a home run on opening day, a home run on day 2. This comes with a man on board and gives Texas a 3-0 lead.
A home run on opening day. Let's just kind of combine those, and that's how you get home opener.
I love it.
Which is where we are, Globe Life Field for the Texas Rangers home opener. Programming note for people who might have missed it. Our show will run the usual time today, and the pregame, special home opener pregame, will start at 2 o'clock right here on 105.3 The Fan. And the first pitch, per the reports, is scheduled for 3:08 p.m.
I was listening to Sean and RJ and Bobby's show without Sean this morning.
Right.
And they mentioned, they were like, oh, KNC has to do an extra 30 minutes. They got to do 4.5 hours. And they were just eating it up. And Alec Medford, the mayor of the Medfordplex, kicked the door open and said, that's not right, fellas. The Ranger Sports Network and the pregame show will be doing an entire hour broadcast beforehand. So they're going to get that thing rolling. I bet there's going to be some good stuff there, and you're going to want to be locked in listening to that for sure.
Absolutely. Nowhere else to go today for the home opener. And right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, it's time for some baseball nuggets. And let's start with... Obviously, I'm going to start with Connor Griffin. What did you think I was going to start with? Connor Griffin is the first. He's set to make his debut today. He's going to be the first teenage position player to play a game in Major League Baseball since...
Bobby Witt Jr.
Juan Soto. Back in 2018. Since 2000... including pitchers, Connor Griffin will be just the 13th teenager to play in a Major League Baseball game. Some of those players include Bryce Harper, Mike Trout, and Felix Hernandez.
So the trajectory for teenagers is pretty good.
Yes.
Whenever they get their first starts as teenagers in Major League Baseball, because every single one of those guys I consider at the top tier of baseball.
And the worst versions, I guess, for this would be Justin and B.J. Upton.
Okay.
So if that's your floor,
yeah,
you're like, oh, okay.
The Upton boys were fantastic to watch, dude. Terrifying.
And so this is the first time in almost 30 years the Pirates have had a teenager playing for them. So
since Andy Van Slyke.
It was not Andy Van Slyke. I think that goes back further into the 80s.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so a big day for the Pirates, potentially a big day we'll see for Connor Griffin. Less of a good day yesterday for Royals catcher Carter Jensen. Did you see that he was scratched after he was late due to oversleeping?
Dude, this oversleeping, sleeping through an alarm, is the reason I don't sleep well.
That's a very relatable concern, right?
How many times when we worked the morning show would you wake up at the wrong time and be like, I still have an hour, but you were stressed about it. And
I would wake up at 3 and I was like, you better not go back to sleep.
This is one of the reasons I don't nap in the middle of the day. A, I'm terrible at napping, but B, I don't want to accidentally miss something because I forget I slept through my alarm. I don't want that to happen. Kevin, how many alarms do you set for the morning?
So I set 1.
Me too.
And I always wake up at it. My wife sets 7,000. And that's an exaggeration, but not as much as you might think.
Yeah.
Because, she's a teacher, and she would set her alarms for, 5:30, 5:37, 5:42, and I'm like, just freaking set your alarm for when you want to get up. And she's like, it's a process.
I've had to adjust mine because I'm still trying to get used to the drive schedule that we have with the new station. But I usually set it now for 7:15-ish. But I am one alarm person. And I wake up at 6:30 every morning, so it doesn't even matter that I have my alarm on because I immediately wake up, and most of the time at 6:30 the dog is kind of, hey, I'd like to get out of this crate now. Can I go outside and go to the restroom?
Our version of that is the 3-year-old.
And now nobody in the house hears him except for me.
Oh,
is that weird?
Oh, yes, they do. Oh,
they just know I'm going to get up?
They do.
I need to stop getting up.
Noah.
And then they're going to think I'm dead.
Noah cares not for what time it is. And if there's even a crack of light, he says, wake up, it's morning time.
He come in your room?
Yes.
Does he come into your room and he's like, is it time to wake up yet? And he's constantly...
No, it used to be like that. Now it's a statement. Wake up, it's morning time. And unfortunately, he tries his best, but with his cast... he still moves his arm around, and man, that thing hurts.
Kevin, I remember the time because you were a father before I was a father. And you have an amazing son in Brandon. I love that kid. But I remember a time where you told me, hey, when they can get their breakfast themselves, it changes your life.
It did.
And I was like, okay. And then Lucy is now at the age or the capacity where she can do all of those things herself.
Yeah.
And she comes into our room still because she just loves us. But she comes in and she says something and she's like, I'm hungry. And I'm like, you know how to make waffles. And so now here we are. It took a long time to get here. I feel like it's been 20-something years. But we are finally at that point. Thank you for telling me that it was going to get brighter.
By the way, I'm sure you'll appreciate this, or a lot of people will. Carter Jensen says now he vows to set 1 million alarms to make sure that...
I would also say have an accountability buddy. Have somebody on the team that's like, I will knock on your door for you, bro.
Okay.
And just that way, just in case. You never know.
Now, the odds have shifted. It is early, but Paul Skeens open as the obvious favorite to win the National League Cy Young. I thought you would get a kick out of this. Christopher Sanchez overtook him the other day because of the early struggles from Paul Skeens, and then obviously how good Sanchez was against the Rangers in the season opener. So now goes Sanchez, Skeens, Yamamoto, Sale, and then Mizorowski for the NL Cy Young.
I know, ABS is changing it too, and the strike zone and everything, but Kevin, do you feel like we're in an era of spectacular pitching? Like with Skubal and Skeens, like those two dudes, I don't know where people would put them against the Nolan Ryan era, the Tom Glavine, and that whole bunch. But I feel like we're in an era right now where we have young pitching that is on the rise. It's very impressive. Sanchez being one that you're like, holy crap! Like you watched him, you saw it. He looks like a Cy Young guy.
Sometimes I wonder too if people judge that level of dominance not by the overall depth, but how good the top of the top is. So like I think about right when Greg Maddux stopped being one of the greatest pitchers of all time, but was still really good. That's when Pedro Martinez and Randy Johnson were right at the top to be like, I can almost be that good, or maybe be that good in totally different styles. So that's a great question. I do, and so
like
I wonder.
Felix Hernandez, you mentioned him earlier. He came in at a time where he was the dominant one. So that's a good point.
Like if we move forward in 3 years, and now Skubal has, let's say, 4 Cy Youngs and Skeens has 3. Then are you going to look at it and be like, my God.
That was amazing.
What a magical time of pitching. Probably so.
And Leiter's right there in the mix, getting on his way to becoming it, I think.
Yeah.
I'm hoping. Like Mike said, we've been kind of very cautious about Cy Young. But is he an all-star? Big question. If he can answer that this year, that'll be huge for us.
What percentage of at-bats do you think were left-handed at-bats last year?
Left-handed at-bats last year, I'll say 47%.
Ooh, very good guess. It was 44%, and that was the highest percentage it had been in 11 years. And part of the reason for that is just the level of effectiveness that left-handed batters had as well. And maybe kind of the switch hitting, I feel like that's still not super common, but you see it enough, and obviously more likely than not you would hit left-handed to take advantage of the pitching matchup. But the OPS for left-handed batters last year, 732. For right-handers, 709. That was the biggest gap left-handed over right-handed advantage since 2006.
Interesting.
The left-handers scored their most runs in a season, hit their second most home runs in a season, and took their 5th most plate appearances ever. And so part of the reason, I think, is teams taking more advantage of platoon situations, which obviously we've already seen with the Rangers a bunch this season. But then you got to think, if you have to face at least 3 batters as a relief pitcher, you don't have the same like, hey, I'm going to bring this guy in, and you're like, ooh, now I'm going to set up a left-hander, and you're like, okay, well, I'm going to take this pitcher out after 1 at bat.
Yeah.
And so you have a little bit more of an advantage from the hitting perspective to take advantage of the left on left.
Oh yeah, for sure. And then on top of that, more pitches, as you were talking about. You talk about the guy. He, instead of just throwing 6 pitches to get that one guy out, now he's got to throw 15, and you might be the right-hander at the 3rd at bat.
Yes.
And then that changes that. So, this is this is an interesting change. I wonder how much it changes. Like Skip, did it sound to you like Skip was like, I hate all the numbers?
No.
He was like, there's a number
I read it
for
exactly
everything.
differently.
But then he would say the point of like, I think he loves the numbers, but he doesn't want to send guys to the box with all of that in their head because he's like, hey, you can't do this in this situation. Now you got to hit 97, and it's going to be a like all those things. He's like, I don't want them thinking about that. I'll do all the thinking for that. So those numbers right there, I wonder how much that's going to affect the way that they approach some of those. Well,
things. and I think Brandon Nimmo kind of hammered that home a few days ago, or I guess it was technically last weekend now, where he was talking about, Evan Carter was talking about, hey, he was giving us a lot of information. Then he looked at our faces, and he was like, all right, let's just cut right to the chase. Yeah. Here's what you really need to know. So all those numbers are valuable, but I think you need to be able to read the person you're talking to or read the room, right? And be like, hey, that's a lot. So let me just don't forget about a couple of those things. Let me just cut right to the chase.
When the glaze starts to happen on their eyeballs and their mouth kind of drops and they're just like, you know what? He's a hitter. Let's let him go hit.
So I think you're right about not overwhelming with information. But when I was listening to Skip talk about, we have the breakdowns going to last season, hot zones for the catchers, for the umpires, I think he just loves all of these numbers.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Texas Rangers broadcaster and knower of all things baseball, and sharply dressed man, Jared Sandler, next right here on The Fan.
Our goal is to have It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Globe Life Field for the Texas Rangers home opener. And right now, we bring to you Texas Rangers broadcaster, knower of all things baseball. It is indeed Jared Sandler. Good morning and happy home opener, sir.
What's up, fellas? Happy home opener. Hey, when the Rangers start on the road, you get two of these, right? You get to enjoy opening day on the road, and then you get a second one. I'm not saying I love it.
At the time, I hate it, but now that we're here, I like it.
Yeah, it's kind of cool, but it
has the same feel.
I'll tell you this. It's cool to...
It really does.
Drive. Yeah, no, I think it does for sure. You drive up to the park, the team's 4-2, they're playing well, and you've got that energy. Because on opening day, it's like that we're all 0-0 type of thing. Well, what about they're starting to really feel good about coming off of down here. I love that.
And it's on a Friday, and everybody's like, we can drink early, and we can start playing cornhole.
And apparently, it's a holiday weekend, I was told.
It's a good Friday.
Let's make it a great Friday.
Okay, let's do that. Now,
but why is it named Good Friday? Because isn't today the day that Jesus died?
Yeah, no, absolutely. But that was necessary part of the plan. Had to die to have the resurrection.
I just feel weird celebrating that.
That's fair. Don't put it on social media. People will crush you.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. So you talked about it being 4-2, but the added element of not only do you have a winning record, you beat what we think will be two good teams, and you did so on the road, which let's just go back to last year. Excelling on the road, not necessarily a big part of this team last year.
And you did it by scoring some runs, too,
yes,
right?
you did. We were just talking about that with Mike. Not that we wouldn't be happy, but if you would have gotten a 4-2 with two just nails performances from Eovaldi and that 5 innings of no-hit from Gore and then one from DeGrom, and you scored 3 runs in all the games, I feel like we'd all be like, okay.
No, I think 100% right. Like, there even stretches last year when the Rangers would, win 3 out of 4, but we're waiting for the bats, and they would win these games 3-2, and it's like, okay, that's great. Let's score some runs. And they did that, and they scored some runs, like I think about Saturday against the Phillies in extra innings. They scored runs against good pitching, right?
Yeah.
They had good quality at bats. It's early. It's 6 games. I mean, who knows? But I do think that if this team can stay reasonably healthy, this is a team that should be playing really competitive baseball in September. Not like last year where it was like really playing from behind to just keep the flame lit, but like really being right in the thick of things.
Sorry, just real quick. Is it ridiculous? I want to ask you this, too, to think that we're already to an important homestand for Jock Peterson with a bunch of right-handed pitchers coming up and his confidence issues maybe lingering over and him not getting used a whole bunch early on, or is that absurd because it's Game 7?
Both? Can I say both?
Okay, sure.
I think, we always talk about like a month, right? I think a month is probably fair. But what if Andrew McCutchen keeps sitting, right?
Right.
Listen, I do think it's important to, identify that while Jock is not, winning fantasy baseball rotisserie leagues right now, I do think the at-bat quality has been better. He's had a couple walks. He had a good, what should have been a productive plate appearance on Tuesday, fly out that should have maybe led to an advancement of a runner. Danny Jansen kind of made it not important anyway when he had a 3-run home run. But yeah, I mean, Jock's obviously got to, get some hits and start hitting for some power, and he knows that. But I think it's a little too early to, say, hey, job's on the line. But I think that all sides understand the level of urgency here.
Jared's answer, while shorter than most of his answers, was still very long, and I forgot the question, so I'll just move on to my question.
Hey, I had to do a 3-minute hit on Fox this morning. And I always ask, how long? Man, I kept those answers really tight. You guys would have been really proud of me.
I was at a dinner with Jared, and he was speaking, and he was like, I'm sorry that I've gone long. Corey knows I do this.
Yeah. If I had to take the over-under, if you were singing the Star-Spangled Banner or anything else, I was like, I might hit the over.
You brought up McCutchen. That was where I wanted to go. How much did this clubhouse, this group, need his personality specifically?
Yeah,
I've always loved him as a player, and I've always loved who he is. So
I think that we'll look back if this team is successful, and I think one of the threads will. What do you do with a thread? You yarn it, you sew it.
Yeah.
You sew.
Mm-hmm.
Well, whatever.
Sew into it. Yeah. Stitch.
I thought I was about to go down a path that would sound intelligent, but I'll just stick to
Say
sports.
knit and we'll all laugh.
Is that Andrew McCutcheon's presence on and off the field was additive, right? I don't think Andrew McCutcheon, I don't know. I don't think that Andrew McCutcheon is the Nathan Eovaldi type leader or the Adrian Beltre type leader. There's a lot of different ways to lead. But he's an adult in the room who has a lot of skins on the wall.
He's a pro, yeah.
And I think there's a lot of respect. These guys all playing understand how hard the game is. And when they see a guy who's had the success that Andrew McCutcheon has had, there is an automatic level of respect and attention paid to that guy, even if he is not the same player he once was. And I think there's a lot of value there.
Yeah, hands on him. I just keep talking about how fast his hands are. When I watch him swing the bat, I'm just like, how did he turn on that? And I'm just always shocked at how quickly he's able to turn on certain pitches.
And I think that anyone, I don't know this to be true, but I think if you took guys who have great plate discipline, I would imagine most of them have quick hands because it allows you to react and decide on a pitch, even like a hair of a split second later. But that makes a difference.
The discipline part of it.
Yep.
Did you think that first lasso celebration he did was kind of seductive too?
Oh, you know what? Did he get the hips in it? I don't
he was slow jamming it a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
It was a little hot.
Jared, you can still do long answers. It's perfectly fine.
No, I need to get better at it. I want to work on what do we think's like a sweet spot? Because I don't want to put you guys in a position.
TV is 30 seconds.
Okay.
Radio, I think a minute and a half is perfectly acceptable.
Okay. I want to try. Throughout the year, I would like to try stick to 90 seconds or less.
Okay.
But if
That's
you guys
what Emily
ask
said.
a really, really good question,
You want to talk about
requires a lot of detail, then maybe I get a pass every once in a while.
I didn't hear what you said, Kevin.
That is a shame.
What'd you say?
That was a quality
I don't
joke.
think you need to do it twice.
Nope. I don't think so.
I think, and I'm going to bring this up with Chris Young later, the Jack Leiter's, in my opinion, this close. It looks like he's just got to make a little tap and he's through.
On pace for 32-0.
Yeah, exactly. On pace for 32-0 is what we're looking at right now. Kumar Rocker, how much of this extended amount of time that he has not gotten on the mound, how much is that going to affect him, and when do you think he gets that chance?
Yeah, and Skip Schumacher even said, it's kind of tough spot for a young guy. But, that's what happens when you're on a team trying to win, right? When you're on a team that's not trying to win, then you just, I don't want to say the priority becomes
the future.
Well, no, the priority is what's best for these, highly thought of
the development.
prospects.
Yeah.
But I guess we'll see. I thought Mike brought up a great point. I don't know if you asked him about it, but in the event that Kumar does pitch out of the bullpen in any capacity, that's a new experience, and there's some acclimation there. Obviously, the intention right now is for him to be in the rotation. But yeah, I think that's unfortunate. I think he's kind of collateral damage because of the reshuffling of the deck that took place.
That's an interesting phrase. Did you feel at all like Jacob Latz's versatility punished him a little bit when it came to deciding starter number 5?
Yeah, I think so. I think there are two things. One, yes, because we talk about the puzzle fitting together.
Right.
And
see why I said it's about roster building, and that was the thing that I was like,
Yeah. The other thing with Jacob, though, he does need to show the ability to consistently get through 5 innings. And I don't mean just getting 15 outs. I mean, hey, the stuff still looks as good in the 5th as it did in the 1st and 2nd. Or good enough relative to whatever regression takes place over a
his
start.
Fastball in that last outing, it went down to 89. He was in the mid-early 90s.
Yeah. So I think, just that's another thing that played a role. But, yeah, I do think that all the puzzle pieces fitting together, sometimes for a player, it's not what's, what they earned in a vacuum. It's how it all makes sense with the group you've got.
Now, it's early. We have to take all these numbers for what they're worth through just 6 games. But the top 4 hitters in this team last year with an awful OPS last year of 697. This year, 847. And that's without Wyatt Langford popping off quite yet. Is that, I'm not saying it has to be exactly 847, but do you think this really strong top 4 is something that can stick this season?
I think so. Yes, I do. And Jake Berger, I think, is due for a bounce back. He played, and in the moment when you're not achieving the way that you want to achieve individually or as a team. No one cares about excuses. But now that we're months removed, I mean, he was playing. It's tough for hitters to hit with a broken hand wrist thing, right? Like, that's not easy. It's tough for hitters to hit when their wrist is healthy. So he was playing through things, trying to be on the field. Hopefully he can stay healthy and contribute in a way that is more commensurate with his production over the course of his career prior to last year. Like, I think Rangers fans who maybe don't follow baseball globally as much would be surprised to see that, Jake Berger over a 162-game stretch prior to last year was like a 34, 35 home run a year type guy,
right?
Per 162. So, I mean, I think that's I think that's something you can keep up. And obviously with Nimmo, Langford, Seager, I think there's less like, oh, I wonder if they can do it, Well,
I was talking with Jake at the Sandlot event down on the field, and he talked a lot about being part of the community and how important community is to him. Do you think he kind of also has this, like, I can't rope in and feel as ingratiated or ingrained in the community without being an effective player? Like, that's part of my identity.
I think it's tough, right?
Yeah.
I think it's tough, especially when you're new to an organization, new to a community. Absolutely. I think that having some level of production is helpful, because then, fans get a little more excited. I think with Jake, I think Jake's story is so much bigger than baseball, obviously.
Yeah.
And I think that whether he hits 500 home runs or no more home runs the rest of his career, the impact he's had on the Down syndrome community is, just untouchable, right? But, I do think that it's a lot easier to get out and be even more present when that people aren't going to be like, well, maybe you should be focusing more on whatever, Right? I think that whether it's fair or not, these guys understand that those comments exist, and I think optically it's better when you're performing better.
I know the numbers say yes, but does it look like the plate discipline is better in these first 6 games? Again, numbers say yes, but watching, does it look better?
Yes, and I was even looking, Kevin, at pitches per plate appearance in strikeouts for the Rangers. So and they're kind of middle of the pack, right? It's not like they're, but I feel like anecdotally there haven't been oh my God, no plan, what was going on there, right? I just think that the at-bats have been more competitive. Yes, there have been strikeouts, but you've faced some pretty good pitching, especially in Philadelphia. But I also think that situationally they've done a really nice job. I think about that 10th inning in Philadelphia. I think about, the first 2 games of the Baltimore series. Just more productive outs, which I think is a big part of it too.
I think you've seen multiple times where pitches lead to hits. Like, you just watch and you can kind of customize how you want an at bat to look.
Yeah.
And I've seen these guys a couple different times where I've been like, oh, he took that and that's going to set up. Oh, and there it is, and that's the pitch that he was waiting for, because they were disciplined. They weren't just expanding that nitro zone, if you will.
Okay, then the question, I love that. I hope we do that all year. The question for both of y'all then is, as you were just kind of referencing too, doing the right thing or hitting the ball hard does not always result in what you wanted, and vice versa. Did you think Josh Young's at-bats looked better on Wednesday? Because he gets the hits, but again, that doesn't always tell the whole story.
So what I'd say, his last at-bat, I mean, he drove one to deep left center. That was nice. What I liked about the RBI single was that he laid off pitches that we've seen him swing at leading up to that pitch, got a changeup off the outside corner or outside part of the plate. And instead of rolling over and pulling it and having a weak ground ball, he went the other way. He went to right field.
Yes,
and,
right.
That's been a point of conversation for him, right? Some guys, everyone's got strengths. Everyone, has their bucket, what they do. But for Josh, he's a guy who he has success pulling the ball, but teams can feast on that, right?
Yep.
Because, you start to see teams work him away. Teams have done 2 things. They've worked him away and got him to, get him off balance, weak contact, pull side, or they've thrown pitches way off the plate inside, and he's swung, and then all of a sudden, now that it makes it a lot tougher for him to lay off the pitch over the plate, but above the you kind of get in a spin cycle. But I think what really impressed me about the RBI single was just where the pitch was thrown, the pitch type, and Josh's ability to just go with the pitch, not do anything too crazy.
The other thing, I don't know if you're doing this or not, are you keeping track of how guys do after a called ball or called strike with ABS?
No, that's a good question. I have not started tracking that.
I don't know if anybody
Skip
will.
will get him those numbers.
I feel like
He's
I'm way
tracking.
ahead of the game on this, Jared, and I need to know who to call and tell, because I think there are going to be moments in games where you're like, no, don't worry, he's good after this, or man, that's really going to mess with his head.
You're saying like when a call gets overturned, how it impacts them?
Yeah, or if they get one right. If they get it right, do they get hits? If they get one right, do they just lighten up a little bit?
So it does flip to a ball.
Yeah.
And you're like, all
That's
right.
a good. That'd be interesting. You know, one of the things that I want to track this year is how guys do in their third at bat after going 0 for their first 2.
I like that.
How like Skip made a comment about that during spring
toughness
training
part,
that I thought was really interesting about, you know, guys just being able to short memories, not letting at bats or bad starts to games carry over.
You know, that's really fascinating, because I feel like we've heard ad nauseum about, well, I'll determine how good this pitcher is when they make their way through the lineup for the third time. But I haven't seen a whole lot of info the other way. Skip said he hasn't done a good job of setting his hitters up for success thus far in the ABS. I know this is a transition for everybody. How fascinated are you going to be, not only for the Rangers, but to see how other teams adapt differently to ABS across the season?
Well, that's one of the things that I think is most fascinating, is that a lot of these rules have been filtered through and through and through. And so, you know, most managers or teams have very similar philosophies, but one of the things is that like not every team has the same chess pieces to play, right? So that's why some teams play small ball. Like AJ Hinch said it when he was in Detroit. He's like, because they platoon a lot, they pinch hit a lot. He said, you know, he kind of laughed when he was asked about it. It was like, are you kidding me? I'd rather have like the same guys or just set the same lineup every day. I don't want to have to do like,
oh yeah.
But so a lot of baseball strategy, I don't want to say is interesting, because it definitely is, and there's nuance and I'm going to make up a word, granularity to it.
I like it.
But this is so new for everyone. Teams are all like, how they communicate it, how it's executed, not just from a coaching level, but from a player. Like, there's just so much variance right now. It's really, really fascinating to me.
Granularity is already a word, Jared.
Is it really?
Yeah. The quality or condition of being granular. So they use the word in the definition.
God, I feel so great right now.
Look at Jared trying
After
to
I screwed
invent
up that
words.
one
He's like, I am Merriam-Webster.
Man, thank you very much, obviously, for the time. By the way, as an aside, you look sharp as hell today,
Hell yeah,
man.
Thanks. My 1 month. This is a Dave Raymond thing. We wear suits on opening day. It's the one time a year. If it was up to me, I'd wear sweatpants and a hoodie. But hey, I'm a team player.
Well, hold on now. If the Rangers were to win 8-0,
No.
should you not wear a suit again tomorrow?
Nah, my suit had zero to do with any pitching, hitting, or fielding.
All right, hold on. They win 8-0 today, and then lose 4 straight 8-0. Now that Kevin said 8-0.
If someone with the Rangers came up to me and was like, "Dude, you're hosing us," I would consider it.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna keep track of that.
Let me just make this clear. If someone gave me a $100 bill today and the Rangers won, then I would say that maybe he needs to keep giving me $100 bills.
Okay,
right?
that makes-
It depends on if it benefits me or not. That's how this world works these days.
That is...
We'll track Suit Jared for the rest of the year.
Man,
Yeah, please do.
that's what I want you to, every morning of a Rangers game,
Suit,
post
no suit.
Jared statistics. Thank you very much, as
welcome,
always,
guys.
good sir. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk a little stars, a little Final Four, but then also it's time for some forgiveness from...
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
To the right, back for Ben again. Oh, wow! What a setup! Everybody involved. And R2 Huru has his second in the NHL, his first on home ice, and that's a highlight reel.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we'll talk a little bit of Dallas Stars. We might need to talk a little bit of Jason Kidd, and then some Forgiveness Friday. Corey just said, did you see the Jason Kidd thing? And I thought you meant when the report was going around that he'll be back as the coach next year, and I was like, yeah, duh.
Yeah.
Like, I already knew that. But,
sense.
yeah, you just showed me a different thing, as I'm assuming they're going to bring us one of those big tortilla hats. But also, the Dallas Stars get a clutch win, and it was a dominant win over Winnipeg. And as we talked about with Robert Tiffin yesterday, this is one of those things, if you could stack up those 2 more points, it gives you closer and closer to getting home ice against the Wild, which, I mean, that is overwhelmingly likely to be and they are bringing us the hat of food over
you're
here.
Kidding me right now.
And that is overwhelmingly likely to be your first-round playoff opponent, and getting all those 2 points will get you to that home ice easier, but Corey is out on all of that.
Oh, my gosh. Do you see the size of this hat it is tortilla? Kevin, show everybody right now on the fan cam and
Holy
the Twitch.
moly, that is
gigantic.
That is heavy.
Do not tip it too far. You don't want that to fall over. That is gorgeous, for one. Like, what an amazing job.
Here, will you take your hat and
feed
your headset
the whole
off
family
real
with
quick?
this right now. You want me to put it on the head?
Hat on you with the food? I don't know about the logistics of this. I think they brought an empty hat too, so you could put it on. I think ideally you would not put the hat on with the food in it, but you could. You would just have to take this thing of chips out. So Corey is getting his hat adjusted.
I cannot currently wear my headset while also wearing this hat. So I'm going to have to hold my headset, Kevin, and wear this amazing. How does it look on me?
It looks great. I wish you were wearing the one with the food. And from the 214, that's a good point. After the result of last night's game, it's definitely lose a peg for Winnipeg, or I guess I have to say for the Jets. Lose a peg, the Dallas Stars are victorious. Quick side note to that, Dallas Stars right now sit at 4th in the betting odds to win the Stanley Cup, behind the Colorado Avalanche, of course, then the Tampa Bay Lightning, Carolina Hurricanes. The Dallas Stars are 4th on the list at 10-1. I do not think those are bad odds whatsoever if you want to get in on that right now.
Kevin, I'm trying to decide, do you want me to start eating chips live on air, or do you want me to read this Jason Kidd
probably
note?
the sports thing.
When it comes to the Stars, we needed it. They need to continue to do that. Jake Ottinger, obviously knowing he's throwing out the first pitch today, was like, I need to put a shutout on the board so that they'll cheer for me.
Plus, you went after him about lack of shutouts.
I need more shutouts, and he was like, I got this. So that's a good thing. It's a positive thing there. But that is that's just more of ramping up in these last 7 games, these last 6 now. As we get closer to this, where do you want to be heading into the playoffs? You are still unhealthy. You want to be healthy, but you're going to have to figure out how to have some confidence going into it, knowing the things that you do well, and people being like, that's why we're scared of them. Because you want people to be scared of you.
Now for the Jason Kidd thing.
Okay. All right, Kevin, here comes the Jason Kidd thing. I hate this he said, she said stuff. I really do.
Because then last we heard, Mark Cuban's like, oh, yeah, Jason Kidd knew. And then Jason Kidd's like, let's just get over it.
Yeah, he said that Nico and Jason Kidd stood up and made that trade. That was the last thing he said. Michael Finley had nothing to do with it. Jason Kidd on the claim that he knew about the Luka trade. Oh. I was not a part of the process, and I was informed at the 11th hour, and that's the truth. Here's my follow-up question to you and to him. Did you ever tell Nico you were frustrated with the player?
Okay.
Because if you weren't part of the process, griping to the GM about something can be that, right? Like that can be, all right, you know what? He's been upset about this for a long time now. I'm going to make a move. And maybe you weren't in there sitting there saying, hey, trade this guy. But maybe there was part of the process where you were vented enough times that the GM was like, okay, he's going to be fine with this. I don't know. Again, this is all one of those things that we'd love to let go and move on. Obviously, Jason Kidd wants to do that because he's confirmed to be with the team next year. He doesn't want to have this hanging over his career here. Winning a championship will make that all go away.
Okay, you just said hanging over his career here. Are the Mavs fans, not to say they'll get it, are they owed an answer to this? Or does it matter because the people who would have made that decision, the ownership group, they're fine with it, and they're like, oh, I know exactly what happened with Jason Kidd, and we're keeping around as the coach, whether he was in on this bit or not?
And I think we feel this way, that we are owed that because of the money that we spend on the team. We're invested in the team just as much. The time that we spend caring about it, the reason the product exists and continues is because we care so much about it. And so we feel like we have that kind of a heart-to-heart investment in it. But the reality is the people that run the thing don't agree with you on that.
Yeah.
And they're like, why would we ever tell you?
Yeah.
Just like the JFK files, Kevin. Oh. Why would they ever truly show us everything about that?
Yeah.
Like the government's like, no, it's better you don't know. And for us in power. And the same thing, I think, goes with Rangers, with Mavericks fans here. They're thinking, with us in power, if we were to give you the whole truth, you couldn't deal with it.
Now, we're going to fire up a little Forgiveness Friday right now, but there's a fascinating thing happening here in the ballpark. We're about 30 minutes away from the doors opening, and there is the prep/hype meeting happening for the stadium workers right now. We see two different groups who... I'm assuming the managers are like up on tables giving them instructions for the day, and I'm kind of hoping a little bit of an independent style hype up speech as well, though I don't
Everybody
know.
Starts clapping and jumping up and down.
Yeah.
And
I don't know that to be the case, but they're getting their instructions. Now, for Forgiveness Friday, I'm going to have to change one of these.
All right.
Because I was originally going to say... NBA odds makers, do they need to ask for forgiveness? Because Luka Doncic, as he is apt to do, is having an incredible offensive season. 8.3 assists per game, 7.7 rebounds per game, along with a league-leading 33.5 points per game. He is 20-1 to win NBA MVP. It is a two-person race. Shea and Wemby. Now, Shea still has like a pretty pronounced lead over Wemby, but Wemby is 2.5 to 1. The next closest person is Luka at 20-1, and that was before yesterday's game. But now I might have to switch it to hamstrings. Need to ask for forgiveness because it looks like Luka hurt his hamstring yesterday. He has to play at least one more game this season to qualify for any of those awards. You know, they have the 65 game threshold, which is already taken out Anthony Edwards. It's on the verge of taking out Jokic. Cade Cunningham has run into that problem. And so a lot of people have complained. Luka's at 64 games for the season. If it's a serious issue, he could easily miss the last 5 games, which means he could lead the league in scoring and not be on any of the all-NBA teams, and obviously not an MVP.
Oh, and that one Tech game, too, right? Didn't he get the suspension? So that could be the game that kept him from qualifying for all this stuff.
See, that's what I would do for that first game. I'd be like, I'm good to go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm suspended for my Tech game. Too bad.
I think Kevin, I think he'll figure a way out to get on the court again before it's all said and done. That's just how he is. That being said, the defense that Wemby plays, the impact that Wemby has on the defensive side of the ball, I don't know we'll ever get enough respect. It will only be his offensive game that people quantify on that conversation, or it's just going to have to be like his team is the best team.
Yeah.
And like right now they're in that category. They're in the conversation of will they be able to oust Oklahoma City. Yeah.
And Wemby's going to win Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
And he probably should have won it his first year.
Will that double up and give him that MVP? I just don't know that he gets enough respect for that when it comes to the MVP conversation. But I understand why Shea is where Shea is on that. It makes sense. But Luka is always that weird part of the conversation. Even when he was here, he's put up the numbers that put him in that place.
Sure.
And he's taken teams to this far, and you're like, why? And I don't know. There's just something about Luka that people want to they want something else out of him to be like, that's the legit MVP right there.
I mean, I think if you got even a season long of mediocre, probably slightly above average defense, that would make all of the difference in the world, because I think his team in the regular season at least is maybe performing better than some people anticipated. He's leading the league in scoring, but yeah, still it seems to be a two-man race even if Luka does play some more. Now, does Sonny Dykes
kind of
need
interesting
to...
that Jokic is now taking a backseat to everybody in this conversation.
Yeah, and I think at the beginning it looked like it was because he wasn't going to have enough games to qualify, and so he just kind of fell out, even though he's already clinched a triple-double for the season yet again. And for a big chunk of the year, I think he was top 3 in points, rebounds, and assists, which is just bananas. So let's talk about Sonny Dykes. Sonny Dykes was talking about losing their quarterback, Josh Hoover, and he's going to Indiana, or he's at Indiana. And one of the things he said, and then he tried to make it sound all casual, except as if he didn't have the exact numbers. Numbers are numbers and stats are stats. You look for us, I think Josh started 31 games here as a quarterback, and he turned the ball over 42 times in those 31 starts. He thinks. Then we go to Curt Cignetti. Got to clean up some of those turnovers, obviously, which Coach Dykes made light of. But when Josh got here, he met his 2 new best friends. Great defense and a really good run game.
Dang, dude.
He was never the same after that.
Curt Cignetti's just going to continue to drop them on people, isn't he?
Yeah. So
I first thought Sonny Dykes was going to give us a poem. Numbers are numbers and stats are stats.
Yeah.
All those turnovers can be some brats. Something like that.
I like that.
Thank you.
Okay, so any forgiveness needed in this scenario, or are those just some people going back and forth?
Not from Cignetti. He's a champion right now. So when you're a champion, you don't have to apologize for anything. Well, except for, bad things.
All right. Well, the Blazers had to apologize. They were fined $100,000, which, man, that's going to hit them hard. And... No? And
why? Do they not do well financially?
I mean, get out of here. $100,000.
Oh, okay. You're being sarcastic.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Oh, that's really.
I was thinking they were a very low revenue.
Yeah, no.
team.
I mean, even if you're a low revenue team comparatively in the NBA, you'll be just fine. But yeah, and they had 2 executives suspended for 2 whole weeks because of interfering with draft picks going back a couple of years. So after this, Corey, just devastating punishment. Do you think that the Blazers can rebound?
You know what? No. Once the Brandon Roy situation happened to the Blazers, I think it all kind of fell apart after that. They had the failed draft with Greg Oden, and then from there on, Kevin, it just became a very difficult bounce back. They're just going to have to continue to hope that Scoot does his thing,
If your net worth was $10,000, this is the equivalent of a 29-cent fine. 29 cents. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here.
That's irritating.
On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where we might also sneak in a little bit of NFL draft overreaction or reality next right here on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC
and there, it's Myles Garrett.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from Globe Life Field for Texas Rangers and their home opener. We got CY coming up at 12:40. Eric Nadel coming up at 1 o'clock. But right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
And let's start with, I do want to go back to some more NFL draft overreaction or reality. But before we get to that, I got a few other things. Not surprisingly, the NFLPA, how's it going? Mr. John Blake walking on by. Love talking with him. You can hear his podcast with Evan Grant as well. So
should we ask him to sit down with us?
Right now?
John,
we can
do you want to sit down?
We can make that happen.
He's like, I'm very busy. I got to talk to the other people over there. That makes sense.
So the NFLPA, not surprisingly, is backing the refs in their ongoing saga with the NFL. They specifically said, and this was interesting, they manage the game in real time, enforce the rules, and stop situations from escalating. That can't be replaced by less experienced crews or handled remotely. If player safety truly matters, trained professional officials on the field are not negotiable.
Okay.
And so the factoring in of having replacement refs is a safety issue. Is a fascinating, I get where they're coming from. I just hadn't really heard a ton of that narrative. So it's interesting to hear them break that out.
And maybe sometimes it takes a little longer for that to happen. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense in this sport where you're kind of, now, do we think that referees always get the safety portion of it correct in the first place? No.
Right.
But a lot of times, because of their training, because of what they're paid to do, because they are the professionals at it, because they study this stuff, they do make the right calls on a lot of things, and you're out there with the thought that I'm not going to get away with this because that official is calling the game correctly. Like in the NBA, Kevin, where Luka's defense is still fantastic.
It's not.
In the NBA, how many times do we know, these officials let you play?
Right.
And that changes the way your physicality is in a game. Same thing goes in the NFL, but also when it comes to these dudes, whenever I guess they do need to call sometimes. They're like, hey, get that guy off the field. He kind of stumbled.
Sure.
But yeah, no, this makes a lot of sense when it comes to the player safety.
Now, ESPN, not official, but the thought around the league is, at least per Andrew Marchand, is that they're going to switch up their number 2 NFL game calling team of Chris Fowler, Dan Orlovsky, and Louis Riddick due to the new NFL team deal. The thought is Jason Kelsey might make his way in as an analyst. Kelsey has been a studio analyst on the Monday Night Countdown. Kurt Warner is also in the mix, but be on the lookout to see what that new configuration looks like for the number 2 broadcasting team.
I know you don't really truly care much about that,
but a lot of people do. I do not.
I think Kelsey provides some good content on that, and I don't say the content of like my experience as a player is always the best.
Right.
But I think he's entertaining. And I think and that's important. Like, I can't tell you that my baseball experience is the best baseball experience compared to Mike's.
Right.
But can I entertain you? And like that's my goal, is to make sure we give you the things that make you laugh, happy, whatever, cry, all those things. And I think Kelsey does a pretty good job of that whenever I see him. But a lot of times I see him dressed up in something wild, and I'm just like, what's he going to do next?
Yeah.
But good luck to him.
Now, I've always been curious about this. What I always want to call the pirate ship stadium, Raymond James Stadium, the Bucs are looking to invest about $1 billion in renovations. At that point, do you ever wonder, should I just try to get taxpayer funds and build a new stadium, or are there some things like, I know there's sacred stadiums. I don't know if I would say Raymond James Stadium is at the top of my list of like, you couldn't possibly tear that down. Just build another pirate ship and people will be happy.
I think, and if you're going to build another pirate ship, you do it right next door and never tear down the old pirate ship. That way, whenever you're looking out the window, you see the old pirate ship.
You're
talking about with Choctaw Stadium now.
Dude, just think about how much parking there is over there. You know, how close that parking would be. I've always wondered. But you know what? I'm not in charge of the land here in Texas anymore. So, yeah, man, I agree with you. Just get a new stadium. Always. Update it. There's got to be something new. Kevin, do you have USB plugs on your plugs at home?
I
on
think
your
so.
outlets?
Yeah.
Did you have that growing up?
No.
Think about that for a second. What other amazing things do you think they can add to a new stadium that they can't add to that pirate ship they got right now?
I still think personalized gambling kiosks are coming at some point. Now, let's talk about the NFL. Yeah, I guess your phone. That's a good point.
We've already done it, Kevin.
So Roger Goodell went out of his way the other day to say Rooney Rule isn't going anywhere.
Okay.
And I think that's good. I would love if they made some tweaks. But the NFL has also spoken about other issues involving minorities that they're not looking to help people out with. The Chicago Bears had appealed the decision that their assistant GM, Ian Cunningham, became the new GM of the Falcons, and they're like, we're entitled to draft compensation for that. And technically, by the letter of the law, they should be. However, the NFL ruled it is for somebody who is the primary decision maker. And remember, the Falcons, they created that new role above the general manager, kind of like with Chris Young, where he's essentially the general manager, but we had to switch up at the titles, and they're like, it's president of baseball operations, which essentially is the old style of what we thought of for general manager. So the Falcons Chicago, they had been like, hey, we deserve some draft picks. And the NFL, which rules on their own matters, which is always weird, said, no, we're going to stick with the decision we told you at first. You get nothing.
Dude, what would the situation be if they were in the Mavs situation, where you have interim co-GMs?
Yeah, man.
I feel like, well, we didn't really even have a GM, and they were co-GMs.
Yeah, I feel like that's so dumb. You can have an interim GM or you can have a co-GM.
Mm-hmm.
Having an interim co-GM, and I was like, okay. So
during the process, we'll figure it out somehow.
That's just silly.
By the way, Kevin, roof's going to be closed today.
I mean,
which might be the right call.
Yeah, I know it's maybe not supposed to rain, but it sure does look like.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying.
Rain,
yeah, no, it's going to rain this weekend for sure. But,
okay,
so be ready for that.
And by the way, the Dallas Cowboys are once again hosting a draft party that will go down starting on Thursday with the first round of the draft. The doors of the Ford Center will open at 6 p.m. on both Thursday and Friday if you want to get in on your Cowboys draft party.
Where are you going to be? Because I'm going to be at Pluckers in Allen, Kevin.
I'm going to be at Pluckers in Dallas if you want to come hang out and party and eventually maybe do my job once we get to pick 20 and people don't have the same enthusiasm.
Did you do that last year?
No.
Have you done that yet?
No.
That's a great idea.
People seem to lose their enthusiasm at some point, and all these people who signed up at the beginning of the night, I'm like, you're not there.
Yeah, no, that happens sometimes because they're all excited for it, and then they're just like, I have had lots of food.
Yes, exactly. So, quick overreaction or reality question for both you and Alec. Overreaction or reality? I know they said they aren't, but the Cleveland Browns should trade Myles Garrett before the draft is over.
Reality. Look, they understand as a franchise they're going nowhere. And the best thing for them to do is just go ahead and let a player that should be in the Hall of Fame go to a contender. That's what we did here with the Rangers with Steve Buechele, Kevin. I don't know if you heard that story or not, but that's what they should do for him. Go ahead and just give him to the Cowboys for free, basically, is what I'm saying. Then the Cowboys can finally maybe be a contender. Your thoughts?
Alec? Sure, that doesn't feel like that's going to happen, but I will defer to Alec for thoughts on that.
I think that would be amazing.
Sure, but come on.
I mean, we just saw what happened with the NBA draft lottery here in Dallas. Why can't we have some sort of deal for the Cowboys to get some good graces? Why not?
Yeah, I like this idea.
That's
me, Alec, same page, Kevin.
That's right.
Okay.
Actually, same book, too. I mean, I guess if you're doing same page, you kind of are on the same book.
What if it's a journal?
Oh, that's interesting because that could be saying different page.
Or like a diary?
Day. Yeah.
Why are you guys still
when
talking?
When you journal, Kevin, do you do both sides of the paper?
No offense to anybody who does journal, but I do not journal.
Why not?
I don't know if I have the patience for it, is probably what I would say. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, when we come back, the doors will be open. But
not the roof.
Well, that's true. Yeah. And I want to know, are you coming to the Rangers home opener? What's your schedule, strategy, and perhaps past story? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Tolo means
Hello, baby. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The doors to Globe Life Field are open. That's where we are, and we are live here in Arlington. So what I want to know, are you coming to opening day? What is your strategy, whether it's tailgate-wise, when you got here, if you're still not here, or maybe some of your past stories? Would love to hear it. Franklin Injury Attorney, text line 877-881-1053.
It's really interesting. We got a couple Tolos here sitting right in front of us, and one woman said that she's been buying season tickets for the last 3 years. This is her third straight opening day.
Oh, I like it.
Here at the Globe Life Field. Another one said this is his first one in 7 years. He said he went 5 years in a row before this year, or before a while back, and now he's back this year. He got some great seats too, by the way. They have fantastic seats, so that's awesome. My favorite opening day story, Kevin, is somehow I was called by a friend that said, "Hey, I have some extra opening day tickets." And, that's my favorite thing. If somebody's like, I have some extra tickets, I love that because they're thinking of you, for one, and that's really what you want, Kevin, is people to think of you. But they were like, I got some extras. I can't go. Do you want these? I said, yes. So I grabbed 3 buddies. We came out to the game. I had my glove, and I sat there every single pitch. I held my glove up just in case the ball got line drived right to my mitt. I also may have had way too much tequila, and we had to pull over in a parking garage somewhere so that I could go to the restroom.
Oh, okay. Man,
But I'm still here today.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'm already sad for some people from the 945. I got denied to be off work today, so I'm going to be listening to the game and slamming beers at work while my boss ain't looking. From the
Hold on, what do you do for work is what I want to know.
Yeah. Yeah,
because if that's a police officer, I have concerns.
That's a great question. Kevin, I'm working today, so I'm not going. I wasn't sure because I know schools are out, but I wasn't sure if maybe some offices got out for Good Friday, and that would have helped kind of open up the path for some people who would normally be working so they can make their way to the home opener.
Well, and I also wonder, too, we talked about this a little earlier. Jared was like, it's like two opening days.
Yeah.
Mike was like, I could have worked 3 opening days. That would have been awesome. But when it comes to, this isn't the natural opening day.
Right.
Is it that different to you? I think it's home opener. As long as you're able to get into your stadium for the first time this year, that's whenever you're like, let's go.
So I have 2 different answers on 2 different dates.
Sorry, work.
Last week, I thought it was stupid that we weren't opening at home, and I hated every minute of it. Now that we're here, and the doors opened 3 hours before the game, and the gates opened 5 hours before the game, you saw people were waiting at the door hours ahead of time. And when the doors opened, yes, we got one of them right here. People rushed in. It does now have that opening day vibe to it. And so today I can tell you, it worked out great. A week ago, or I guess 8 days ago, I'd have been like, this is stupid.
Yeah, one of the things that I think that you always make the plan to is you got to figure out your parking situation, Kevin. When we went to the Dodgers game, we parked closer than we've ever parked to anywhere in our lives. I think I park closer than I do to my house.
With the exception of the one time that the Dallas Stars set me up with the players' pass parking lot.
Oh, I did that once too. That's really cool.
That was easily the greatest parking I've ever had.
Yeah, no, the parking we had at the Dodgers game was very close. So you got to figure out your parking situation,
right?
How close you're going to be, because that's going to help you time out. Do I want to be there right as the national anthem, right after, or many, many hours before the national anthem? So that's where you start.
Okay, can I add on to that? You need to figure out your equation for cost versus walking, right? Are you I will pay X amount of dollars to get this amount closer, because you see sliding and raising scales of parking all around here. And so are you oh yeah, $30 is fine, I'm willing to walk, or are you nuts to that?
You know what? I think you got a really good point here, Kevin, and here's where I want to share some more stories with you.
Do you have an equation?
No, well, I wish I did. But multiple times I've been out here and parked far away, and a shuttle has stopped and said, hey, would you like a ride? and it's like free tips kind of thing.
Yeah.
I always do it because I'm like, hey, man, they gave me a ride. I definitely need to take care of them. But remember when we came out here a long time ago and the old mayor was like, we are working on getting flying drones
yes.
to get y'all from the parking lots and shuttles.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, and you thought I was crazy. Now, we still haven't done it, so obviously we have some work to do with AI. But I've been multiple times now. They have a good shuttle system around here. Ubers also do things like that too. I think you just go with Alba Limo and just have them drop you off at the front door. That's the best way to do it. But
Alba Limo is super kind people.
The way that the shuttle systems, if you're walking up and you see one and you're looking at the stadium and you're like, it's still that far away. What's it going to cost you? $5 to get that shuttle? $3?
Right.
Whatever your tip system. So that gets you here. Once you're in the door, Kevin, you have two options. You don't drink. I need to find a beer.
Yeah.
I need to find a cold beer stack somewhere, and then I also need to go somewhere around here and find whatever the next food item is that I'm looking forward to. Usually it's just a hot dog because I'm a big hot dog person when it comes to the stadium. But this gigantic tray of hat nachos is amazing, especially when you put some beef on that thing. It's amazing. So you got to figure out what you're going to eat too. Do you figure out before you leave what you're going to eat?
I think I usually do, but I can see in the moment. Well, you probably always plan for hurtado, but I can see how in the moment you're like, screw it, I need hurtado.
Give me a beef.
And you might throw whatever preconceived plans you had to the wayside.
That makes sense.
But it kind of sounds like your shuttle strategy is the same thing I think about paying to check bags. Is we have the fancy credit card, so we don't have to, but I would never pay to check bags. I would just take all the bags in there, and then it feels like every flight now is like, we have booked 85 too many people on here, so there's no space for your bags. You should check your bags now. And then you can just walk up and be like, well, I guess since you offered, here you go. And then they check them for free, and you're like, I was always going to do that because I knew you oversold this flight and there would be no room in the overhead bin. So it kind of sounds like that's sort of your strategy with the shuttle.
It's been a thing for us is that we've been trained so well to pack so tightly so we don't have to check bags. That when we go on week or week and a half long trips around, Cowboys or Rangers, I'm good.
Yeah.
Like when we go
Never
to Italy,
check a bag.
I'm kind of concerned that I might not need a real bag to check. I might be fine.
Yeah.
Because I know how to pack things. It's only a week. If I'm going to be gone for a month, I'll just buy clothes there.
Or wash your clothes. Okay.
Oh, yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
From the 806, I'm headed to my 16th straight home opener. Started when I still lived in Amarillo and have continued as I moved to DFW. First opening day we ever went to the World Series, so I felt obliged to keep coming back. And if you backtrack that timeline, that makes sense because that would have been in 2011. So I like that. I mean, it feels so different. I know some people will disagree, and maybe like the first NFL game, but this just feels so much different than like opening night of the Mavs or the Stars, at least to me.
Yes. Opening day has always had a meaning. There's so much nostalgia in baseball. And I know the nostalgia kind of what I love about it now is like we're building nostalgia while we're living it. Does that make sense?
Right.
The Corey Seager and Adolis moments in the World Series and the ALCSs when they hit home runs, those are nostalgic at this point, but we lived in those moments. So yes, but there's so much history built into baseball that we've lived off of for so long, whether it's be movies or whatever. That's the feeling, Kevin, is that whenever opening day is, it's the Peanuts and Cracker Jacks. You got to get those things. There's songs that we love about it. It's the feeling, the sounds that come from it. There is a definite dopamine that comes from baseball opening day.
My version of that is the hot dog. Even if it's not dollar hot dog night, I feel like I got to get a hot dog regardless of the price, just because I'm sitting at a baseball game, usually with my boys, eating a hot dog and watching baseball.
Absolutely.
Like, that feels as American as it gets. I thought I was going to have to describe the 26-inch diameter rally sombrero, the ninth inning rally sombrero, but it got brought here. And what's really interesting is Tolos have started to grab little bits of it.
That's fine.
Along
That's
the way.
fine.
Because if we weren't doing the show and we had the whole game, we could probably take this down as a team.
Yeah, for sure.
when we're doing the show, that's a little
Well,
bit
and
more
obviously,
complicated.
CY, when he comes over and sits down with us, when Nadel comes over and sits down, we wanted to have some options for him.
Okay.
Because, Kevin, a lot of times, what's the first thing you ask somebody when they come in your home? Would you like something to drink?
Right.
Well, we want to be like, would you like something to eat? That's our first
See, when
option.
people come into my house, I'm like, would you like any food in a hat?
Mm-hmm. That's what I want to be.
Yeah.
I want to be that kind of home. Do you want ice cream and a helmet? Of course I do.
Sure. From the 817, I'm missing the home opener this year because my birthday is April 17th, and my wife is taking me to Austin. Man, this one I really relate to. From the 254, I took my 8-month-old to opening day in the old stadium. Cole Hamill started. We only stayed one inning because it was terrible. That is, I mean, you saw it when we did some stuff for Peace-a-thon. We had an amazing time in a suite. Adolis Garcia hit a game-winning home run in extra innings, and
Who called it?
Yeah, you did. Even though after he was like 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts, I was like, "You're a moron,
You idiot!"
And every time there was a home run and the music went off and the fireworks and stuff, yeah, Noah got really upset. And so Adolis hits this ball that you're like, that's out of here. And all I did was, instead of getting ready to celebrate, I just tried to cover up Noah's ears because I knew he was going to be upset. So I could see.
I celebrated for you. I stood up there and basically shirt off, Brandy Chastained it.
And I could see how maybe if you have a little one that you might not want to bring them to the home opener. From the 469, man, it almost feels like it's set for the Rangers. Discount Tire is closing from 9 to 3 for Good Friday. Man, that would be amazing if they made it like 3 to 6 for Good Friday and Rangers.
I just got my tires rotated there the other day.
Let's
and,
go.
I was like, man, I got a screw stuck in my tires. And guess what? It wasn't completely lodged through. It didn't go through. It was just in the tread. So everything turned out pretty well for us. Shout out Preston over at Discount Tire.
And this is one of the reasons they're not opening the roof today. We've had a couple of different reports from people in the area that they have had a few drops of rain or a light drizzle, and that's one of the things. If you open the roof during the game, you can't then shut it again during the game. So I can see how they're erring on the side of caution by keeping the roof closed.
817, my brother's going to the game today. He said he's going to buy 3 nacho hats. One for him, one for the person sitting in front of him, and one for the person sitting behind him so they can all eat out of each other's hats.
Okay. That is amazing. I could see, hear me out, I could see if you weren't prepared for this, somebody just handing you a nacho hat might feel like a bit of an inconvenience.
Hey, here, eat this nacho hat.
If you weren't prepared for it, like if you were prepared for it, like Chiafalo would, knock yourself out. It's going to be freaking
I wonder
amazing.
if they're all sitting like in a row together, like if they're like sitting next above each other or whatever. You know, maybe that's it. Maybe he's buying them for all 3 of the people around him.
Yeah.
I love the idea though, Kevin. Share and share alike. Enjoy your time. Somebody said, here goes Corey's talking about the smell of the grass. It's not real grass. That is just silly. Why'd you text that in?
Oh, I mean, does it feel like you can smell it even though you can't?
Yes.
Like you walk
Little bit,
in, you're
little
like,
bit.
it smells like baseball, and you're like, what is that based on?
Yeah.
You're like, I don't know. That's just what I think. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. There, keep those thoughts coming in because we've got a lot more. We'll try to get to some of them on the other side because it's time for the Combo Platter Home Opener Good Friday edition. Give us a Rangers opinion, and then what is the best Easter food or candy? Obviously, it's Peeps. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Piece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
45 degrees, our official game time temperature. There's a swing and there's a high drive, well hit. Right center field. This is way back, and that ball is history. Corey Seager with his first home run of the year gives the Rangers a 1-0 lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live for Texas Rangers home opener right here in Arlington, and it's time for the combo platter. 877-881-1053. Frankel & Frankel injury attorney text line. Give us a Rangers opinion. And then, what is the best Easter food or candy? I assume we're going to get an unending string of texts that say Peeps at 877-881-1053.
That is ridiculous.
I appreciate that. We've got CY coming up in about 18-20 minutes.
Kevin, one of the coolest things I think that I learned just moments ago from this couple sitting in front of us, season ticket holders. They get an email at some point in the year, and they're like, hey, do you want to hold the flag?
Oh,
so you know how they stretch the flag out, and they'll have the Texas and the U.S. flag out there? Do you want to do that? If you say yes, they randomly pick a bunch of people, and you get to go down on the field before the game and be part of that group, and that is really cool.
And they get to do that today?
Yeah, this couple gets to do that today. They did it last year, too. You got to figure out, though, which flag you're doing, because you go from the right or the left. You got to really work on that one. So that's happening today, and that's really cool. Rangers opinion. Kumar Rocker is going to establish himself as the, bar none, fifth pitcher on this team this year and for the next 5 years. Kevin, I don't know if you know this or not, but in 5 years, Kumar Rocker will still be the fifth pitcher.
Was that McFarland's article? I know we talked about that.
I think so. Something fun like that. But I think tomorrow, Kumar Rocker gets his opportunity. Jack Leiter will be starting on Sunday. What's most likely tomorrow? You get a Latz and Rocker start.
I can see that.
Where it's Rocker goes out first, and then Latz comes in at some point. I think there really is something, Kevin, to what Jared was saying about Latz earlier. And after about 4 innings, right when he gets to that fifth inning, his velocity drops off, and it's hard to explain. Yeah. But for those 4 innings, he's really, really good. So you just kind of have to figure out the balance there. And then with Rocker, it's like if he's on it to start, If he's not, you also know. And so when it comes to that, I think that this is the year for him to establish, I can be the fifth starter for you consistently. And then maybe next year it turns into, now can I be an all-star kind of situation. Best Easter candy, Kevin.
Can I ask you a quick question? Because you're usually the arbiter of our rules here. Will you allow this from the 3-2-1? I don't care what segment it's supposed to be. Kevin needs forgiveness for his stupid Peeps comments and propaganda.
You know what? I will grant that forgiveness to you.
Thank you.
I'm furious about it as well.
That's hurtful.
Kevin, I am not a huge fan of Peeps at all.
No?
I don't like marshmallows, for one.
Why do you say words so
that's
weird?
how it's spelled. I don't like them, for one. And then you're like, hey, but let's make them in some yellow sugary substance. Doesn't matter to me. But I feel like you're the kind of person, you like to eat them. You like to eat the head of the Peep first.
Correct.
And then, yeah. Did you do that with your animal crackers?
Yeah, or on the bunny, you eat the ears first.
So I see what it is. It's more of a game for you. It's part of your OCD games that you play with yourself.
That's true.
I see where we're going with that. I'll forgive you anyway. Have you ever put Peeps in the microwave?
No, because I really, it's probably because I saw a South Park episode where the house exploded after that. And I know they did that on purpose, but I'm like, I got in trouble as a kid for fire and stuff. So I figured,
I don't think I've ever heard your fire stories.
Yeah. Maybe we tell those another day.
Right. Kevin was trying to set houses on fire.
No. It was our own property.
I'm going to go with, I still think to this day it's too sweet. But the Cadbury egg is fantastic. As a child, they convinced me that a rabbit could actually lay an egg.
They still run that commercial?
Absolutely, as they well should, because it worked. It made me think that it was true. The chocolate on the outside is fine. The
Yeah.
stuff on the inside I always thought was going to be better. I was like, I don't know. I love eggs is my first thought.
Okay.
I really do love eggs. And I love scrambled eggs. And I was like, maybe it's going to taste like eggs inside. It never did. It just tasted like sugar. But I still think the Cadbury egg, while way too sweet, is still the number one seed for me.
Okay. From the, oh man, I should have known this was going to happen. From the 214, the Rangers are going to make the playoffs. And I'll be honest, Easter candy is my favorite time, but it has nothing to do with Peeps. They are terrible. It's the Starburst, Sweet Tarts, and maybe Sour Patch Jelly Beans. That's where it's at.
Oh man, Sour Patch Jelly Beans are good.
From the 480 combo platter, the Rangers are going to sneak into the wild card with their hitting, and the best candy is the classic jelly beans. And then they said that they might be rooting for a team from Houston, and so I do not want to read that part. I hope that's okay.
Kevin, I think I just found my new favorite.
The Nerds?
The Nerds gummy clusters for Easter.
Yeah.
Lucy loves them, but she can't have them because of her braces. And the sadness on her face whenever I see that I have a bag of them, she's like, oh. But she's the one that got me into them. Although I did hear that they use some sort of animal, like some insect, to create the coloring.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, what? But it doesn't matter. I'll still
ask
eat 'em.
about Tootsie Rolls.
Yep.
From the 214, Evaldi will definitely dominate the next 20 games. That would be kind of Kyle Gibson style
That'd be
after
awesome,
that rough
yeah.
opener. And it is the Reese's peanut butter eggs. I'm inclined to agree with you. Corey, do you want me to read one that seems like it's positive and then it takes a pretty hard turn?
Sure.
From the 214, Jock Peterson will have his breakout game.
How'd they spell Jock?
With 5 strikeouts.
Oh.
And the best candy is the Russell Stover chocolate bunny. Solid, not hollow. That does always feel like a status thing. You got a chocolate bunny, but was it solid or hollow?
The hollow one, I'll be honest, I like a lot. The solid one I feel like is too much. You remember Alec yesterday was telling us about the 10-pound chocolate bunny that's just too much. You know, like they said, use a chisel to get this stuff off of there and don't try and bite into it. I'm paraphrasing what Alec told us yesterday, Alec.
When you were younger, would you judge, like, if a girl you wanted to date was a solid chocolate Easter bunny person or a hollow one?
What are you doing right now?
What do you mean?
Like,
I just wanted to see if you were like into those hollow back girls.
Okay. I'm quitting the show.
Even
today.
in the stadium, Alec.
I'm quitting the show today.
Even in the stadium, you can't escape it.
I don't
I'm kind of
know.
glad I'm not there now.
He would walk off.
I wanted to throw this plate of hat nachos at you.
I mean, that would be a weird sentence. I got assaulted with the hat nachos.
First time in human history.
Tragedy today. Now, Alec, give us a Rangers opinion and then your favorite Easter food or candy. And one of the reasons I threw in food is because I think about it all the time. When we had the Thanksgiving food bracket down to ham and macaroni and cheese, and Mike goes, "What is this, the finals of the Easter bracket?" And he was furious about that.
My Rangers opinion is going to be a 24-hour opinion. It's going to be for today's game. I'm going to give you a home run pick. It is going to be Jake Burger. You're going to get a burger blast. You're going to get a smash burger here today. I think that is what you are going to see. And I think you're going to see a Rangers win on top of that because, like Skip said, some pretty hostile crowds that they had to deal with to start the season off. But with a packed house in Arlington today, they're going to feel the love. They're going to feel the energy. And they are going to win, thanks due in part to a Jake Burger home run. Hopefully we see some other guys doing some productive stuff on the bases as well, but I do think Jake Burger's home run may end up being the difference today.
You know, we were talking, Kevin, about the discipline of the at-bats and McCutchen, you know, all these guys that are they're forcing the pitchers to make the mistake. Like
right.
The mistakes that pitchers make aren't accidental.
Sure.
They're forced in most instances, unless it's like young pitchers, especially when you're dealing with some of these best pitchers and Evaldi. Those mistakes are forced by the hitter. You create that by saying, I'm not falling for that. I'm forcing you to come to me. And I think Berger has done a good job of that so far already, and I hope that he brings that back. I know the last game was kind of a tough one. I know the strikeouts have stacked up on him. That's the kind of hitter he's going to be, though. But I think that being home today, he's going to be back in that mindset of, all right, I'm gonna make this pitch be the one I want.
Now, Alec, the Easter food or candy for you?
This is so easy. It's been my favorite for my entire life, my entire existence. The Reese's Easter eggs are the best thing ever, and you can give me any formulation of the ones that they make. The oversized ones, the tiny little ones that come in the value bag that are actual little round eggs, those are fantastic, or the half eggs. All of those. The proportions on them, the ratio of chocolate to peanut butter, they are so perfect. And for whatever reason, it doesn't make any sense, and it's not true, but they just taste different. They hit different. I don't know why. It's just amazing. They kind of melt in your mouth because the proportion of chocolate is just perfect. They are awesome, and they will forever be my 1 seed.
And we hit a run of that from the 901. Rangers will be in the World Series hunt this year, and Reese's peanut butter eggs are the best Easter candy. From the 214, you'll love this, Corey. Still can go 162, and Reese's peanut butter eggs are the best. And then from the 817, Rangers' opinion is early on, I like the manager change, and the best Easter food is deviled eggs, while they added that Peeps are trash. There is a lot of anti-Peep sentiment.
I love deviled eggs.
Yeah,
I really like. My favorite potato salad is deviled egg potato salad.
Okay,
that's the way they make it that way. So I love me some deviled eggs.
Okay, I'm going to read this. It's very clever, but this is not true. I don't think. From the 806, Rangers opinion: all Rangers players hate Peeps, and the Reese's peanut butter eggs are the best.
Your favorite Ranger of all time? Who is it?
Pete O'Brien.
Noted Peep hater.
What?
Yeah, noted.
Is that true?
Yeah. Who's your second favorite?
It doesn't matter. You're just going to say that they're a Peep hater. From the 254.
I thought you said Peep O'Brien for a second.
And yes. From the 254. Josh Young will be the Josh Young we need at the plate, and the best Easter candy is the Reese's peanut butter eggs. You see that over and over again. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know normally we would do the expressway right here, but we do not have it today leading into the Rangers game. But coming up next, we will talk with Texas Rangers President of Baseball Operations. It'll be Chris Young with us live right here on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the
Right center field. Crawford going back, still going back. This one carries into the bullpen. A home run for Brandon Nimmo. His first as a Texas Ranger. It's 2-0. Good guys.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We are live from Globe Life Field for Texas Rangers opening day. A couple of other sports notes for you. Then we're going to talk with President of Baseball Operations for the Texas Rangers, Chris Young, in a minute. We already mentioned Sonny Dykes earlier in the show. He has agreed to a multi-year extension with TCU. Not surprising, on the other hand, for basketball, Cameron Boozer has been named the AP Player of the Year. He is the 5th freshman to win that award last year. The 4th freshman to win that award was Cooper Flagg, who is obviously now with the Dallas Mavericks. So nicely done by Mr. Boozer right there.
Congratulations to Mr. Boozer. So it's all Duke players, huh? Is that how this works? Is it
I mean,
every year it's essentially some random. How does Duke do it? I'm seriously fascinated by how Duke always has essentially the number 1 overall pick,
right?
And just constantly pulls players like this.
And I know Tatum wasn't number 1, but you look at whether Zion, Kyrie, Tatum, Flagg, now Boozer should be a top 3 pick. I think it's turning these people into high draft picks is that what really appeals to kids is like, hey, you can compete at a high level, plus you'll get lots of attention, and you'll probably go really high up in the draft. That helps. Now, 2 Duke players one of them is going to win Rookie of the Year. Right now, ESPN kind of ran a straw poll of some of the voters. 80 of them voted for Con Kneppel, and 20 of them voted for Cooper Flagg. And I think the betting odds reflect that, like, it's quite a ways to go up for Cooper Flagg if he's going to win Rookie of the Year. And then back to Luka in this same straw poll, the MVP voting went Shea first, Wemby second, Jokic third, and then Luka fourth. But now he needs to play at least one more game, whether that's Sunday against the Mavs or anywhere else in the regular season, to be eligible for all of those honors.
Kneppel's been that good this year.
Kneppel's been insane.
Did you expect him to be that a Rookie of the Year candidate when he got drafted?
Candidate, yes. The almost default Rookie of the Year, no. I realize Cooper Flagg's still in the mix, but there's no way I thought it was going to be like this. And I thought Kneppel had a chance to work his way into being one of the best shooters in the league. Think about this. He shoots 8 3-pointers a game at a clip of 43.1%.
Yeah.
He's one of the best shooters in the game now. There is no way I thought it was going to play out like that.
And he's also in charge of that offense, too, isn't he?
For a Charlotte team that's been way better than I feel like people anticipate.
And with Cooper this year, obviously it's been a bit of a struggle just staying healthy on the court, night in, night out, and being able to produce has kind of been one of those things, too. So
from the 817, I requested PTO for today and forgot we already have Good Friday off. Can you retroactively get that PTO back? Not entirely sure about that. Also,
you shouldn't have to have PTO on a day that y'all already have on.
I know, but he already submitted. So, can you get that back?
Yeah, they should.
Okay.
The system should.
Okay.
The HR system should automatically kick it back to you.
All right. Now, let's go to the Final Four. I realize the Final Four gets going tomorrow. We have not talked about it a lick today. I hope that is understandable, given all of the baseball coverage that we have had. Illinois against UConn, 5-10.
CY will be at 120.
Okay. All right. Ooh, when we have a challenging decision then. Actually, I would argue maybe it's not so challenging.
I think it is.
But Alec, we need your thoughts right here. Because I was going to tell you all about the Final Four, and that's great. But if CY is going to come on at 120, usually we do Masterpiece of the Week. I don't want to cut CY short, but I don't want to skip Masterpiece of the Week. Would it infuriate people if we ran it right now?
I don't think it would. It might infuriate Alec, but I don't think it would infuriate anybody else out there.
Alec, would that infuriate you if we needed to run Masterpiece of the Week right now?
No, it wouldn't. Just give me about 30 seconds and I can be ready for it.
Okay, well, I would say go and prepare for that. So Illinois, UConn to start the Final Four at 5:10 tomorrow, and then 30 minutes after the completion of that game, Michigan, Arizona, which I really, really, really want to tell you is the real national championship game, but I know that UConn is always there to break my heart in these scenarios. It's the 8th time they've been to the Final Four. In the previous 7 times, they won 6 titles. So that seems to be what they do.
UConn versus North Carolina in the championship. Who do you root for?
I'm rooting for North Carolina.
Wow. Go ahead and hold on to that, Alec, for future
Damn
reference.
it. I didn't really think about that. This is a very rare Eagles Tom Brady situation where my personal feelings about UConn have trickled over into making that decision. I probably should text Jesse Holly and Newey right now and tell them that audio exists out in the world. But Arizona was my pick to win the tournament when it all started. I will stick with that, but I am really excited for this slate of Final Four games. Obviously, I could have been more excited, but, By the way, buzzer beater. If a buzzer beater will happen in one of these games, 25-1 odds. But remember, that has to be with 0 on the clock, so that would not have counted for UConn's amazing comeback win over Duke. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Just told you we're going to switch some things up, so right now, it's time for this.
She said, list this.
Gentlemen, happy home opener. I'm about to ruin it for you. It's time for Masterpiece of the Week, where we revisit the wild, wacky, odd, and oftentimes very concerning things said on this very program throughout the week. And we start with our favorite tradition of picking on people that are not named Kevin or Corey because they can't defend themselves. And this happened during Crosstalk the other day, and his name is Bobby Belt.
I got to go get filled.
Why is
Sean is making me.
What? What did he just say?
Sean said he wanted me to get filled, so I got to do it.
That is.
I still don't quite understand what happened in that moment, Kevin.
It was for his prescription. That's what I found out. I thought he was going to the dentist.
I thought it was something completely different.
Well, because of the hand motion, that was a pill bottle.
That was a pill bottle.
That was not
he
what
he was shaking
thought.
the pill bottle.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay. Woo.
Because otherwise it would have been like, Bobby knows.
Okay. All right. Yeah,
okay.
Probably so.
That was a good entry.
We have an exclusive deal for people only available at the home opener today.
For only 10 cents a day.
Yeah. You can bring home Kevin.
That's at the top of my list, dude. I love, because anybody that's ever had a chance to take home Kevin knows the effect of the value that you're getting for 10 cents a day. Is amazing.
Yep. That's a combination one right there. So good job by us.
That's a great ROI there, if you ask me.
Yeah, I agree.
But Corey sounds like all of us at one point in high school.
I am constantly amazed at the level of attractive people that end up in these courts.
The court system's wild, bro. That's never been disputed.
So hold on. So your thought is this is just have the ugly people in there. If you're running ugly court.
If you want to find yourself a mate, the court system's a place to hang out.
Okay, I've already got the intro. UGLI with Judge Corey. You ain't got no alibi. You ugly.
You ugly. But if you're attractive, you're probably doing some work around there.
What do you mean?
Work in the system.
Gotcha. And the gavel.
Well, I'm just going to play this.
She says the motorway.
Sounds hot.
Yeah.
That's why you have the British broadcaster.
Yeah. She goes, exit the motorway.
That's
and
weird.
did it take me a minute to figure that out? Sure. But to your point
like, that's a
previously, the hotness was worth it.
Yeah, totally worth it. The first thought is that's a ramp, not a motorway. Or that's a highway. Which I never understood, Kevin. Highways and freeways. So the freeway I don't have to pay for. But the highway, is that the Mixmaster? What's the difference?
I think the highway is when you ask questions like that, you shouldn't be driving. I believe.
Jeez. Corey probably shouldn't be driving when he says stuff like this. You know, the saying goes something like it's not about the size of the dog in the fight. Corey disagrees.
For the size of the dog? That thing is huge.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I was talking about its ween. Because...
Talking to who?
Yeah, all y'all. I was trying to explain there was a dog on court TV. Again, we have to figure out how to get court TV
Feels
off
like
that
most
television.
of your week was dominated by court
Either
TV.
unplug that television or change it somehow, because my brain gets consumed with that court TV all the time.
And it's not possible for you to just not look at it.
I'm looking at you. And
Okay.
the TV's right behind you.
Gotcha.
So what am I supposed to do, Kevin? Not look at your surroundings? Blur the behind you, all right? Blur it out like you would on Zoom.
Okay.
But
see what I can do.
But for that dog was maybe as long as my arm, as far as the length of the dog. The size of its thing, it was completely different. It was not proportional, is what I'm saying.
Feels like we need dog pants in that scenario.
How many times have you ever been like, that dog needs pants?
See, that's a great question.
Or that dog needs pants
Because
he might
do you
be-
run the pants over the two legs, or do you run
All
it
four
like
of 'em.
over all four and half its body?
Yeah.
Like horizontally versus, I don't know.
Where is the dog's butt legs area?
Yeah, that's a good question.
One can only presume.
All right. Well, Kevin forced me to make a revelation about myself and everybody else, I guess.
Of course, you have no arms. Oh.
Dude.
See? Okay.
Hold on. Were you talking about a shirt? And you were like, of course you have no arms in the shirt?
Yeah. And plus, Alec, if you didn't have any arms, no one would be threatened by you. Like every time you walked up, they'd be like, yeah, Alec's armless.
Okay, I'm saving that one too. No, I'll give you the context for that one because this is a great way for me to remind you about something. It's for the giveaway item for the Rangers game on Monday that we are going to be giving tickets away to at the end of this segment.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So that's what the context was about.
See, I thought it might have been going back to the Cooper Flag question I wanted to ask. If both your arms were on the same side of your body, do you think they'd be called F shirts instead of T shirts?
Flag shirts, yeah.
Yeah.
And then
that makes sense.
Let's see. I have to play this one just because the word is impressive.
With an androgynous sack.
That's the winner. I love that I got androgynous in during Mike's segment this morning. And Mike kind of had this look of like, what's happening?
Yeah.
And then he realized, oh, yeah, I listened to the KNC Masterpiece and I've learned there's kind of a definition for the word androgynous out there.
Son of a biscuit.
It's okay, Kevin. I'll incriminate Corey to end it here.
I want to walk up and be like, hey, little kid, come help me out real quick.
Oh, God.
I'm going to stick with that. What I said after that, I thought was good, too. And I was like, at no point did I say it had to be a little kid.
It's true.
Yeah, I had kind of a never mind.
You went rogue on that and kind of made your own decisions.
That was my own fault.
I'm going to go in the spirit of unity for the home opener. I'm going to go with both me and Corey talking about how you can take me home for a low, low price.
For only 10 cents a day.
Yeah, you can bring home Kevin. Because they were talking about how sad I looked, and I looked like one of those dogs in the Sarah McLachlan's commercial.
In the arms of the angels. Dude, I saw her on a tiny desk recently. I also am voting.
Mirrorball's still awesome.
She still looks amazing.
Does she?
Oh, yeah, she does. And she said she had a lover. From the, I'm going to go with Kevin at home for 10 cents a day.
For only 10 cents a day.
Yeah, you can bring home Kevin.
Oh, man.
You know
Do you
what?
think Jess would pay that?
Yeah.
I'd hope so.
I hope so. Right?
Not a lot to ask for. Guys, I'll give you the gentleman's sweep. I'm not giving you the full sweep. This was too good.
For the size of the dog, that thing is huge.
Man.
Ah, Corey.
I don't know if Chris Young is coming on after
If you
that
have
segment.
no arms, then donate the shirt to your nearest court TV, dog.
See? And then plenty of other people could be on the highway today because I'm going to read this in my approximation of the voice.
You can drive around in your car even though it's not July 4th?
Why do we park on driveways? We drive on parkways. It's a good question.
Nobody knows the answer.
My gosh.
Do you know what, Corey?
I know the answer to this.
Let's give something away.
877-881-1053. Caller number 10.
Now.
Because Corey made me change it. Will win a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rangers play the Mariners on Monday. 877-881-1053. You can get those tickets courtesy of Texas Rangers. Go to TexasRangers.com to buy them, or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors and his special guest, iconic announcer Eric Nadel. Next on The Fan.
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are live at Globe Life Field getting ready for Texas Rangers home opener. And I know you said, Corey, it feels like opening day. In just a minute, we're going to have a special edition of the C Block with Eric Nadel. Eric is brought to you by Kubota and TXU Energy. Corey?
Yes.
C-block me.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I got up and just kind of took a look around at all the people. This is one of the wild days that I love so much because every single fan I've seen so far has a piece of Rangers gear on.
Right.
Eric, you come in some nights and you might see something a little bit different, but today is the day so far that I haven't seen anything but jerseys, shirts, hats. It is Rangers fans. Ties that go along with it. I always love a home opener, opening day for us. Eric, how's it going, man?
It's going great. I'm so excited. It's wonderful. I love when the crowd is filing in here and you just feel the electricity on opening day. It's really about the only time that I get to do that. I get here super early, get my book filled out, and then just kind of experience what the ballpark is like. And it's the start of another great season.
When you say get your book filled out, are you talking about your scoring book? Just want to make sure.
My scoring book. Yeah, I still actually use a book.
I love that.
Matt and I both use books. I know Dave doesn't. Jared doesn't. They use iPads. But we actually use scorebooks, and God, I've got all of mine going back to like 1980, and recently moved and didn't know what to do with all the scorebooks. And a guy who's a collector who collects Ford Frick Award memorabilia
really
wanted all of my scorebooks.
Wow.
Really? And so, I was wondering, what am I going to do with all these scorebooks? And he was very happy to take them. He's actually got a man cave that has memorabilia from lots of different Ford Frick Award winners.
That's so
Do you have every media guide going back to? Or?
Yeah, I did. Wow. I did. I actually donated them back to the Rangers who, wanted some extras.
Now, I know you said you love seeing the fans file in, and we do too. Does it feel odd at all when the home opener is not opening day? I know that happens, but it still feels a little weird to me.
It is, especially, since we did the 6 games. If we hadn't broadcast the 6 games, or if I hadn't gone on the trip,
right,
I think this would seem like an even more special day. But
right.
Since the season's already been going on for a week, I don't have that same level of butterflies in my stomach that I normally would have if the opener were here.
Do you feel like, I know it's only 6 games, but do you feel like, hey, I love the rhythm we've gotten off to, and I think a lot of this good stuff they're doing is pretty sustainable?
I think so. The approach at the plate certainly is. Brandon Nimmo is certainly setting an example for the rest of the guys on how to work a count and how to not chase pitches. I think the message got through that scoring 4.2 runs a game, which they did last year, is not good enough. And you have to find different ways to score other than hitting home runs. And Nimmo is going to go a long way, I think, towards solving that problem.
That idea, though, of hitting home runs is how we score runs has kind of took over for a 10, 15-year period of time, it felt like, where...
Especially here.
Yeah, that was the mindset, was home runs are the way. And home runs are great. I love them. But when we talked to Skip the first time, he was like, no, there's so many ways to win. And we got to figure out on that day how to do that. And having a lineup full of a variety of guys that can do a lot of different things, I've always thought was more important.
Even more important, now that we know how this ballpark plays, now that we know this is a pitcher's park, and a lot of balls that are home runs in other parks are not going to be home runs here.
Right.
That certainly is a deterrent to just going for the home run, and probably a stimulant, if you will, to the players taking a little different approach. I also think the fact that Toronto, made it all the way to the World Series and almost beat the Dodgers in the World Series using a put-the-ball-in-play approach definitely carries over to a lot of other teams. We've seen that you can go a long way without relying just on the home run for your offense.
Now, on the pitching side, I think we all know, and you discussed it just the other day, how good Eovaldi and DeGrom have been in their careers, have been for the Rangers, but it also feels like we're in this hopefully exciting place where Gore and Leiter can level up, and maybe we'll see about Rocker as well.
Yeah, Rocker in spring training, his stuff was just filthy. You know, if he can command it, you know, you're looking at another possible, you know, top of the rotation guy. Leiter has shown it already, you know, getting 21 swings and misses the other day.
Career high.
And just throwing all those changeups, a career high in changeups, you know, as well as a 98-mile-an-hour fastball and all the other pitches he has. Very excited about him. You know, and Mackenzie Gore has elite stuff. He just needs to improve his command a little bit. Maybe a change in coaches, change of scenery, playing for a winning team, having DeGrom and Eovaldi to talk to. Maybe all of those things are going to combine, and he can take the next step from being basically an average starting pitcher last year over the course of the whole year to being a premier starting pitcher, which he was the first half of last year.
Do you think people ever underrate how tough the slog through the season can be if your team is just awful? Because, I mean, not to say that Washington will be that way, but it sure looks like they could be. Like, I have to imagine that takes a huge toll on you.
Yeah, I mean, the guy had an ERA, 4.02, I think, and a record of 5-15.
Gross.
And as an indication of just how bad their team was, he was their most valuable pitcher with a 5-15 record. And, you know, that pretty much tells the story. But you're right. It's very tough to get through a season when you're out of it, you know, by the All-Star break or by the trading deadline. It's hard on everybody. Certainly hard on us.
Okay, we have a chance to ask him our hypothetical now because of that. Let's say, because obviously it's fun to, like, project out these numbers at this absurdly early pace. If Jack Leiter went 32-0 with an ERA of 3, does he get your Cy Young over Tarek Skubal, who goes 7-9 with a 1.8 ERA?
That's a really good question. Part of it depends on whether the teams were in the race or not.
Okay.
Who was pitching in important games and who wasn't pitching in important games. 32
I know it's absurd.
You know, one-loss record isn't that important. But if a guy goes 32-0, I think it would be pretty hard to not give him the sign.
Okay. Yeah. Because Corey joked, he goes, oh, that 3 ERA, we got to work on it.
Now, what if he's 20-10?
See, then I think he's not going to get it. I think, obviously.
I mean, at what point do you not get it? Does 20-10 do it? If it does 18-12 do it?
Yeah, I don't. If you creep up to like 23, then I think that might swing it back in your direction. But otherwise, that is a huge ERA.
You know, I'd kind of like to look back at the years that Zach Greinke and Felix Hernandez won the Cy Young Award and see who had the best winning records when those guys had the best ERAs, but not the best winning records. I wonder if there was anything overwhelming in the one-loss.
Well, I'm so glad you engaged with us on that because we brought it up yesterday, just having a little bit of fun.
Yeah, it's an interesting hypothetical.
What year was it? Aaron Seeley and a handful of Rangers pitchers, was it 10 or 20 wins that they all? I can't remember where we were on that.
Probably 10, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was, it happened in 96 with Ken Hill, John Burkett, Darren Oliver, Bobby Witt, and Roger Pavlik.
Okay, all right.
I think that was
first playoff year.
That was the first playoff year and the year that the Rangers had a starting rotation that deep. They did have the Rick Helling and Aaron Seeley year.
Yes,
where
that's right.
Helling won 20 and Seeley almost did. He didn't quite make it. And Seeley actually had an ERA that was lower than Helling's, I believe. But it was Helling who got more run support.
Oh, man, those are the things that go through my mind, Kevin. I don't have them all shuffled together the way Eric Nadel does, though.
That's why he's the best.
You've been around a variety of clubs that have come through Texas. You got to see and experience the group that did win the World Series. What kind of personality does this clubhouse have right now, and what kind of personality do you think helps them win and be competitive in a World Series?
Yeah, I think it's a little tough for us to tell after just 6 games, but right now it's very lighthearted.
Yeah,
in there, on the road, guys were playing a lot of ping pong in the clubhouse prior to games. They were very accessible to us, and as the season goes on, they often become less accessible and maybe a little grumpier if they're not doing well.
Right,
Does that go proportionately to the record? Like, if things are rocking along, are they like, yeah, Eric, come on?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so, yeah.
I would probably be the same way. That makes sense to me.
But, you talk about the guys who the team has added, And, you know, when you talk about Nimmo and Danny Jansen in particular, those are guys who really engage when a guy like me goes to talk to them.
Yes.
You know, they're not just giving me the shortest possible answers or the cliched answers. You know, they actually think about what the question was and give you a really well thought out answer. And, you know, I'm talking to Mackenzie Gore, too, and just painfully honest. You know, when we were in Philadelphia in advance of Mackenzie's start, I asked him about his poor record pitching in the Phillies park and the fact he'd given up 7 home runs in 28 innings. I figured there had to be some cheap ones in there, and he said no. He says, I earned every one of them.
Oh, man.
And, you know, and for a guy to say that, you know, is, you know, refreshing.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Eric, I'm sorry. I wanted to ask, this is just a broadcast question. One of my favorite compliments we get is people will say, I feel like I'm at a bar listening to you guys talk, and I just kind of want to be around. I was watching at home. I was watching Mike the other night, and I was like, it's good to watch a game with Mike. That's how it felt. Like I was just watching a game with Mike. And then I was in the car listening, and I was like, Eric has been telling me the game for so long. What is the way that you've always tried to give that picture? What do you think of the bar or whatever it is?
You know, I think of blind listeners and painting the word picture for them. And then I think about all of the listeners who hopefully want to watch the game and listen to me at the same time, or just listen to me at the same time. You know, it's twofold: the description, and then the ease with which people digest your broadcast. The personality aspect of it. You know, I tell young announcers all the time they need to have a smile on their voice. People need to know they're having fun at the ballpark, and if they do, and if people start to like them as a person, they've already won the battle. At that point, it doesn't matter that much how they describe a home run, or if they make a mistake and they get the score wrong one time or something like that. If they already like you because they can tell that you're a good guy, you've won the battle already.
How much have you enjoyed the pitch clock? Because several years ago in the leaner years for the Rangers, we would actively enjoy when we came on after the game. It was like, oh man, it's the 7th inning and Eric has had it with this pace of play. Like, is that fair? And how much have you enjoyed the sped up pace of the game?
It's fair, and I tell you, I've enjoyed it enough that the pitch clock probably is responsible for my still working.
Yeah, wow.
I really don't think I'd still be doing this. This is my 48th year, and I don't think I would have made it to 47 if it hadn't been for the pitch clock. The games became really hard to watch. I just
Laborious
wasn't enjoying them. Yeah, I wasn't enjoying the games anymore, and now I do. Now it's not so much that they only take 240. It's that there's a rhythm again.
Yeah.
You know, and they're fun to watch. You don't have to wait around for some relief pitcher who throws 100 miles an hour to regain his breath and everything else so that he can throw it at 100 miles an hour again. You don't have to do that. The whole enjoyment level, you know, of watching the game has increased exponentially.
Have we sold out the birthday benefit concert?
No, we need to sell more tickets. Thanks. The Longhorn Ballroom's a big room. It's May 14th this year, which is a Ranger off day. It's at the Longhorn Ballroom. The tickets are at longhornballroom.com. I'm bringing in 2 bands that people probably are unfamiliar with. Sammy Ray and the Friends, who are really popular in the Northeast. They're from Brooklyn, New York, and they're a big, live, high-energy band with a very charismatic female singer. And Chuck Prophet and his cumbia shoes. Chuck is a Bay Area legend.
Yeah.
He's in his 60s, and he has a band now that plays cumbia music, which is Colombian Latin rock.
Yes.
And it's really interesting stuff, really fun. And all the proceeds go to the Grant Halliburton Foundation, which supplies mental health education programs in schools. So get your tickets at longhornballroom.com. It's really going to be fun. Thursday, May 14th.
And Eric, thank you so much for the time. We don't mean to rush you off, but Chris Young's coming up next.
All right. He's a lot bigger than me.
All right.
He's a tall man.
Eric Nadel coming up next. We will talk with the Texas Rangers president of baseball operations, Chris Young, right here on The Fan.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan, live from Globe Life Field, getting you ready for the Texas Rangers home opener. And who better to do that with than right now? We talk with Texas Rangers President of Baseball Operations. It is Chris Young. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, guys. Happy opening day.
Indeed. Now, I appreciate you powering through with us as well.
Well, I apologize for my voice in advance, but fighting a little upper respiratory here, but nonetheless, happy to be here and excited to be with you.
All right, so absolutely. Now, the start of Mackenzie Gore, not only his performance against the Phillies, but now getting to start the home opener, that feels like a great start and a good bit of confidence shown in him.
Well, I think, we have confidence in everybody in the rotation, but McKenzie pitched great in Philadelphia, a huge trade acquisition this winter, someone we feel like can pitch at the front of the rotation and certainly in the middle of the rotation. But, anytime you get to start an opening day or a home opener, it is a special day, and I know he's up for it, and I'm excited for our fans to get to see him here opening day.
What was it that when you were kind of looking to add to this team that you saw in him? Was there a number, or was there something about the personality that you were like, that's the guy that's going to be a Ranger?
Well, it's anytime you have the chance to get kind of a frontline starting pitcher, and especially a young one who is still coming into his own, you have to be interested in that. And then when we did our background work and kind of learned about the person, the intangibles, the competitor, the desire to be great, he hit every checkbox that we want to, that we look for in terms of a good pitcher and a successful player. And he's lived up to it. Watching him this spring, watching him his first start in Philly, he's not afraid of the moment. He wants to be good. He wants the ball, and he's a great teammate. So really, really excited to have him.
See, Kevin, right there, you were making the joke about wearing the Nacho hat and singing Nacho Man in front of Chris Young.
I told him about that off air.
What did I tell you, though? I was like, he would look at you and say, are you here to compete? Or the first question, and he's already talking about competitiveness.
We like having fun, too, so nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
Well, in the spirit of being honest and competitive, you know us media folks, we love to call people out. So I'm going to call out myself. Early returns on Brandon Nimmo make it look like he'll be far more impactful than I anticipated. Can you walk us through that decision? Because I have to admit, I was like, oh, yeah, I like Brandon Nimmo, but early start, whew.
Yeah, Brandon's been phenomenal. And, again, similar to McKenzie, just anytime we acquire a player, we want to know who the person is that we're getting and how that's going to fit into our environment. And everything we heard about Brandon was super positive, and just a guy who's so dedicated, wants to be great, hard worker, great teammate, just this positive energy that he exudes every day. It's infectious, and there's nothing wrong with having someone like that in our environment. But then you couple that with the performance, and he's been an all-star. He's been one of the best players in Mets history, and it just felt like this was a very good fit, especially as we had made the decision to move on from Adolis Garcia. We needed somebody who fit, one, the profile of hitter that we wanted in our lineup, and two, somebody that could play the outfield, and it just lined up that we were able to make that trade.
I never doubted that one, Kevin. I think you can remember I was always on.
I'm here to face the criticism. It's only fair.
When I watched him play in the past, I always saw this hustle factor that I was like, that could go on my team anytime. As long as you're hustling, you can play in my team. Obviously, the skill's going to come along with it too. But I just saw that heart that I was like, I didn't expect that much of a talker though. I didn't realize that he was going to be that much of a talker. But he's definitely been awesome there. Jack Leiter feels like he's got this tiny little hammer and tiny little chisel, and one more little tap, he's just going to break through. And we kind of got to see it leading into at spring training. All his teammates were talking about him, and I was like, man, I keep hearing his teammates talk about him. How close is he to cracking that thing wide open?
Well, I don't know necessarily is this just a breakthrough moment. I would say the second half of last year, he was one of the best pitchers in the American League, if not in baseball, and his performance was really, really on par with some of the best in the game. And so, this spring and into his first start, we saw him continue that. And I think at 25 years old, we'd be foolish to think that he is a finished product. I mean, I still think he's coming into his prime. Same thing with Mackenzie Gore. and there's going to be an evolution here, and the best is yet to come. So, I think Jack is in some ways scratching the surface of who he is and what he's going to be. But he's a pretty good pitcher right now, and we're just so excited about the progress he's made and what he means to our team.
Now, one of the things about that, though, is I don't feel like you guys handled him with white gloves this whole time since you drafted him. I feel like y'all have given him really good things to go after. Has it been is that same process with everybody that you deal with?
Absolutely. I mean, we have two mantras that govern my career were that it's a performance-based game and the game owes you nothing. And at the end of the day, you got to go get the job done. And I love for our players, especially in the minor leagues, to experience adversity because it's going to make them stronger. And once they get through that, they're going to know the next time they have that adversity, they're going to fall back on their previous experience. If a player coasts through the minor leagues and gets to the big leagues and doesn't experience adversity, at some point, everybody in this game goes through really hard times and times where you doubt yourself. And if you haven't been through that before, it's a hard thing to get through. So for Jack, he did. I mean, he was a top draft pick who did have some adversity. It was not a perfectly smooth, linear road, so to speak, in his development. But I think that's the best thing for some of these guys. And Jack has learned from that. It's served him well. And I think he's a better pitcher today because of that. And I'm just so happy and proud of him.
Now, you talked a lot in the offseason about, hey, we're going to need improvement from within. Only 6 games, but how encouraging are the early improvements in the lineup, especially some of those performances against the four-seam fastball? Because that feels like a big jump up.
Yeah, it's very encouraging. We saw it all spring. I mean, we saw an offensive profile and an identity offensively that we felt like is what winning teams have. And so, throughout spring, I try not to ever get too excited about anything, but over the course of spring training, it felt like, okay, we've made steps in the right direction, and our hitters have bought in. Our hitting coaches have done a tremendous job of preaching the message, and the hitters are executing it. And you hope that that's going to continue into the season, but the early returns have been wonderful, and I expect that to continue. And I also expect some guys to get hot that haven't been yet. I mean, we've gotten off to a good start, and I wouldn't say that we've had 1 through 9 all hitting at their best yet. That's going to come. So I'm excited about where we are, and but this division's tough. We've got our work cut out for us. Obviously, Seattle is picked at the top of the American League deservingly. Houston has been a perennial powerhouse and is there every year, and certainly we're trying to keep pace with them. Oakland is much improved. So we have our work cut out for us, but what we have seen thus far from this team, for me, is a great sign, and I'm excited about what that means moving forward.
You mentioned the phrase, what is the winning profile?
In terms of offensively?
Yeah.
Well, it's hitters that are disciplined to their approach, that can have adjustability, some versatility. They don't have to necessarily hit a home run to beat you. They can just draw a walk on an 8 or 9 pitch at bat, make the pitcher work. Then you get on first base, potentially steal a base. It's having guys that 1 through 9 are committed to their specific role within the lineup, and understanding that role may vary or change at bat to at bat, but they know what's being asked of them, and they're up there doing their job and trying to do their best to help the team win. And to me, that's what winning teams have. And there's a discipline to that, a focus and a discipline, and these guys have shown it early.
I think there definitely can be selfish swings in this game, for sure. And realizing, hey, man, I don't have to be the one. The next dude in this lineup can definitely do this for me.
It's understanding the game. It's trusting your teammates. No individual single-handedly wins any game. It's collectively the team. And so that's the approach, the mentality, and you can't be the hero every at bat. I can speak from experience. Greg Maddux once told me, he was a teammate of mine, he told me, you don't beat individuals, you beat lineups, and you have to pick and choose the guys that you're going to pitch around or work to. And that's true of teams facing us, is that they're going to decide, hey, we're not letting Corey Seager beat us tonight. But Corey has to trust the guy behind him, which he does, and the guy behind him has to trust the hitter behind him. So it's a collective mentality, and then a commitment to that, and then lastly and most importantly, the ability to execute that.
Now, not talking about these players specifically, just using them as examples, Colt Emerson, Cooper Pratt. It looks like it's about to happen with Connor Griffin. The extensions for players who have not even played in Major League Baseball yet, is that just the next evolution of contracts in baseball?
Yeah, it's been there in the past, and there have been guys that have been signed either in their first year before they've reached the major leagues. But I think it's organizations doing a good job of understanding their players and saying we want to make a long-term commitment. And certainly there's risk involved with that. But I can't say it's going to be the norm going forward. But I do think that, when you're a young player and you're trying to establish yourself, having that, kind of out of the back of your mind can be a good thing.
And I know the situations are somewhat different, but we get asked about this all the time. Have any extension talks taken place with Wyatt?
Yeah, well, I wish I could divulge everything there, but
that would be great.
Yeah, we're a pretty tight-knit group, front office-wise. We keep that stuff in-house, but I can tell you that we drafted Wyatt for a reason. We love him. He's a tremendous player. I'm so happy our fans have him to watch, and we certainly have interest in keeping him a Ranger long-term.
I think you know how much we love this team, for one. We both grew up here in East Dallas, Garland kid.
Yep.
So the feeling on this is always like we want this thing to be amazing.
Yeah.
Nathan Eovaldi, we love him. I got our chance to interview him. This is my first time to get a chance to thank him for the World Series since they won. So I got a chance to do that at spring training. But we
thank you too.
Yes.
No, thank the players. They did it.
A lot of questions started popping up after this second outing. Are you concerned? And I have reasons that I was like, no, here's why I'm not. I still see the competitor. Why are you not concerned about these two outings?
Because he's just an absolute winner. I have information and data internally that suggests that he's going to be just fine. We've got to always work through a couple mechanical things, but he's in a good spot. He threw the ball well this spring. He's healthy. There is no need to panic or worry about Evo. This guy's going to help us win a lot of games, and just an absolute winning player.
Yeah, and Kevin, that's how that's the first thing that stands out for me immediately is I know the dude's mentality, and he's just that kind of guy.
Now, Cody Bradford, he got the injury rehab start yesterday. What are the reports and the thoughts on him throwing, and how are we progressing? Still hoping for May?
I think May is very realistic. Cody's made tremendous progress through his first rehab outing yesterday in Round Rock. 2 innings and came out of it feeling great. We'll continue the progression. We're still about a month away, but he's passed all the tests, and he too, like Evo, is just a winning player. Somebody that you can depend on. Never going to beat himself. Going to go out day in, day out, be prepared and compete. And we can't wait to get him back. It's going to be a big boost for our group when we do.
I only have one more question for you. I don't know how much more Kevin's going to put you through, but I'll give you a little advice. Kevin has some great advice. He loses his voice once a year at least, all right? And in radio,
what am I doing wrong here?
He's got some controversial advice.
He's got some very controversial player enhancements that he can work on.
Okay, good.
When we fell in love with that 23 team. Yeah. Obviously a lot later too, because we saw the potential, and then that Astros series was amazing. That was great. What do you love about this team right now, and what are you hoping to the Rangers fans fall in love with them for?
There's so much I love about them. I mean, we're invested in every single one of these players. Our coaching staff is tremendous. Skip has done an amazing job. But the thing that stood out to me this past week was watching the game. I came home from Philadelphia and watched the games in Baltimore at home. And on TV, I could hear our players in the dugout cheering for each other, yelling for each other, supporting each other, and fighting for each other. And to me, that's an early sign of a winning team. And it gave me chills when I heard it, and it continued. And when a team has that type of support and love for each other, good things are possible, and that's what I'm excited for our fans to see that.
Does it help having a manager that he can just go in there and go, no, this is how I want you to do the pull-up, and then he can just start doing that, right?
I'll tell you what, Skip's in some kind of shape, so yeah, it's impressive. Yeah.
Well, we appreciate the time very much. Appreciate you fighting through to talk with us today.
It's a real pleasure to be here. just to speak to our fans, I'm so excited for the season. I can't wait for our fans to watch this team. I think great things are possible, and I'm looking forward to a great year. So thank you.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Young right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some Texas Rangers Price is Right.
Let's do it.
In anticipation of... We're going to do Texas Rangers Price is Right, but we don't have the intro. It may have been lost in the move.
You are kidding me. The other day I was just thinking about the yodeler.
We're going to check on that.
Oh, my God.
We don't have it for today. It is possible we could find it, but it is not in the current system.
Okay, all right, I got a question. Because you know how we do have Baseball Buckets intro with Chuck Morgan?
Yes.
Could we get Chuck Morgan to do the Rangers Price is Right intro for us? And just redo this intro? I think that's something we should shoot for.
Okay.
Kevin, I also wanted to point out Teresa Woodard from Channel 8 came over a moment ago, and she wanted to talk to you and me, and she was like, hey, are y'all about to go on? And we were like, we're literally sitting here with Chris Young. What are you doing right now, lady? And then she came back.
Give Chris Young my sore throat tips.
That's smart. But then she came back, and I was like, okay, now we can talk. And she goes, did you go to Bryan Adams? And I was like, I did go to Bryan Adams. And I said, and she goes, I did too. And I was like, awesome, East Dallas connection. I said, what year did you graduate? And she looked at me, she goes, well, I'm old. And I was like, I said the wrong thing, Kevin. I said the wrong thing. I said, I'm old. Instead of being like, no, you know how you're supposed to, no.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm old. And then so we shared, she was only 6 years ahead of me. She knows my sister-in-law.
Okay.
She went to school with her. So everybody give some love to Teresa Woodard at Channel 8.
Man, you know what I would love if we found out none of that was true and she was just trying to chat you up? I think that would be super neat, but I'm glad that it's true. All right, well, we will fire up some Texas Rangers Price is Right nonetheless. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Give us your very grounded or ridiculous prediction for today's game as we are about, an hour and 21 minutes away from first pitch. I believe first pitch is set for 3:08. Pre-game will start at 2 o'clock right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. And by the way, I want to make sure everybody knows tomorrow that Brennan and Jake will be broadcasting live from the stadium from 2 to 5:30, just ahead of the second game in this series.
Which I believe is Kamar Rocker's first start.
That is correct. For the season, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so good luck to them setting up for that. What a spectacle that's going to be. To have the fan out here and Kamar Rocker rocking things, dude. Kevin, I would like to say that on the wings of Rangers fans in their home stadium, at the home opener, Mackenzie Gore goes 8 2/3 innings, strikes everybody out, but has to come out because he just says, you know what, I want somebody to get a save today. Rangers win 1-0.
Okay, so it'll still be a close game.
Yeah, he's like, I want everybody to have the stats 1-0 win for the Rangers.
Okay, man, that would be really interesting for a variety of reasons. I thought I was going to be bold by saying he'll have 3 no-hit innings this time, but clearly that
you've been bested again, Kevin.
Man, that is not bold whatsoever.
And you didn't even get mad or happy that I didn't say 8.5 innings like I usually would.
You know what? That's a good point. I do appreciate that because that freaking irritates me every single time. So I will say Mackenzie Gore throws 3 innings of no-hit ball and then settles in and does get the win, but I'll say it's in a 6-4 capacity, and part of the 6 for the Texas Rangers is Wyatt Langford goes yard today. You know, when we were talking about Chris Young and the start to the season and how good the offense is looking, how good the top 4 numbers are compared to last year, Wyatt Langford has gotten off to a slow start. So in a bizarre way, I think that's encouraging that your numbers are outpacing last year early, of course, by so much, and Wyatt Langford hasn't even turned it on. I do think that is an encouraging thing.
Yeah, when Wyatt. So here's the thing you always hope, right? Like, see why I was saying we haven't had our best, everybody doing it all at the same time. You kind of do hope that when Wyatt does turn up, everybody kind of stays on a plane for a little bit, and then you're going to have some back and forth throughout the year, but then he gets his opportunity to carry for a little bit. Here, I got a question for you about the 30-game chunk.
Sure.
Are you going to start like going by that mantra this season? Is that and for the future of I'm going to pay attention to this team 30 games at a time?
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Have you ever utilized a specific number before?
Yeah, and that's I kind of thought of by quarters, and that's one of the reasons that I brought up the first 40 games, because I know with the 162, it's not exactly a quarter, but it's as close as you're going to get, and so that's why I thought about it in quarters. But I mean, look. If your manager says we're going in 30-day chunks or 30-game chunks, it makes sense to kind of analyze it the same way. And it also makes sense that 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, hopefully you're in position when you get towards mid-September that you're like, all right, now we're down to these last 12 games as its own separate thing, hopefully leading into the playoffs.
And like you're talking about, kind of similar to what we're talking about with the Stars, hopefully you learned enough in each one of those quarters, as you say, that you can say, now we know how to turn all the right buttons and all the right knobs for these players to get them in, ready for this. Now you might look at them and go, well, they're just too gassed. We got to figure out a way to get them some rest on the way to it. But you'll be able to know the players well enough. And then the other thing is, just because that first 30 it didn't work out doesn't mean that you didn't see something in the last 4 of those 30 that'll send them on the next 30 to another place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like maybe that last 4, you're like, hey, whatever he's doing, we got to figure out how to keep this going so that next 30 he has a really hot streak there.
Now, let's go to the 2-1-4. Mackenzie Gore goes 6 1/3, and the Rangers win 7-3. From the 6-8-2, every Rangers starter hits a solo home run, and the Rangers win 9-0 because Gore throws a complete game one hitter. All right. Obviously, I think the second part can happen, but to see every single hitter have a home run, every single starter have a home run, and have them all be solo home runs, I don't know if that means because they were all in succession or not. I think that would be freaking amazing. From the 2-1-4, see, this is not helpful. Jock Peterson surprises everyone with only 4 strikeouts.
Okay. Dude,
that's not positive.
Yeah, we want positive Rangers Prices Right stuff here, right, Kevin?
Yes. I mean, no, not necessarily.
I love the way they keep spelling Jock, J-A-Q. That's my favorite part about this.
And I'm hoping you're going to allow this variance. From the 4-6-9, this person is trying to get my attention for the back half of the show. It's been really difficult because we've been trying to do the show. Essentially, they said, don't worry about Luka being a mediocre to sub defender because his defensive rating is better when he's on the court. And then I pointed out that his defensive rating is not very good. And then he told me all about how defensive rating is stupid and irrelevant, and then said, and Cooper Flags is worse. And I was like, but you just said that defensive rating doesn't matter. And so I guess I would say, go out and find 100 people in the world of basketball. Ask them who is a better defender, Cooper Flag or Luka. I think at minimum 95 of them will say Cooper Flag and add that it's not even close. If you are a Luka super fan and you think he's awesome at defense, more power to you. That is just not the reality of his career or this season so far.
And I will add this too, and I've been adamant about this for a long time with Luka. When he's called upon, then he can be. He's definitely when he's asked to.
And I think that's what makes it all the more agitating for so many people, is you see when he's called upon, he absolutely can do it. From the 9-7-2, Grand Slam Burger today. And then from the 9-0-3, Jock will hit his first hit today, if not a home run. So that is super positive. And then an unusual prediction, the Blue Dot is going to win today.
Oh, hell of a prediction.
That might be the first ever dot race prediction we have gotten in this segment.
No wagering, please.
Yes, no wagering, please. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll kick into the pregame for Rangers Reds. First pitch set for 3:08. We will be back on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. KNC right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Are being masterpieced, and we appreciate you for it. Thanks for choosing the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Last night, the Boston Celtics beat the Miami Heat. Jaylen Brown had 43 points to lead the Celtics in scoring. Brown has been leading the way for the Celtics all season long. I don't know if anyone in the East is more valuable to their team than Brown. I'm Chris Black.